मैं आपको कई लोगों को ऐसा लगेगा क्योंकि हम पढ़ते हैं ना तब इतना ध्यान नहीं देते ना, डिप में जाते हैं तो लगता होगा कि हमारे वहाँ कौन सी रेसिपीज हैं, मगर जब हम देखेंगे आपको आगे प्रोफेसर अनुपम जी बताएंगे कि हमारे वहाँ कितनी रेसिपीज शास्त्र में दी हुई हैं। माने इतनी सारी रेसिपीज मिलती हैं शास्त्र में ही, और इतनी अच्छी अच्छी रेसिपीज मिलती हैं, और वो सब रेसिपी बनाने में भी कोई मुश्किल नहीं है, इजी है और सच में न्यूट्रिशियस हैं। वो सच में दीपन पाचन करके शरीर को न्यूट्रिशन देती हैं, तो वो बहुत अच्छे से बताएंगे और हमने तब आपको ध्यान में आएगा। अब साइलेंट फीचर्स ऑफ आयुर्वेद आहार रेगुलेशंस है ना, जो रेगुलेशंस आ रहा है मैंने आयुर्वेद आहार विल बी रेगुलेटेड बाय FSSR, whereas the Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani medicines will be regulated by DNC Act। आप सबको पता है 1940 का है। Ayurveda आहार regulation have been prepared keeping in view the scarcity of Ayurveda, and the concept of Ayurveda will not be diluted। वो उसमें ध्यान रखना है। The provision have been made for classical Ayurveda आहार preparations as well as for innovative food products। माने ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ क्लासिकल के लिए हम बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमें आज के ज़माने के हिसाब से बहुत कुछ मॉडिफाई करना पड़ेगा, इनोवेशन लाने पड़ेंगे, तभी हम आयुर्वेद आहार को आगे बढ़ा पाएंगे। इसमें यह है कि आयुर्वेद ड्रग जो बना रहे हैं वो उसी परिसर में अपना आयुर्वेद आहार भी बना सकते हैं। एक का FSSAI का लाइसेंस लेना पड़ेगा, एक का GMP का लाइसेंस लेना पड़ेगा। 2 लाइसेंस लेके मगर एक ही में चला सकते हैं। अभी क्योंकि इस पे बहुत सारा कहते हैं ना अपोजिशन है, अभी लोगों को मॉडर्न साइंस वालों को गले उतारने में दिक्कत हो रही है, उनको ये समझाने में भी काफ़ी हमारे को बहस करनी पड़ रही है। इसलिए हमने भी ये किया है कि 24 मंथ तक के 2 साल के बच्चे तक के आहार अभी हम नहीं ला रहे हैं, उनके इन्फेंट फूड नहीं ला रहे हैं। जबकि आयुर्वेद में इन्फेंट फूड भी बहुत अच्छा और बहुत सेफ है, मगर अभी उसके लिए कहते हैं ना समाज उसको इतने अच्छे से स्वीकार नहीं रहा है, इसलिए उसको भी हम नहीं ला रहे हैं। तो हम जो रेसिपी लाएंगे वो जो भी सप्लीमेंट, न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल्स, फूड स्पेशल, डाइटरी यूज, ये जो इनके सब हैं कैटेगरीज, उसके बाद हमारी कैटेगरी आ रही है, पर हम इसमें विटामिन, मिनरल, एमिनो एसिड्स इस तरह से कोई भी एडिशन नहीं होने देंगे आयुर्वेद आहार में। हाँ, नेचुरली उसमें है, क्योंकि हमारे पास बहुत चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जिसमें नेचुरली बहुत सारे विटामिन, मिनरल सब कुछ हैं, तो आप उसको हाईलाइट कर सकते हो, लेबल में डिक्लेयर कर सकते हो। हमें एडिटिव्स जो भी डालने हैं नेचुरल ही डालेंगे हम उसमें आयुर्वेद आहार में। सेफ्टी रिक्वायर्ड है, क्योंकि खाने की चीज़ है तो सेफ्टी का तो हमें ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा। तो जो FSSAI के रूल्स हैं उसी के अकॉर्डिंग हम उनके सेफ्टी स्टैंडर्ड्स ही पैकेजिंग में भी यूज़ करेंगे और आहार में भी यूज़ करेंगे। इन सब के लिए आयुष मिनिस्ट्री ने एक एक्सपर्ट कमेटी भी बनाई है, जो इसके रूल्स रेगुलेशन के साथ साथ लाइसेंसिंग प्रोसेस कैसी होगी वगैरह पूरा तैयार कर रहे हैं FSSAI के साथ मिलके, जिसमें मैं चेयरमैन हूँ और प्रोफेसर अनुपम जी, प्रोफेसर तनुजा जी जो आज सब वक्ता हैं, वो सब उसमें मेंबर हैं और हमारी कमेटी है। ये अपना आयुर्वेद आहार का लोगो है। जो आयुर्वेद आहार कोई भी हम लॉन्च करते हैं मार्केट में, तो इसी लोगों के अंडर ये लॉन्च होगा। इसी लोगों के अंडर लॉन्च होगा, और इसमें ये सब फॉर्मेलिटीज़ हैं कि भाई ओनली डाइटरी यूज़ लिखना है, वार्निंग लिखनी है कि भाई बच्चों से दूर रखो, बच्चों को नहीं देना है वगैरह वगैरह। ये सिर्फ फॉर्मेलिटीज़ हैं। हम सब जानते हैं कि हमारे आयुर्वेद आहार में ऐसी कोई प्रॉब्लम है नहीं। इसमें शेड्यूल ए के में जो 68 बुक्स लिस्टेड हैं, अभी हमने सिर्फ उसी को लिया है कि उसमें जितनी रेसिपीज हैं उसी को हम क्लासिकल रेसिपी मान के एक बार शुरू कर रहे हैं। बाकी ये डायनेमिक प्रोसेस है, इसमें हम घटा सकते हैं, बढ़ा सकते हैं। हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि सब कॉलेजेस को हमने ईमेल भेजी है कि वे हमें जिसको जो आहार से रिलेटेड आयुर्वेद की बुक्स पता है वो जरूर बताएं और उसको हम इंक्लूड करने का प्रयास करेंगे। तो हो सकता है कल को हमारे बहुत सारी बुक्स बढ़ जाएगी और हम बहुत सारे रेसिपीज और ला पाएंगे। अब इसमें मेनली 5 कैटेगरी हैं। सबसे पहले कैटेगरी ए, जो कैटेगरी ए है उसमें शेड्यूल ए की जो भी बुक्स हैं उसमें जैसे दिया है, मैंने क्लासिकल रेसिपी जैसे दी है वैसी की वैसी, कुछ भी किए बिना आप लाते हो तो वो आएगा कैटेगरी ए में। कैटेगरी बी में आएगा कि आप थोड़ा बहुत रेसिपी में कुछ बदलाव करते हो या इंग्रेडिएंट्स में कुछ बदलाव करते हो। कई बार करना भी पड़ता है क्योंकि जो उस जमाने में इंग्रेडिएंट थे आज कुछ मिलते भी नहीं है, ऐसा भी हो सकता है। तो इसलिए बी कैटेगरी की है। कैटेगरी B1 जो है वो है कि आप फॉर्मेट बदलोगे, मैंने होगा क्लासिकल ही। जैसे कि आप सबको पता है कि अपना मूंग यूज तो ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट वालों ने उसको पाउडर फॉर्म में किया और फिर गर्म पानी में घोल के उसको पी लो। तो ऐसे फॉर्मेट बदलने भी पड़ेंगे क्योंकि ज़माना आपका ऐसा हो गया है, बहुत लोगों के पास टाइम नहीं है बनाने का, तो आपको बहुत सारी चीज़ों में फॉर्मेट बदलने पड़ेंगे। जो अभी के पब्लिक मांगती है वैसा करना पड़ेगा। तो वो आएगा आपका B1 में। और B2 कैटेगरी है, वो ये है कि डिजीज क्लेम अगर आप बदलते हो, जैसे कोई चीज़ आयुर्वेद ने लिखी है कि प्रमेय के लिए है, मगर कई नए रिसर्च ऐसे आते हैं या कई बार अनुभूत लोगों को पता होता है तो उनको लगेगा कि नहीं ये एनीमिया में भी बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है। अब आयुर्वेद में कहीं लिखा हुआ नहीं है पर आप वो क्लेम करना चाहते हो तो कर सकते हो, तो वो आएगा कैटेगरी B2 में। B3 फोर्टिफाइड का है, पर आयुर्वेद में अगर आप सोचेंगे तो फोर्टिफाइड जैसा कुछ होता नहीं है, मगर B3 कैटेगरी फोर्टिफाइड की रखी है कि हम कुछ फोर्टिफाइड करेंगे। अब ये इसमें क्या क्या आपको ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, जैसे पहला है ए कैटेगरी है, उसमें आप बुक कौन सी है, किसकी रेसिपी ली है, सिर्फ आप रेफरेंस दे दीजिए, उतना ही आपको देना है और आपको स्वीकृति मिल जाएगी उसके लिए, है ना। प्री इंटीमेशन सिर्फ देना है आपको FSSI को। फिर दूसरी जो B कैटेगरी है कि जिसमें आप थोड़ा बहुत फॉर्मेट बदलोगे या इंग्रेडिएंट कुछ बदलोगे, तो उसमें आपको पहले तो एडिक्यूट डेटा देने पड़ेंगे सेफ्टी के, जो आप अगर कुछ नया ऐड कर रहे हो उसमें तो सेफ्टी डेटा आपको देने पड़ेंगे। उसमें ये हो सकता है कि कहीं पब्लिश्ड हैं और वो ही दे दिया आपने कि हमने ये इंग्रेडिएंट ऐड किया है, वो सेफ है तो चलता है। इस तरह से भी आप उसको दे सकते हैं और उसके लिए आपको प्री अप्रूवल लेनी पड़ेगी। फिर B1 है, B1 में आपको जो आप फॉर्मेट बदलोगे और फॉर्मूला भी बदलोगे तो उसमें भी आपको प्री अप्रूवल लेनी पड़ेगी। और जो B2 है जिसमें डिजीज क्लेम करना है, उसमें आपको स्टडी भी दिखानी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि किसी डिजीज के लिए आप क्लेम कर रहे हो तो डिजीज क्लेम करने के पहले आपको उसकी स्टडी करनी पड़ेगी और उसके डेटा देने पड़ेंगे। और फोर्टिफाइड करेंगे तो उसमें अगर आयुर्वेद का ही कुछ जैसे आजकल कर रहे हैं कि आटा है, मैंने ये ऑलरेडी आ चुका है अपना जो वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट मंत्रालय है, उन्होंने अभी की जो पंचवर्षीय योजना है 2.0 उसमें आयुर्वेद इंटरवेंशन को मान्य किया है, आया है इस बार, और उसमें आटे में त्रिकटु और विड़क मिला रहे हैं बच्चों के लिए जो फोर्टिफाइड आटा, तो फोर्टिफाइड कहो या हमारी दृष्टि से सिर्फ एडिशन है, तो वो करने से ये होता है कि बच्चों की अग्नि ठीक होती है, उनको कृमि की प्रॉब्लम जो होती है उससे रोक सकते हैं। तो इस तरह का हम B3 कैटेगरी में कर सकते हैं। ये जो थिकनेस स्टेबलाइजर है या प्रिजर्वेटिव है, फ्लेवरिंग वगैरह, ये सब अभी हमने जो भी FSSAI के मानक हैं उसको एज इट इज स्वीकार किया है। माइक्रोबायोलॉजी का जो माइक्रोबायोलॉजिकल स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं वो भी उनके ही हमने अभी ऐसे कैसे स्वीकार किए हैं। तो ये जो आयुर्वेदा फॉर अचीविंग SDG 2 है ना, जो बाय 2030 तक हमें अचीव करना है, नो हंगर, तो उसमें हम आयुर्वेद आहार को इंक्लूड करेंगे और अच्छे आहार लाएंगे, तो मे बी ये अचीव करने में हमें बहुत सुविधा होगी और हम उसको जल्दी से अचीव कर पाएंगे हमारे गोल को। और स्पेशली बुजुर्गों के लिए, प्रेग्नेंट महिलाओं के लिए, बच्चों के लिए, उनके लिए ये बहुत फायदेमंद होगा। तो मोदी जी का जो वाक्य है, फ्रॉम द प्लांट्स टू योर प्लेट, फ्रॉम मैटर्स ऑफ फिजिकल स्ट्रेंथ टू मेंटल वेलबींग, द इम्पैक्ट एंड इन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ आयुर्वेदा एंड ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन इज इमेंस। थैंक यू सो मच आप सबने इधर।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम। Thank you for setting the tone for discussion. So before we discuss the session, just I would like to have few more points here. As we all know that when we say about food, there are numerous food categories. Preferably, very basic way if I want to say, one is traditional food, contemporary food, functional food, nutraceuticals and food supplement. So when we see almost all, each and every category looks alike, but there is a very minute difference we need to understand. When it is a traditional food, it's a look-alike food which is served in the form of food, which is catered in the form of food, and food which is having all the nutrients which are very much essential for the growth and development. In Ayurveda perspective, if you want to say which is traditional food, all the food categories are the food list which are elaborated in the concept called as Nitya Sevaniya Ahara. Shile, Chali, Godumaya, Shistika Jangala, Sunishadika Jivanti, Balamulaka Vastuka, Patyamalaka Murtviga. All the categories, all the food food components which comes in this category will falls under the concept called as traditional food. Another is contemporary food, food which are available at present scenario. So those will come under the contemporary food. Even it may be pizza, burger, hamburger, all the modern diet or modern food what we say. Functional food is something that where there is again it is also served in the form of food which is look like a food, but it is fortified with the nutrients. Orange juices are fortified with the calcium. Bread or Indian breads or normal breads are fortified with the iodine. So these are some of the functional foods. When it comes to the dietary supplements and nutraceuticals, so they are served in the form of capsules, pills, sachet, jam, jelly. So these will come under the category of nutraceutical side, dietary supplement. So without taking much time, now I would like to call upon speaker of today's session, Professor Anupam Srivatsav sir. to present his deliberation. Sir is going to deliver the talk on mindful muscles, comprehensive, introspective approach, Ayurveda Ahar. So please.
Thank you, Dr. Kashi. Most respected Chair, Professor Mita Koticha ma'am, my colleague Dr. Kashinath, and dignitaries and stalwart of Ayurveda, related to Ayurveda, especially Professor Bhushan Patwardhan sir, Asmita Vele ma'am, Yavla sir, my industry friends from Himalaya, from RV, Dr. Gaurav, my colleagues, and all the people, Girish Momayaji, international, and also from Argentina, Luis Veraji. Well, very warm welcome and welcome to this session for the food which has been assigned. I also sincere thanks to the organizers who have given me the chance to speak about this topic. On this very special day, that is International Universal Health Coverage Day, so probably we are trying to cover the health as much as possible with the help of food, with the help of Ayurveda. Anyway, once again, welcome. And this topic which has been allotted to me or the session is a revelation. I look, it is always a boring. Because you have the limitations, you can't go beyond that, what has been drafted. But yes, it is a need of power to regulate either it is food, it is medicine, and the very concept is very clear. Concept is, if something works, let us use it. And when you use it, let us regulate it. So this is a very concept. We must follow this concept, and that's in that way, please, I start my deliberations. I am poor in this gadgets. Anyway, ma'am we come out of same school of thoughts already. We even share the common PPTs also. So many of my slides which will appear in the same, what madam has spoken, so I will quickly run over from those slides. My presentation will be basically focused on background and the accelerated growth market, and a sector agnostic approach, what we are feeling in Ayush, and also we will look into global know-how, and the way forward also. So very quickly, if I go for the background, probably it needs to be done why this category has been brought. If you see a lot of food product in any form is being flooded in the market, right from the golden milk, right from the latte, right from the, and there are so many formulations in the country and across the country they are flooded. And with market-driven approach, maybe due to sub-optimum, I should not say on this platform, sub-optimum regulatory and quality parameters. And definitely, the recent COVID has given the boost for all these exercises. So this has lit a light how to start with, and those times the entire world was grappling in that COVID. Ministry of Ayush, I am thankful to the Ministry of Ayush, which is working on this with very concept of Ayurveda Ahar, and they're true generating due to many of the formulations, many of the recipes, many of the ingredients which has been displayed in FSSI, especially plant-based nutraceutical category, they were overlapping with Rule 158B that talks about the Bal and Poshan. So there are some items which are appearing in that context, which are having the contradictory or somewhere overlapping, overarching. That a consensus was done. Okay, let us first to make a separation of those items which are not as a food, which are exclusively as a medicine. Then this was also observed that yes, there could be a novel category of food which could be brought as a Ayurveda Ahar. In the country and across the country you travel, you see there are many food products are available. To bring those commerce in the sector, and offering something good to the public, health cautious public, the public who is seeking their health, wellness and supports from the plant-based medicine. An attempt was made with the help of the experts from CSIR, experts from FSSI, experts from the Ayush, experts from the drug manufacturers also. This special category was brought, and a lot of deliberation, more than 700 comments came on this draft notification. Finally, the month of May, this resolution came. So this very small background, and move quickly forward. If you see the background, everything revolves the money, or the commerce. I should accept it. Yes, the purist approach people may not like, but yes, somewhere the money rounds. And if you see the global status, like the food product, the business of the food product is accelerating like 9 billions. It is huge, and with a rate of 6.7 CJR, and that is a huge food market is available, the revenue is available. Similarly, the whole revenue generated from online. This has got a lot of business now. Right, and more than 7% growth is in this thing. Total revenue through online sales. This, of country perspective, you see, India is a food basket for the world, and more than 800 billions of the growth rate, 11% of the food products. Keeping all this in mind, this regulation was brought, and I am not going into all detail what nutrition, everybody knows what nutrition is, how it is useful. Yes, this point already Madam has taken, what I said very starting with the new, this we are sharing, this global, the entire world is suffering, not India. Every 11th person is suffering from the hunger. Every 11th person. More than 30% of the ladies are anemic. 37% of the ladies are pregnant ladies are anemic. More than 40% age of this child of below the 5-year age are suffering from the anemia. This is horrible. This is horrible. In spite of a lot of efforts, nothing could have moved forward, or just moving, creeping rather. Yeah, we all understand what is malnutrition. Need not explain. These are a few pictures. This goal, WHO is taking this all consideration. Strategy was also been made by the WHO, which talks about the food security. A lot of efforts being done how to make this concept to at the end of the society people, through the fairs, through the international fairs, the attempts have been made, and strengthening, encouraging the stakeholders. WHO made the policies for this. Impact, yes, you know, this is a very good study what says that minimally processed food are good for the NCDs, or the more processed the food is more processed, it creates the more NCDs. So definitely this is some way forward for what we are looking to. Decade of action nutrition, everybody knows, I'm not going into details. Yes, if you see the plant product, there are a lot of work has been done, which plant and which items we take, and this all has what I am trying to call out. This all is available. Just giving you a glimpse what could be probiotics in terms of the Ayurveda, what could be prebiotic in terms of Ayurveda, what could be dietary fibers, what fufa and mufa talks flaxseed. These all studies are there, nothing to share here. Concept of food, Mahabhashya, everybody knows the people who are. I see the less people here, but I'm happy. I'm happy just going the other way. The volume is less, but I understand the density is more because universally proposal. So I see the more density here. So I will try to focus on those concepts. Yes, dietary guidelines are there. Ayurveda talks exclusively about what dietary guidelines, what should be. One more, what's so important is Viruddha. This is a dietary incompatibility. A lot of it has been stated, not going in details. This of a slide dark pulses, what could be used. I'm not going all details. It's all available. My slide will be available. You can see. You all know what to eat, how to eat. This is simple. Poshan Abhiyan already Madam has talked about. This Ayush has taken initiative for the Poshan Book Bharat. The advisory has been issued by the ministry. Relevant research are there, so always available. What ma'am was sharing. Yes, I will like to come on this. Ayurveda specifically, though ma'am has paid. Yes, we are not considering very clearly. There are a lot of questions we are experiencing to whom we should talk about what is Ayurveda, what to keep, because many of our own medicine are overlapping. How to create a difference between, yes, we have kept all the medicines which are being regulated under the category of Drug and Cosmetic Act, under the category of Schedule E, because many items are going both sides. So we have kept aside, and even the medicine which are regulated by the DNC, we are not accredited. But yes, many items, what I said in Schedule 4 are appearing. Even in a broader definition, the Drug and Cosmetic Act talks about the roughly 54 plus books, which is considered in Ayurveda. But this regulation encompasses more. 71 books have been included in Schedule A, what the madam was talking about, wherein the books of the drugs, along with the books of the food practices, because many of them have been left. So we have included in Schedule A. I will come next slide. These are the schedules. These are the important for you. These are schedules. First, Schedule A talks about the 71 books, which includes first schedule books. And the Schedule B, the category of Ayurveda regulation, with different category, what madam was explaining. Schedule C is the list of permitted additives. It includes the binders, it includes the thickeners, it includes the natural agents. This number is 32, and Schedule D is a modified macrobial standards. Here the adaptation has been made from FSSR itself, where it talks about the process hygiene criteria and the food safety criteria. Both of the criteria have been taken care because entirely being new. And the Schedule D is a labeling provision where the madam was showing the labels. Labels has its own value. When I will come to the label, I will explain you. Yeah, if you talk the category A of the this regulation, it exclusively talks about simply the recipes which are appearing, in authoritative 71 books, that could be category A. That category A doesn't require, it only needs the intimation to authorities, what madam was saying, intimate the authority and start the production. So this is a category A because there is no innovation here. It is entirely the classical product which has been explained in our classic. Again the category B. There are two other more categories are B, B1 and B2. B talks about any other ingredient. If you examine this Ayurveda Ahar and Drug and Cosmetic Act, where the Drug Act limits you not more than item which has been described in those books, 54 books. Here we have opened the platform. Yes, plants like stevia, which is grown exclusively in the country. Even the ginkgo is being grown. So we have made the provision, if such item, which is only for the reference, such item which has been not described in our old classics, it could be included in Ayurveda Ahar category B1 subject. Subject, the manufacturer establishes it. The classical principles of Ayurveda, that is ras, gud, vir, vipak. Agar manufacturer usko prove kar pata hai, it is close simile lata hai, then it could be covered. And category D, and next category B1, which modified form, say some formulation has been checked for some text is for some other dosage form, and he changed the dosage form. That is a category B, and category B2, exclusively tied for the intended use and the benefit adjuvant to the support. This, what already said, this is one thing I explained, I will say only one. It is not recommended for the children. Though there are some very beauties are available with Ayurveda for the neonates, for the infants, but due to, we should accept in this platform, due to insufficient scientific data available for the neonates and for the children below 24 months, we are not included this Ayurveda Ahar, we are not recommended Ayurveda Ahar for the children below 24 months. And the added vitamins, we all notice, to keep the sanctity, this has been not allowed. Yes, the packing, because this regulation is still moving very slowly, is creeping rather, in fancy rather. So yes, since the regulation is creeping and we are a part of the FSSR, so the packing provisions, the labeling provisions, which applies to the plant-based nutraceutical has been similarly adopted for this regulation. It will also give the visibility on international platforms also. Yes, we are following the rule, same. And what ma'am said, the expert committee is working for all these things. Yes, this logo, this, you see the 5 leaves, this represents the Panch Mahabhut concept, what Ayurveda talks about. And this label must be appearing on the product. And the label claim will be definitely, I have the time. Kashiji, I have the time. 2 more minutes. Okay, this is appearing, this will be appearing on that, and it should be not substitute for the varied diet only for dietary use out of children. This all will appear over for. This is the label what is going to appear. These are the yes, ma'am. These are the criteria what was already explained back. What should be when there are 2 claims are there: health benefit claims and disease risk reduction. Make it very clear. One, disease risk reduction, and now a lot of support has to be given. How is the health benefit? It is easier. These are, you will see what the additives, what already happened. Yes, this I tried what ma'am said. We tried to call out some recipes which are given in the classics. This could be of the interest of our manufacturers. These have their own commercial or the dietetic value. This could be used like in gulab sharbat, what you call jaljeera, mango preparation. These are very common. Kushman, Davle, and Khajuradi. They have their therapeutic and supportive support also, and as well as a dietetics also. Yeah, I would like to share this platform also. Yes, a lot of being said, a lot we are speaking on many platforms we have deliberated. Schedule A, what we have talked about, Schedule A is a book. We have tried to call out more than 700 formulations from the all classic book. Because in the classic, if you go very cautiously, you see the classics talks about the drugs also. If the manufacturer is not from the Ayurveda side, he may sometimes manufacture some metallic preparation and come down to you with a request, I am making this bhasma and it is a food. For that purpose, a compendium has been made, and we have called out the classical formulations from entire battery of the book, 70 books, this 700 classical formulations. Okay, this I was asking. So this compendium talks of different categories are there. So I hope that very soon you will be getting in a pub. Already we have circulated for the comments. Already we have circulated for the comments have come. And this will sooner we will be bringing the entire compendium. This contains the 700 recipes of 71 items, which is avle, this is mishra, this is a mud, cold beverage, laddu, rice. This goes on and on. So this recently we tried a lot, but due to some administrative reasons, we couldn't launch. We were planning to launch the Ayurveda Compendium because we received a lot of requests from the manufacturers, a lot of requests from academicians, because there lies a bit confusion between whom we are going to take in the category A. So for that purpose, we initially started. The first volume is very ready. So being the FSSI, the custodian of the Act and custodian of the rule, so this some administrative conversation is going on for this compendium, which will be shared in public sooner. I'm not sharing the details. Yes, at this point of time, I can say this contains more than 112 recipes in different categories, which are aimed exclusively the food. And this recipe goes 112 numbers. So different categories, and the 26 categories are there. So we are trying to launch it as soon as possible because we are appreciating since 2020-22, this regulation has come. In the public domain, final notification come, still miles to go ahead. Still I would request, there are so many industry friends are there, colleagues are there, senior stalwarts, Bhushan Patwans are there, to guide us no further because a lot of work still needs to be done in terms of the safety criteria, in terms of the making how it will be made more user friendly, in terms of how the more manufacturers are attracted towards going beyond the hedge, beyond the purest approach. It is a detrimental step of pulling Ayurveda back to the. This is not like that. It is not like that. We require some more industry to come forward to adopt. And yes, we are hopeful. We are hopeful that this is a health initiative. If somebody has health, we have the hope, and the one who is a hope, he has everything. So I understand. Yes, we are hopeful to launch this, and yes, we are addressing PM Modi's this thing. And this point of I thank you for your patience hearing. I understand the next session is quite close to us, but yes, I will. It is open. Probably Kashi will take how to steer the further. But yes, attempt has been made, and we are always believers since COVID. A group of the experts, and I am at this platform. I acknowledge my Vice Chancellor, sir. Sanjeev Sharma sir, who has been always instrumental supporting at the left-hand support, what we call Mita Kotesha ma'am, my own colleagues, Dr. Sarvesh, Ritesh, Rakesh, and all my Rashast and Brahmaguna faculty, my students, MD, PhD students sitting in front of me, they have been all instrumental bringing this compendium and bringing Herculean task of bringing you some format which is looks very easy but very tough to perform. With these words, I stop my deliberation. I try to convey what I had on in my travel journey. I think, thank you, thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your in-depth discussion on the Ayurveda regulation. First of all, I would like to extend heartfelt gratitude to the Ministry of Ayush for coming up with the new category Ayurveda Ahara in FSSI regulation. And even I would like to congratulate the team National Institute of Ayurveda Jaipur for coming up with the compendium on the Ayurveda Ahara.
I'm sorry to acknowledge, he was also part of the compendium. I'm sorry to
Sir, on the behalf of audience, I have one query to ask you, both the dignitaries here. So, what was the purpose of introducing Ayurveda Ahara category, separate category in the category of food category of FSSI? Initially there was no. What was all of a sudden we got that idea to introduce? What scope Ayurveda fraternity may get by introducing the Ayurveda Ahara separate category in the FSSI?
Thank you, Kashi. Then you asked two questions mixed with one. What the Ayurveda fraternity is going to get, and what brings us to bring this regulation. I said very clearly, there exists. I should stand there. There exists in category Drug Cosmetic Act, that is Rule 158B, which talks about the bal and portion. And another category in FSSR, especially is a Schedule 4, that is a plant-based nutraceutical. So many of the items, what I said in my presentation also, many of the items are appearing there. The items, I say items here, not a drug. They are appearing as a food there. And also the same time they are appearing, and even that the list that is being revised, that list contains so many items, plant-based items like vacha. To best of my understanding, it could not be food at all. Maybe some leaves could be used. So similarly, there were so many things were there. The initial step was taken to segregate those plant-based nutraceuticals, especially Schedule 4 category, from the drugs, because many are there which are exclusively food, which are appearing as a food and medicine, and some are exclusively medicine. The attempt was started on the request of the stakeholders to do the segregation, to keep, and side by side it was also, there was an overlapping of the regulations, the overarching of the regulations between two, and definitely a lot of the product already existing in the market, and it is a market-driven approach. The people are coming with a suboptimal or inadequate or overlooked product. Say turmeric, this thing, golden milk, everybody knows. Probably the COVID has awakened us. Golden milk. Can anybody answer me? Is it from the industry or my scholars or by the participant? How much turmeric should be added in a 1 liter of the golden milk? Do we have such a provision? Still it is lacking. How much, what ma'am was talking about, a lot of floors are there where we are adding, not 45, but she has very clearly said, we are not 45, because what has to be 45, first we have to know. So we are adding simply ashwagandha, we are adding simply tricatu. So what quantity it works? Whether it is sufficing the purpose for what it is being added? Yes, it requires. It requires some criteria, some qualifications, and some definitely the testing procedure. Say in a 100 kgs of the wheat flour, I add 100 grams of the ashwagandha for giving the benefit of the ashwagandha. Is it feasible? That is work. So this was the purpose to making this, and these are products that are also being patented. I have information, these are the classical product, these our own strength are being patented across the globe also. Across the globe also, and also definitely what I said, the commerce brings the country, to bring the commerce in the country, this was the attempt. This all was taken in consideration and it was made. Similarly, definitely the COVID also enhanced, propagated this thought further also. For the manufacturer you ask what is to them. Yes, there are a lot of scope. There's a lot of scope, you know, the reach of the food and the reach of the ASU medicines or Ayurveda medicines. It is known to everybody, I'm not going to details. So definitely, you have the good scope. Many of the malls, many of the big shops you have seen, the product are being used as a dietary supplement, as a food supplement. Forget that category ही नहीं मालूम है. Ayurvedic, we say as a Ayurvedic medicine, and it's being as a diet. People are using our dining tables are with the capsule, our dining table are with the trigger too, and all that. So this was the purpose for bringing on. I think I addressed Dr. Kashi.
Anything else, ma'am? So additional to this one.
There is one aspect of Ayurveda we talk about, sattvic, rajasic and tamasic food, which we have not taken into consideration, sir. So according to Ayurveda, we say the sattvic food is the one which pleases the senses and contents the soul. That is the expression, right? So that kind of expression is there in our books. So we should keep that in consideration, looking into that in a bigger picture, so that all that so-called junk food and so that, I mean, some of the meat items, though it is controversial topic, whether meat or non-meat, I mean, those should be actively taken into consideration.
मतलब सर का जो कहना है इंक्लूड किया जाना चाहिए, बट सर जो रेफरेंस है सात्विक, राजसिक और तामसिक फूड का वो भगवत गीता में है, आयुर्वेदिक टेक्स्ट में वो रेफरेंस नहीं मिलता है.
Thank you. सही बोले, there are many concepts even we need to incorporate, because when we think about the Ayurveda Ahara category, it literally focus on the processing of the food, how to manufacture the food. Even there are few other points which are supposed to be incorporated. How sir stated that Satvika Ahara, and moreover that Kala Bhojanam Ahara, Arogya Karana. Even Matra Shishya, Ahara Matra Punaragni Balapekshani. Quantity and quality are supposed to be measured. So that is there. But here the purpose of introducing this separate category is to just regulate the manufacturing methodology. Because nowadays many people are preparing many things in a different way. So to come up with the regulations and to regularize the preparation, that was the main purpose of the introducing this one. Thank you, sir. And moreover that even pardon? So just a minute. Within 2 to 3 minutes we will take up questions. So additional to that, how Anupam sir has stated, even purpose is to introduce Ayurveda is to recognize the age-old concept of Ayurveda Ahara, and another is to protect the intellectual property right of Ayurveda literatures. So that is the main purpose, and moreover that to expand the international market. Ultimately, food is the one of the major ways, and we are privileged to have one more speaker today. Professor Tanuja Nesari ma'am. I request Tanuja Nesari ma'am to please come on dais and take the seat of speaker. So before we take the questions and discuss the matter ahead, just we are privileged to have another speaker, as I stated, Professor Tanuja Nesari ma'am, and I would like to take this privilege to introduce her. Anyhow, she is stalwart of Ayurveda, everyone know that. Very briefly, to introduce Tanuja Nesari ma'am, she was former director of All India Institute of Ayurveda, Delhi. Former CEO, Chief Executive Officer, National Medicinal Plant Board under Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Chairperson of Integrated Accreditation Standards for Ayush, as well as Ayush Assessor Committee of NABH. Member of various national organizations like Task Force, WHO, Global Center for Traditional Medicine, Scientific Panel of Nutraceuticals, FSSAI, Convener of Working Group on Formulation of Integrative health system for Niti Aayog, Government of India, NCISM. I penned more than 200 research articles and monograms. With this brief introduction, now I request Tanuja ma'am to present his deliberation.
Namaste. Esteemed Chairman Professor Meeta Koteja, Anupam Kashinath ji, and all the highly accomplished esteemed members, mentors, and the seniors and the colleagues who are sitting in this august auditorium. My pranam and my apology for being late because of incoming flight delayed in the morning. But I'm thankful for giving this opportunity to World Ayurveda Foundation and the organizers. And this is the topic which is very close to my heart. Let food be your medicine, because this is the one topic we are working since 2-3 decades with our colleagues, European Academy, Christine and everyone. And there is a book also written by Landam House Publication, how the Ayurveda also says that let food be your medicine. As a Ayurveda, Annam iti mahabhaishajam, that is what it is said. And but medicine is not the food. So the chairman has already told me to be brief, so I will, be little crisp, but whatever I want to convey the message that I will definitely like to convey. It is said that we are the miniature creature of the universe, and that's how the Annam, what we have to create a harmony with the nature and our own nature. I think we have to have the balance, to have the right food and in the right way. So what is more important is Ayurveda is a knowledge system of health and happiness. And as we know that the food gives us happiness, whosoever comes to our home, we really want to make them happy, to show our love in the thought of food. But what Ayurveda says that eat the food judiciously so that you become healthy as well as happy as well. And that's why with all the pillars of the health and to create a harmony with the mind, body and soul, when we say that the Trayopastambha, Ahara, Nidra and Brahmacharya, the food is the important pillar, and that is very important. The topic given to me was whether food, why food is important, and let food be your medicine, Aharam iti mahabhaishajam. And this is what exactly Ayurveda says, that the importance of food is prananuvartanam. What it says that food should be taken judiciously, with the rationale, with the yukti. So the definition itself, it says that yat tachya nityam prayojitam swasthyam yena anuvartate. And that's why we see various diets, because those diets, may it be keto diet, may it be intermittent fasting or whatever, that tells us about how the swasthya is being established, re-established. And all these Nobel Prize also are won only with this. But Ayurveda also says that ajatanam avikaranam. But what pathya and ahar is different. The pathya is the what that gives us the health and this re-establishes the health. Pathyam yaccha patho anapetam yacchas yuktam manasaha priyam. And if we take the pathya food, the parhej wala food, then there is no need of medicine. But if it is not taken, then there is no use of medicine. That is what is said. What is more important, the COVID taught us the lesson that it is not the medicine, it is not the lifestyle, but it is the food gives us, improves us, boosts us our immunity. Because it is said that it gives us not only balam, bala is immunity, but it also tells us about the oja, which is the true important of two essence of the immunity. And what is more important is how do we take it? It is not the food, but how do we take it? Smartly, when we eat it, how we eat it, how much we eat it, that is more important. That gives us more health. And it is said that matra kala kriya bhumi deha desha gunantara. So with right dose, right quantity, right time, right season, if we follow it judiciously, ahara vidhi vidhanam, I think that gives us total health, and then no medicine is required. And that's how various nutraceuticals, and I will not go into detail of the global demand of the nutraceutical, because the future of the medicine, I'm sure Bhushan Patwardhan said the next session is that I will not just overpower your time because I want to listen to you, sir. But I just want to say that the nutraceutical market is also important, and the future of the medicine is integration. But if we really say that, if we follow right food, we say that future of the medicine is no medicine if we follow the right food. And that's why all the nutraceutical market, it is just increasing in 10x, 2x, and you can see that's with CAGR to 5.2 it has been increased, and in India also it is increased, and rising demand is due to increased awareness, low or almost no risk association with traditional medicine, non-requirement, and there are various Poshan Abhiyan and many, these are different laws, different categories of food. I am sure Dr. Pravan, I will not go into detail, and Anupam and Dr. Meeta, she has already covered all these aspects about the FSSI, and I was also fortunate to be a part of creating along with Meeta, Anupam and many others from Ministry of Ayush and visionary leadership of Vaidya Rajesh Koteja, Secretary and CEO of FSSI, we could launch this Ayurveda Ahar into the new regulation. And I think what we see, what is the opportunity? I can only see the ocean is the opportunity and the sky is the limit. Because if we really find out, integrate with the food technology with Ayurveda Ahar, if someone tells that there are Yavagus mentioned in Ayurvedic classics, but if there is a startup, name itself is a Yavagu, and the Yavagu for the obesity, diabetes and different packaging, labeling, storage. I think the supply chain management and Swiggy and Zomato, if I get Yavagu, I'll be very happy to have Yavagu only and not anything else. And that is what is the need of an hour, because we don't get at last mile, and our domestic help, she gets only Uncle Chips potato, 5 rupees. But no one gets Ayurveda Ahar. But if all of us, we join together with food technology industry, all stakeholders, and that is our dream, not only with the regulation, but all the stakeholders, industries, FPOs, startups, and the scientists, nutritionists, Ayurveda experts, domain experts, they join together, I think we will get all these in the market. And what is the market? Mandal, Yush, Siddha, Jala, Yavagu, and many more. And Sir, Bhushan Sir, I would definitely like to seek your advice, how we really start the research project, mega research project, mission mode, how Sattu can be available to everyone. There is a Chana Sattu, and in different season, there is a Ragika Sattu and others. If those are available in the mass media, I think that will keep everyone healthy and happy. And we can have the food additives, flavored milk, flavored Yavagus, and various flavored Mantha. And I am very happy to share that this Mantha Kalpana, this is in the Matatya, alcoholism. Kharchura, it is made up of dates. If this is available for everyone, I think everyone would like to have this Friday, Saturday night parties also, and will not have hangover if we take this Sattu and Mantha and Panaka. So these are different kalpanas and different Ayurveda food formats which are really required to have more technology, more research, and in different disease condition, if we can have a protocol for the Ayurveda diet in a disease-specific protocol, and that's what we are working. And what is need is in the FMCG market. If we enter in a big way to FMCG market and our logo may be healthy and be happy with Ayurveda Ahar, I think for this everyone has an opportunity. It is not only for Ayurveda Expo, but for policymakers, homemakers, FBO, FDO, delivery platforms like Zomato, Swiggy and many others, and culinary service provider, chef. I think for everyone, this is in 5-star hotel. If we really have different Ayurveda ahara recipes, I think for everyone this is really useful, helpful. This is time tested, experiential. Now we have to create evidence and just communication language, marketing language, so that the people really get convinced, and that awareness is required. And we really need, when I have recently had been to Australia, Malaysia and USA, and we have many partners from the US and the, I think more than 56 countries delegations, and what we really require food. They want food on the go. They want, most of the time is on the wheel. So if we really do something, create the packaging, labeling, and create the food which is Ayurveda, which is healthy, happy, and that is tasty as well and yummy as well, I'm sure the future is really bright for everyone, to make everyone healthy, happy. This is what we have done already in All India Institute with NIPTAM, with food technologists, and I am sure I can see Yalloji Rao here from Meerut. We have MOU with Ahara Kranti also. So with them also we can do various cookies, biscuits, ragi and many others. And with this MOU we can do the wonders. And what is the need is to have tradition supported with the technology, so that we can have this our classical knowledge to make contemporary with for everyone, and maybe this we can unite together and we can do better than anyone else can. And last but not least, I must thank everyone, and this is the book we really have 1 decade back, and this is written by Christine Rosenberg and myself and published by Random House Publication, and the name itself is Food That Heals. So the topic which was given to me, that let food be your medicine. The other part is very important. I am sure Anupam and Dr. Meeta have covered. Not medicine as a food, but unfortunately, Nutraceutical Regulation 4, that contains Ballatak, Patsana, Pakuchi and all others. Those also considered as a food. That is really dangerous for all of us, and that's why this separate category has been created, which is food as medicine, not medicine as a food. And I urge everyone, and I wish everyone a healthy and happy days ahead in this winter season. If we take Til Ka Laddu as a Shishira Rutucharya and Hemanta Rutucharya, and I offer all these Gajak and Til Ka Laddu for all your health and happiness. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. In spite of busy schedule, you came here without taking breath. You gave a wonderful deliberation. And one thing I would like to add here, All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, acting as a hand-holding agency for those people who literally want to do anything in the Ayurveda Ahara. And even if they want to manufacture anything and how to get the license, registration, even hand-holding activities will be done by the All India Institute of Ayurveda and NI. Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations for this moment. Without taking much time, because already we exceeded the time, so I would like to take only 2 questions from the audience. Anyhow, our judges and our experts will be there whenever you want. If you have any queries, you can comment us. Only 2 queries, please.
Respected sir and ma'am, sir, may you thought there will be eradication or instruct on meat or mass of animals in Samhita as a dravya, not a gun, for ahar or aushadhi, which is not digestible in current era, in respect of Charak era. मेरा मतलब है जो चरक का era था 1 CE का था, उसमें रोमन साम्राज्य था, तो उस वक्त मोर या सभी पक्षियों के मांस चलते थे, तो उस हिसाब से उन्होंने डॉक्टर होने के नाते उन्होंने औषधि बनाई, पर बापगढ़ के एरा में उन्होंने सुश्रुत और चरक का कॉम्बिनेशन से कुछ ना कुछ बना दिया, पर आज के समय में वो पत्थर ही नहीं है। और हम जैसे लैक्टोज इंटॉलरेंस कहते हैं, तो उसमें जो मिल्क होता है वो लिक्विड फॉर्म में, हम कितना भी उसमें पानी मिला दें या कुछ भी कर दें, पर वो इंटॉलरेंस तो होता ही है। तो उस हिसाब से मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ, अगर हम मीट का सूप भी बना देंगे तब भी वो इंटॉलरेंस रहेगा ही। तो वो कैसे पथ्य हो सकता है आज समय में, वो मैं जानना चाहता हूँ। और अगर ये अपथ्य है सर, ये बताइए।
I think so. Because lactose intolerance is there. But most of the time people will advise that if you dilute that, then there is a less chance of getting the intolerance. In the same way, mamsa soup.
एक्चुअली वो गलत है कि डाइल्यूट करने से कोई उसमें कम हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं होता है। उसके बदले जो आयुर्वेद औषधि महादधि निघंटु है, उसमें ये दिया हुआ है कि शुंठी और पिपलामुल मिला के या विडंग मिला के दूध को बॉईल कर लो और फिर देते हो तो लैक्टोज इंटॉलरेंस बहुत कम हो जाता है, प्रॉब्लम कम हो जाती है और बच्चे को अच्छे से पच जाता है। तो इस तरह अगर हम ढूंढेंगे तो हमें सबके तोड़ भी मिलेंगे। मैंने अपने शास्त्र में सबका कुछ न कुछ दिया हुआ है। डाइल्यूट करना ये शास्त्र में कहीं नहीं दिया है।
Actually, I would like to address your question. What you say is that whatever is in the Charak time, Sushruta time, now in today's time, whatever different type of non-veg and vegetarian, mansa varga. But in our classical text, there is one classical varga, it's a mansa varga. All the non-vegetarians are mentioned in the mansa varga. What is more important is matra, kala, kriya, bhumi. So whosoever is not able to digest lactose or intolerance, there are, you can add ginger or anything, you can process it, you can have different form, you can mix it with something, you can reduce the dosage, you can take it in a different time. So this is the yukti, rationale of the Vaidya, that gives us everything which is acceptable, not as it is. Maybe we can come and we are exceeding the next time, we will definitely discuss. It will not, it is the rational, judiciary use makes everything right.
Ultimately, Agni is the main important.
There is a stall of All India Institute of Ayurveda. You contact doctor and then you will get satisfied there. You can sit and get the discussion.
Obviously, Agni is the main thing. Ultimately, whatever you are going to consume, that depends upon the Agni. Please.
Good morning, all the dignitaries on the dais. It's such a beautiful morning and so nice to see you all here. I have a question. Artificial intelligence is the most talked in present time. I want to really know how, as an Ayurvedician, we progress in the field of artificial intelligence. Can we do something to really empower our students to learn our sahitas, understand the shlokas and everything? Very effective learning, not like the classical way. And
you are addressing the question to the next session.
Yes.
We will deal with that in that evidence-based and hierarchy. Not to this. We have already exceeded half an hour of very big luminaries. So please pardon me. We will give you a chance to ask the questions. So 2 questions are over. You can just meet.
Anyhow, our experts will be here only.
Professor,
so after the session again we can
you
interact
catch
with
hold of her when she gets down there. I'm telling you, just catch hold of her.
Thank you all the audience.
All India Institute, I'm very sorry for this. You should also thank me for I'm giving you a chance to hear Professor Bhushan.
Thank you all the speakers and chairperson of today's event, and I would like to take the privilege of felicitating all the speakers and the chairperson. To felicitate Professor Anupam Srivatsav sir, I would like to call upon Pawan Kumar Bodhatwar sir and Anup Thakkar sir. Please come on stage and felicitate our speaker. Pawan sir, Pawan Bodhatwar sir, Anup sir. Even I request Chandola sir, Mahesh Dadish sir and Bhushan Patwardhan sir, please come on stage and felicitate all our dignitaries. So please.
What probably Kashiji forgot to mention is at one go, Professor Chandola sir is the guru of Tanuja madam and Mita madam, and Mahesh Dadiji is Shishya of Tanuja madam and Mita madam. So Guru Shishya, both felicitating Guru Shishyas.
Here one book is also donated by Bhushan Patwardhan sir. So that is on biomes of Om. Thank you sir, thank you all. Now we will conclude the today's session. Thank you chairperson and speakers and all the respected dignitaries who are on the stage. Thank you sir.
Good afternoon. We are starting with the plenary 4th session. Apologies for the delay. Namaste. Myself, Dr. Vedavati Bhavkar. I welcome the august gathering of distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, and honored audience members at the 4th plenary session, Evidence-Based Ayurveda, at the 10th World Ayurveda Congress, Dehradun. We are blessed to have a great panel and moderators. It is my pleasure to introduce them. We really know who they are and we admire their experience. So I call upon the stage our esteemed chair, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan sir. We already have our co-chair, Dr. Yogacharya, Dr. Urmila Pandey ma'am. I welcome our co-chair, Dr. Mohanan K. sir. Our panelists for today, Dr. Ram Manohar P. sir. Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi sir, Dr. Babu UV, and the discussants, Dr. Rajiv Rai and Dr. Sunil Dubey from Gender Pharmaceuticals Limited. The session will be moderated by Dr. Supriya Bhalera madam and Dr. Girish Tidu. Can we have the presentation please? Can we have the presentation please? Next कीजिए please. Our chair for today, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan sir, National Professor, Ministry of Ayush. Sir is Distinguished Professor, Interdisciplinary School of Health Sciences at Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Sir is former Vice Chairman, University Grants Commission and Founder-in-Chief for Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine. The Joint Chair, Yogacharya, Dr. Urmila Pandey. Madam is the Yoga Chair and Researcher, has done PhD in Yogic Sciences, expert in cosmic healing and pranic nidra. She is involved in yoga propagation and has very much interest in health and fitness through yoga. Our co-chair, Dr. Mohanan Kesar, Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Health Sciences, Thrissur. Sir is also Vice Chancellor of the Kerala University, Thiruvananthapuram and President of Association of Indian Health Science Universities. Our esteemed panel members, Dr. Ram Manohar Sir, Director, Amrita Center for Advanced Research in Ayurveda, Amrita School of Ayurveda, Kollam. He is also member WHO Technical Advisory Editorial Board on TCR Evidence. Sir is an accomplished researcher with numerous projects and publications. Our next panelist, Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi sir, former director of Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapit, New Delhi. Sir is former professor and head Department of Kai Chikitsa, State Ayurvedic College and Hospital, Lucknow. Sir is currently working to establish benchmarks in clinical practice and Ayurveda research. Our panelist, Dr. Babu UV sir, is Director, Research and Development, the Himalaya Wellness Company. Sir is also member of Indian Pharmacopoeia Committee, Implementation for DNA Barcoding of Medicinal Plants. He has a vast industrial experience regarding natural and herbal products, phytopharmaceuticals, etc. The session will be moderated by two of the expert stalwarts from the field of evidence generation as well as research in Ayurveda, Dr. Supriya Bhalira Madam, Professor and Head Obesity Diabetes Research Lab at Irsha Bharati Vidyapit Deemed University, Pune, and Dr. Girish Tillu Sir, Principal Investigator, Ayush Center for Excellence and Department of Health Science at Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Now I call upon the moderator, Dr. Girish Tillu Sir, to start the session. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson and the esteemed dignitaries and learned audience. This evidence-based Ayurveda, this is very hot topic nowadays. And there are two distinct perspectives for this topic. Ayurveda practitioners, they say that whatever we practice, that is evidence-based, that is true. Ayurveda is all about integrity. Our knowledge and practice is driven by logic, tarka. Evidence-based and evidence-less. We cannot classify this thing when we talk about Ayurveda knowledge base. But we also should have evidence for claims and understanding of concepts. So evidence is expected for claims, and there are a lot of expectations where Ayurveda doesn't exist as a traditional medicine, and such scenario, such context expects evidence base for Ayurveda interventions. A lot of expectations about evidence-based medicine. Actually, it is a broader context of decision making at the level of people, practitioners, policymakers, and evidence-based medicine expects scientific evidence, clinical expertise, and patient value and preferences. And in the broad context, we are now going to discuss evidence and Ayurveda. And today we have esteemed panel. Those are experts from diverse disciplines. We will start the comments, quick comments from each of the panelists as a beginning comment, so that they will share their quick thoughts within say 2 to 3 minutes, and then we will have question answer session. I now request Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi ji to share his comments.
Thank you, Dr. Girish. We are going to talk about evidence-based medicine. Before beginning, we need to really understand what evidence is and how this is relevant to Ayurveda. So whenever we are talking about evidence, there are two kind of things, two catchy things. One is evidence-based practice, and the whole of the modern world is actually talking about evidence-based practice. Wherever, if you look at Ayurveda, the more concern is towards the practice-based evidences, because in Ayurveda the practice came first and then it has generated the evidences. So a lot of evidences in Ayurveda are actually being created by means of the practice, by means of the regular observations in centuries, and these have created the evidences. But in the modern hierarchy, modern biomedical hierarchy, if you look at the hierarchy of the evidences, you won't be finding these kind of things there in place. Second thing, from the Ayurvedic perspective, we need to understand that Ayurvedic practice is actually being driven by the classical texts. Whereas in the modern medicine, it is being done by means of the experimentations. So if we try to bring the evidences, naturally we look forward towards the classical evidences which are already available. So to me it looks like that in the modern hierarchy of the biomedicine, which whenever we are talking about evidences, this is quite important to consider where we are going to place the Ayurvedic classical text. For example, if for one particular kind of disease, Charak is saying something and the same kind of thing is being told by the Sushruta and same kind of thing is being told by the Vagbhatta, there is no reason that why we are denying it as a kind of evidence. This is a kind of evidence because it is already existing there in the classical text. So in this kind of hierarchy, whatever we are talking about, classical texts are really going to be placed. I mean really required to be placed. Second thing, whenever we are trying to make a kind of evidence-based hierarchy, we see that practice actually do not find a place there. The practice, the evidences which are coming out of the practice, they do not find a serious place in the evidence-based hierarchy or evidence hierarchy because they consider it at a very lower level. I mean, if you look at the case reports or if you look at the case series, they don't consider it as any kind of serious evidence. But unfortunately, when you look at Ayurveda, this is the strongest basis of the evidence which is coming up. I mean, you might be considering every Ayurvedic physician who is practicing might be having some wonderful stories to share. And these are the stories which if these stories are being shared or if these stories are being taken up for the serious clinical researchers, possibly they can build up a huge amount of research or huge amount of evidence. One more thing which I would like to highlight is that the case report, although in modern hierarchy it is being placed on the basis of the pyramid of this evidence, this has to be categorized on the basis of the case it is talking about. I mean, if it is a kind of rare incidence, if it is a kind of rare evidence, even a case report can be considered as the highest level of the evidence because these cases you are not going to find them anymore. This is once in a million. I mean, they are not so common kind of cases. So no matter it is a case report, but that case report can seriously be considered, seriously being considered as a kind of serious evidence. So these are the considerations which we are really, we need to take care for whenever we are trying to make a kind of evidence hierarchy. And to me it looks like that the modern biomedical evidence hierarchy is required to be seriously shifted or required to be seriously changed with the perspective of Ayurveda. Thank you.
So, continuing from the opening statements from Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi, I'd like to share some thoughts on first, there is no doubt that any medical system has to be evidence-based because it is for improving human health outcomes, and so we need to give the best interventions available. And I want to say that Ayurveda was already evidence-based in its approach. So it's a question of what kind of evidence is needed when it comes to systems like Ayurveda, which is based on a different epistemology. The Charaka Samhita very clearly says that any clinical outcome should always be substantiated with proper, even in normal clinical practice. This is a very favorite statement that I quote from the Charaka Samhita, Vina tarkena ya siddhi, yadricha siddhirevasa. If you treat a patient, even if the patient gets better, if you cannot explain how and why it happened, then it is just chance effect, just accidental success. So there was a great demand on the Ayurvedic clinician to substantiate whatever he or she does in the actual clinical practice. I mean, just because you cannot just get away with it. This is important because in Ayurveda, every clinical encounter is unique. Every patient is a new clinical encounter. So a lot of innovation has to be made in clinical practice, and the physician has to be made accountable. So there is no question that these books like Charaka Samhita, Ashtanga Hridaya really talk about questions, about really whether Ayurvedic treatment works. There is a debate where the student is questioning his teacher, saying that I don't believe in Ayurveda because when you treat patients, sometimes when you give medicines it is working, sometimes it is not working. So how do we believe that Ayurveda really works? So these kind of questions are there in the tradition. And I want to also highlight the point that the idea of self-limiting diseases, of placebo effect, of the mind producing effects that lead to healing, these have been discussed in our tradition. So first point I want to make is that it's not that these concepts have to be rediscovered. I mean, we have to rediscover Ayurveda as an evidence-based approach itself with, looking at that context from the traditional way itself. But how do we generate the evidence? There are some areas where we have challenges. Now, modern medicine is based on the concept of one, medicine that will work on the whole population. So if a medicine works on one person, then it should work on everybody. That is the whole concept of a clinical trial. You have a number of people in whom you try the medicine, and if it is statistically significant, then you extrapolate that it will work on the whole population. Whereas in Ayurveda, the whole idea is that what works on one person will not work on the next person. So how can we have the same kind of study designed to prove Ayurvedic medical treatments? The second thing I feel challenging in Ayurveda is that Ayurvedic interventions are multimodal. All our modern research studies are designed on looking at one component working on one mechanism. A single Ayurvedic prescription is a combination of mental counseling, of lifestyle changes, of diet, and then of medication. So the multimodality is quite complex, where we bring psychological, spiritual, body work, medications, diet, everything together. So it is very difficult using current research designs to understand what is working, how they all work in synergy. Then let us come to medications. Even when we come to medications, the current research methods, even analytical methods, physicochemical methods are insufficient to explain how Ayurveda works. Like even if you take a single herb, it is a complex mixture of multiple chemicals and molecules. Currently, there is no even instrument available that will give a complete idea of the composition of a single medicinal plant. What then to speak of combination of medicines? Every Ayurvedic medicine is a combination of multiple plants. Each of them have hundreds and thousands of molecules. Now how all these interact, how they work on various disease pathways, it's absolutely complex. So what I feel is the challenge in generating evidence in Ayurveda is in discovering the right kind of research methodologies, approaches to address these kind of design challenges. On the other hand, if we try to simplify it by using modern methods, take one active ingredient and then try to explain how it works, or look at one component from the... So what I find is a major problem is that Ayurveda is not researched the way it is practiced. So we are having a rift between research and practice.
clinicians want to practice in a different way, researchers want to research in a different way. Ayurveda is cut, truncated, modified, simplified in the context of research, whereas practitioners do that. So let me conclude by saying that there is no doubt that evidence is needed. Ayurveda is a knowledge system, it's not a belief system. And the tradition itself emphasizes that tarka and evidence is necessary. But the right kind of research methodology is addressing some of the challenges that I highlighted here. If we don't work in this way, I don't think we can create the right kind of evidence to support Ayurveda. Thank you.
Thank you for giving this opportunity. So, while we are discussing about the evidence in Ayurveda, so basically I'm a medicinal chemist. When I started my career, I always looked herbs as a potential source for the active pharmaceutical ingredients. As you know today, the 64% of modern drugs are directly or indirectly comes from the botanicals. So when we are talking about the evidence for Ayurveda, so as all we know that, like, there are two ways that we have to address or we have to, meet this requirement. Walking in Himalaya for the last 25 years, and we have registered our products more than 100 countries. When we take every Ayurvedic formulation to different countries, so different country has its own regulations. They understand differently the formulations or Ayurvedic recipes that we are talking. So every country has its own regulation. Every country understands Ayurveda from the modern perspective. So it is very important for us. Yes, there is a literature is available. There is traditional books are available. There is a lot of work has been done in Ayurveda. But then there is a lot of science also existing in the process. The only thing what we have to do is what is the most relevant, the scientific, the experiments that are required to identify the evidence. And we need not to complicate bringing a lot of science into Ayurveda. And it is more important that how best you balance, to bring the scientific evidence. So I'll give 2-3 examples within the time that I got. That first I will take the most important of any product development is the botanical, the herb. So how do you bring the evidence that what is mentioned in the traditional books thousands of years ago, how you bring the evidence of the herbs that we are using into the product? Since I am giving the industry perspective, so the most important thing is the botanical identity, the authenticity of the herbs. So when we are working, when we do the research in the academia, probably we can go and pick up a handful of material from the herb, but you have to extrapolate the scale up that quantity to the tons of hundreds of metric tons. How do you bring that scientific validation or evidence of the herb that the industry is using? So there are pharmacognostic, techniques that we should use where we will say that, this is the evidence that is. But most importantly, it is also very important that, this science is traveled a lot. Now we have monographs, Ayurvedic monographs. We say that we standardize those herbs. But we also need to understand that, the difference between the natural product chemistry versus Ayurveda. Like when we are making the monographs, it's not necessarily that what kind of bioactive markers, that herbs, that we should bring the evidence to this. So, as in Ayurveda, when the herbs mentioned, it is not only the active compounds. As Sir said, the herbs contains the hundreds of, the phytochemical compounds. Every compound has its roles. And it's not also important, that you have to identify the bioactive molecule. We have several examples that where the herbs mentioned in Ayurveda has known its bioactive markers, but also the compounds that are known in the herbs are also play a role in the bioavailability and also reducing the toxicity or synergy. So most evidence and validation should happen beyond the laboratory, as it is mentioned in Ayurveda also as a part of Ruksha Ayurveda, how to cultivate the herbs. how to harvesting practices, which comes today. We talk about good agricultural collection practices. So what we talk today of the standardization of herbs as a part of evidence for every product is not that enough. There are a lot of things that practices that behind the cultivation or collection of those herbs. That is what I would like to bring, the first evidence that we have to bring Ayurveda to global. Because we have to provide the science to the global, because the countries are very much interested to take this safe and well-renowned medicine. The second most important thing is the processes. There are many processes in Ayurveda which as a modern chemist will surprise the processes that were, but then we have to take the context, those years, why that concept has done. So we have to bring the process evidence. For example, we talk about decoction. What are the ways of making decoction? Is the same way of, the evidence that we produce in particular laboratory or a company, is it standardized or validated the same, the textbook reference across the globe? That is where the evidence has to bring into validation. There are many practices in classical Ayurveda which is beyond understanding of the modern science. But then at the time the context was there were no such kind of techniques. I would like to bring some of those traditional preparation of oils in Ayurveda today that we can do with most energy efficient supercritical fluid extractions or different kinds of extraction. So my submission is while the bringing evidence to Ayurveda is already there, and we have to embrace the new technologies, contemporizing Ayurveda, providing more evidence to the global audience and ensuring that yes, Ayurveda is good science, has backed up with a lot of tradition and the processes, and then this evidence and the validation can definitely help to substantiate the great 5,000 years old science of Ayurveda. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I am basically a radiologist, a practicing radiologist, now the Vice Chancellor of Kerala Health University. And I will start from radiology. 100 years ago, William Conrad Röntgen discovered X-rays. And with these X-rays, it was realized that you can take the picture of a man and see his lungs, see his heart, and find out what disease he is having. So that was an evidence at that time. But later, it was discovered that if you use X-rays without any regulation and you use X-rays on anybody, you can get cancer. So you are using something and you can get cancer. So that was the evidence we found out that. So now we use it very judiciously, as far as possible. Now there is a principle, as low as reasonably actual, LRR principle. Use X-rays as low as possible. So that is hardcore evidence, and from there we develop the medicine. And the term evidence-based medicine is not an old one. In fact, in 1980s at the McMaster University, David Sackett used that term, evidence-based medicine. And then the epidemiologists of those days said, you have to find out evidence for any practice, any clinical practice. What is your evidence? But that means before that, how people were practicing. Thousands and thousands of years ago, how people were practicing. Everybody was practicing on the basis of evidence only. The scientists of Bharat, Vaidyas, thousands and thousands of years ago, they diagnosed disease and they found out that there are medicines which were available in that location, which was available in the country, and that was the evidence. And that evidence may not have been documented, or it has been by practice it was known. Then now the new science has come. The chemistry, atomic theory, molecular biology, all these things have come. So people are trying to validate with the current science. And that's what evidence-based medicine also says. Validate things with the current knowledge. Does that mean if you cannot validate something with the current knowledge, it is irrelevant? No, because current knowledge is not updated. So, as the knowledge improves, we will be able to update things. So, knowledge is growing and our medical system is growing. And this medical system is based on, not on belief. Not on belief. These things have come out of practice. If somebody has discovered a Ayurvedic drug and it was used for a few years and it was not useful, it would have been discarded. If it remains for thousands and thousands of years ago, that itself is an evidence. But then, what is the current molecular science says? What is the current atomic theory says? Whether can you validate with that? So that is the question. So, there is no conflict. You have to get validated with the current science if that science is mature enough to validate. That also has to be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And as you mentioned, Dr. David Sackett and his pioneering work, this is very important aspects of the Western medicine that Alban Feinstein, David Sackett and R.K. Cochrane, they founded the clinical epidemiology and evidence-based medicine. We also have a yoga expert, Dr. Urmila Pandey, and yoga is also being accepted very rapidly all over the world, and she's going to share her thoughts as a yoga expert. So over to you, Yogacharya, Dr. Urmila Pandey.
Hello. Om Shri Gurve Namah. Chairperson and all members, all dignitaries, सभी को मेरा सादर नमन है। इस सुंदर अवसर पर आप सभी को मैं अपने कुछ विचार शेयर करना चाहती हूँ जो योग और आयुर्वेद दोनों को लेकर चलते हैं। आयुर्वेद से रिलेटेड ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है ये योग को भी कवर करता है और योग के भी कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस या कॉन्फ्रेंस होते हैं तो वो भी पूरे आयुर्वेद को कवर करते हैं। तात्पर्य यह है कहने का कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि योग में और आयुर्वेद में दोनों में ये कहा गया है कि स्वस्थ चित्त स्वस्थ वृत्त। अगर हम सभी यहाँ बैठे हैं तो हेल्दी होने के लिए बैठे हैं और हेल्दी होने के कारण बैठे हैं। तो स्वस्थ चित्त स्वस्थ वृत्त ये हमारे योग का और आयुर्वेद का समराइज है जिसे हमारे स्टूडेंट्स और हमारे गुरु जानते हैं। एक बार हमने एक पायलट स्टडी किया था अपने उन स्टूडेंट्स पे जिनके एग्रेसिव नेचर के कारण उन्हें कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो रही थी और साथ ही साथ लो कॉन्फिडेंस भी उनमें था। तो मैंने एक जो प्रोजेक्ट लिया उसमें सबसे पहले मुझे पायलट स्टडी करनी थी। पायलट स्टडी के बाद उस पर फिर लंबा वर्क हुआ और उसके रिजल्ट पॉजिटिव आए। कैसे आए? जैसे हमने पहले ही कर दिया, स्वस्थ चित्त और स्वस्थ वृत्त। हम सभी जानते हैं कि हमारे लाइफ स्टाइल को पूरी तरह से अगर मैनेज करता है तो योग और आयुर्वेद उसके रूट कॉज को समझते हुए, रूट की प्रॉब्लम को समझते हुए ट्रीटमेंट दिया जाता है। गंभीर परिस्थितियों में हम एलोपैथ लेते हैं लेकिन हमारे डॉक्टर्स, सारे डॉक्टर्स यही कहते हैं सभी पैथ से रिलेटेड कि आप अपनी लाइफ स्टाइल को ठीक करिए। तुरंत के लिए तो हम मेडिसिन दे रहे हैं लेकिन लाइफ स्टाइल को ठीक करिए और लाइफ स्टाइल ही मेन है। जैसे अभी लोगों ने भी अपने जो साक्ष्य प्रस्तुत किए यहाँ पे उसमें भी यही कमोबेश यही रिजल्ट समझ में आ रहा है कि लाइफ स्टाइल से रिलेटेड सारी प्रॉब्लम लोगों को होती हैं। अब जो हमने एक स्टडी किया एग्रेसिवनेस एंड इम्पल्सिवनेस एंड कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल पे, तो उसमें हमारा जो टूल्स हमने रखा था वह
आचार रसायन का ही रखा था। दिनचर्या जिसे कहा जाता है, रूटीन वर्क जिसे कहा जाता है, और उसमें हमने एक डायरी रखी जिसके द्वारा हमें उसका मूल्यांकन करना था। जो लोग उसमें पार्टिसिपेट थे, जो एक्सपेरिमेंटल ग्रुप था, उनका जो प्रॉब्लम थी लोगों की, मैं आपको समराइज करके बता रही हूँ। जो स्टूडेंट थे उनकी प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि वो बात पे इरिटेट होते हैं, यानी कि उनमें एग्रेसिवनेस ज़्यादा है और कॉन्फिडेंस लो है। उनको चेक करने के बाद जो सजेशंस उनको दिए गए थे उसमें कुछ नहीं था, वही आचार रसायन था जिसमें प्रातः काल जागरण से लेकर रात्रि शयन तक जो योग और आयुर्वेद कहता है रूटीन फॉलो करने थे। और उस रूटीन में यह कह दिया गया था, यह बताया गया था कि जैसे कि ट्रीटमेंट होता है आयुर्वेद में प्री पोस्ट और ट्रीटमेंट के साथ साथ, जैसे जिसे हम पूर्व मध्य और पश्चात कहते हैं, तो उसमें यह कह दिया गया था कि अगर आप कुछ नहीं फॉलो कर पा रहे हैं तो उसके लिए आपको परेशान होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जो आप फॉलो कर सकते हैं दिनचर्या एज ए डायरी, आप उस पर राइट करते जाइए और उसके आधार पर रिजल्ट निकलेगा। रिजल्ट बहुत ही सिग्निफिकेंट निकला था। उसमें यही था कि जो बच्चे आज भी आप देखते हैं कि मॉर्निंग में जो लोग नहीं उठ पाते हैं, उन्हें मतलब कई महीनों तक सूर्य का दर्शन नहीं किया होता है, प्रातः काल के सूर्य का, सूर्योदय काल का, तो वो उसमें था। और जो खान पान में जो अपथ्य है, जिसका जल्दीबाजी में है या जैसे भी है, टेस्ट की वजह से जो लोग यूज़ करते हैं उसका भी इफेक्ट आता है। तो ये सारे इफेक्ट क्या करते हैं, हमारे हार्मोन्स को इम्बैलेंस करते हैं। और जो रिलेटेड सिस्टम है उसके हार्मोन्स अगर जो प्रॉपर तरीके से बैलेंसिंग तरीके से अगर सिक्रेशन नहीं होता है तो फिर वो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करते हैं। इन चीज़ों को समझाते हुए जब उनको सजेशन दिया गया और ये बताया गया कि आप इसको फॉलो करिए, तो बहुत आश्चर्यजनक रिजल्ट निकले। और यही आयुर्वेद और योग भी कहता है। आयुर्वेद में भी यही कहा गया है कि आपके त्रिदोष हैं, समधातु हैं, आपकी राग्नियाँ हैं, जठराग्नि, कामाग्नि राग्नि जिसको कहा गया है, मलक्रिया है। इन सब के साथ साथ, इन सब के ठीक होने के साथ साथ आपका इंद्रिय नियंत्रण और प्रसन्न चित्त होता है, तभी आप पूरी तरीके से हेल्दी माने जाते हैं। अब अगर कोई भी प्रॉब्लम आपको आती है तो आप अपने रूटीन को चेक करें, और रूटीन को चेक करके अगर उसमें तुरंत सुधार करना शुरू कर दें तो इसे कहा जाता है पूर्व। किसी भी रोग के पहचान होने से पहले अगर उसको ठीक कर लिया जाता है तब वो रोग नहीं कहा जाता है, वो समस्या होती है। समस्या जब बढ़ती है तब वो रोग होता है। तो इस तरीके से हमने देखा कि जो आचार रसायन योग में बताए गए हैं और जो आयुर्वेद में बताए गए हैं, योग में भी एक गीता का श्लोक आता है, युक्ताहार विहारस्य युक्त चेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्त सपनाओं बोधस्य योगो भवति दुःख। योग उसी के दुख को हरेगा, उसी के दर्द को, उसी के कष्ट को दूर करेगा जिसके आहार विहार नियमित संयमित होंगे, जो अपने कर्म को सतर्कता पूर्वक हम जो कर रहे हैं उसके प्रति हम रिस्पॉन्सिबल है करेगा, अपनी इंद्रियों पर नियंत्रण रखेगा और अपनी आत्मा से, आप समझ रहे हैं कि मैं सिर्फ शरीर की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ, बॉडी माइंड सोल की बात हो रही है, प्रसन्न है, और तभी उसको योग का पालन और आयुर्वेद का पालन उस ट्रैक पे जाने के लिए मोटिव करता है और वो उसको रिजल्ट उसको पॉजिटिव देता है। तो पूरी तरीके से अगर आप ठीक होना चाहते हैं तो आप रूट को अपने पकड़िए कि प्रॉब्लम की जो रूट है वो क्या है, और फिर उस पर आप किसी भी तरीके का जो आचार रसायन कहा गया है, जो ट्रीटमेंट कहा गया है, उसका पालन करते हैं तो आपको रिजल्ट मिलता है। तो मैं ये बताना चाह रही हूँ कि जो मैंने स्टडी किया, बच्चों के कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल को बढ़ाया, उनके एग्रेसिवनेस को कम किया, वह मात्र रूटीन ऐसे नहीं, उसमें जो सजेशन थे उसके द्वारा आचार रसायन का पालन करते हुए हुआ और उसका रिजल्ट बहुत अच्छा आया। संप्रति हम कह सकते हैं कि योग और आयुर्वेद जितने भी प्रकार से आज विश्व में तरह तरह से संप्रदाय के द्वारा, गुरुओं के द्वारा प्रचारित किया जा रहा है, उसका रूट भारत में है, सनातन परंपरा में है। आप सभी लोग जानते हैं, उसमें ज़्यादा डिटेल्स बोलने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, लेकिन नॉलेज इन्हेंस होना चाहिए, अपडेट होना चाहिए, जिसके लिए हम सभी यहाँ पर एकत्र हुए हैं। तो मैं चाहूँगी कि इस तरीके का प्रयोग हमारे जो यहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो बराबर करते रहें, रिसर्च करते रहेंगे। रिसर्च क्या होता है, आपके प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज को बहुत अच्छा बढ़ाता है, बहुत अच्छा करता है, प्रॉब्लम्स को दूर करता है। आप प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं, रिसर्च करते हैं, जो भी वर्क करते हैं वो आपको रिजल्ट देता है। लेकिन आजकल जो हम मैनेजमेंट कर रहे हैं, हर एक चीज़ का मार्केटिंग कर रहे हैं, वह भी ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि हमारा जो पुरुषार्थ है वो धर्म, अर्थ, काम और मोक्ष कहा गया है। चारों पुरुषार्थों की पूर्ति तभी होगी जब हम अलर्ट होकर अपने कार्य को कर रहे हैं और अर्थ को भी प्राप्त करने के साथ साथ सामाजिक कल्याण को भी कर रहे हैं, अपनी आत्म उन्नति भी कर रहे हैं। तो इस तरीके का विषय है हमारा योग और आयुर्वेद, जिसका पालन करते हुए आज हम विश्व में पहुँचे हुए हैं और विश्व पटल पर इस तरह के कॉन्फ्रेंस इसी वजह से आयोजित किए जा रहे हैं। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, ma'am. We now request comments from our Honorable Chairperson, Butler.
Thank you. Thank you, Girish, Supriya, Vedvati, all for the excellent panel. All the panels have given their views on evidence-based medicine, and each one has come out with different angles. And we are using term evidence-based medicine for long, as Dr. Mohan said, 1986 or 19. But in the process, what we have done, if you look at really what is evidence-based medicine or what is EBM, and Girish mentioned about Richie Cochrane, it is based on 3 primary pillars. This is called as triad of evidence. And what are they? The first, very important, obviously, is scientific research. But the second and third are equally important, which we don't talk about. The second triad of evidence in evidence-based medicine is about real-world experiences. And the third triad is about patient preferences and values. Now, where are those 2 evidences? Why we are focusing only on one of the triad? Because if we talk about evidence-based medicine, then we should consider all the necessary parameters of evidence-based medicine. And I know that evidence which comes from external scientific research is extremely important. There is no doubt about it, and we have to go on working on it. But we cannot ignore the patient preferences and values. We cannot ignore evidence which is coming from practice, which was also mentioned by the panelists. And practice-based evidence, Dr. Tanuja also has talked about it quite a lot. Evidence which is coming from practice of all of you is equally important. And the last thing I will tell you, the highest level of the evidence. And I have discussed this evidence in more details in the new book, which probably you will see, Genome to Om, in which we have really threadbare talked about what do we mean by evidence. Today, even practicing this evidence-based medicine with the rigorous scientific research, we consider that double-blind, placebo-controlled clinical trials are gold standards, and they are. Or we consider systematic reviews and meta-analysis as the highest level of evidence, which it is. But what about the reproducibility? If majority of the clinical trials are not able to get reproduced, what kind of evidence we are banking on? That question we should ask. Why most of the results of clinical trials are going in favor of the sponsors? These questions we should ask, and these questions have been raised by none other than the Matrix director, John Ioannidis. If you look at John Ioannidis' data, it really keeps a lot of questions in mind that are we really talking about evidence-based medicine, or what Girish used the term, is it evidence-less medicine? We should not fly blindly. The basic principle of science is we have to look at everything very, very critically. So we have to look at evidence-based medicine, our notion also critically. And
the highest level of evidence, I would say that it is Swayam Anubhuti. If I have experienced something, I don't care if there is double-blind clinical trial or not. So that is based on, and these two terms I have again discussed in the book, that Anubhav and Anubhuti. You can get something with the experiments and data, which is important. I am not undermining that at all. But the insights cannot be taken inside the laboratory. For that you have to work. And what you heard about yoga also, getting insights is extremely important. So these are also levels of evidence, and I would like to, in the first round, emphasize upon that when we are talking about evidence-based medicine in modern perspective, we have to look at all the three triads. So patient preferences are important, and enough studies to tell us that more than 80% of the patient worldwide, and not patients actually, population, are preferring the integrative approaches or traditional medicines or local medicines which are available. And one of the very important component of that is again the real world experiences which we should also consider. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, for reminding us about the three pillars of evidence-based medicine. You also referred about your book, Genome to Home, and we are looking forward to listen from you about the book on the last day, in the last session of the Congress. Now, after this first round of common question or a common comments, I would like to have some specific questions to each of the panelists. And my first question would be to Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi. Sir, you mentioned about practice-based evidence, and you yourself are known as a clinician researcher. There are many practitioners in the audience as well, so I would like to ask you, how they can take their clinical practice forward to make it as evidence. What they should do to make their clinical practice or convert their clinical practice into evidence, how they can contribute to the evidence generation in Ayurveda. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Supriya. As I mentioned, that practice-based evidence is one of the most important aspects of evidence generation in Ayurveda. And I am of the opinion that every Ayurvedic physician who is a practicing physician must be having a lot of stories of their patients to share. Unfortunately, they may not be having the enough skills to reproduce it or enough skills to document it. So one most important thing is this, that every practicing physician who is having an inclination towards sharing their experiences should get a kind of opportunity to improve their skills so that they can document it, they can write it. Secondly, whenever we are talking about the case documentation, unfortunately in Ayurveda there are not so many people who are actually writing the case reports, and not so many journals who are actually considering the case report publications. We are happy to note that All India Institute of Ayurveda has now started a kind of dedicated journal towards the case report publishing. So this is possibly one of the most important journal which has came in Ayurveda, completely dedicated to the case reports. So more of such kind of publications are actually required. How the case report can contribute to the generation of the evidences, this is also one very important thing to consider. As I talked earlier, that the case report per se may not be important. If you consider it as a case report, the most important thing is that what actually we are talking about, in which case, in reference to which case we are talking about, and how important that case is. If we are talking about some Ayurvedic intervention related to the diabetes, related to the hypertension, related to some other kind of common ailment, it may not generate a kind of sensation. But if you are talking about a case which is one of the rare case and where the modern medicine has got no remedies, I share you some examples, some of my case report. Unfortunately, I am among the persons who have published maximum number of case reports in Ayurveda in the country. So I published a case report related to the Achillesia cardia. Achalasia cardia has got no remedy in modern medicine. The people simply deny for having any kind of intervention, except that they invite the patient for the kind of surgery, for the kind of dilatation surgery. This is the only remedy for the people. Fortunately, we have treated one case of related, which was diagnosed by the modern physician only as a patient of achalasia cardia. And this was completely cured, and still that patient is surviving, and they are doing well without any kind of modern surgery. So this is one example, and this case report, after its publication, this has created a sensation across the world. Because in whole of the world there is no remedy available for this kind of this kind of ailment, and I have started receiving the inquiries not only from India but from abroad also, that what Ayurveda can do in such kind of conditions. So can you help us in this regard? So see, although it is a case report, but it was able to create a kind of sensation across the world. Just a single case report, if you try to look into the literature, you won't be finding any other case report published to that particular disease. So this is one thing, that even a single case report can create lot of waves, and it can create lot of sensation. Second example, I would like to share again a case report, two case reports actually I have published. It was related to the hypotonic bladder. This is also one of the very tricky kind of condition. Modern neurologists are not able to treat it anyway, and no treatment is actually available. They simply ask the patients to go for the clean intermittent catheterization. They ask the patient to go for the catheterization every now and then. They need to go for 4 times or 5 times catheterization, or they need to have a kind of indwelling catheter. We have treated a patient, 4 or 5 years back, a patient treated with the Ayurvedic intervention who was having an indwelling Foley's catheter. And with the help of Ayurvedic medicine, the catheter has been removed, and the patient was able to pass the urine normally. This again, this case report got published in a PubMed Index journal, and this again has created a kind of huge wave across the world, because again there was no treatment available for such kind of conditions. For the modern neurologist or modern nephrologist, the only treatment is that they put the patient on the catheter. This was the only treatment which was available. So what my submission is that no matter it is a case report, definitely it is a case report, but because it was talking about something which is quite exceptional and where modern medicine was not really available, this was able to create a kind of highest level of evidence, because nobody else is doing anything. After this case report publication, again we published a similar case report, because after this publication we started getting number of such patients inquiring about that, what Ayurveda can do in such kind of condition, because modern people are not saying anything. So if we are having something, and I believe that every Ayurvedic physician who is a practicing physician must be experiencing a lot of things like this. So if we dare to come forward, if we dare to document it, and if we are not able to have enough of these skills, we need to develop these skills to document it. Possibly this can create a very high level of evidence in Ayurveda. And inspiring by means of these documentation, we can definitely go for more serious kind of researches. We can definitely go for the clinical trials, we can definitely go for the randomized controlled trials if it is possible, to create higher level of evidences. But the primary thing is that we need to come forward to document what all we are observing. And it is not only related with the beneficial effects, with the adversities also we are concerned about. If anything, because every time it is being told that, see, Ayurveda is quite safe, Ayurveda is quite safe, but we have experienced that lot of adversities are also coming up with the Ayurvedic interventions. So if we are able to document those also, possibly the people can be spared from those adversities which otherwise unknowingly can happen to them if this kind of practice is being done. So with this, possibly the physicians who are the practicing physicians can truly contribute to the evidence generation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was really interesting to know how clinical practice or a simple case report can impact evidence generation. My next question is to Dr. Ram Manohar. Sir, you mentioned about Ayurveda, the evidence-based approach that Ayurveda always has, inbuilt approach Ayurveda has. I would like to ask you, what is the current status? Whether the evidence which is being generated is being used by the practitioners? If yes,
then at what level have you seen this, and if not, what can be done to facilitate evidence-based clinical practice?
My observation is, as I mentioned just now also, that there is a rift between research and practice. Ayurveda is practiced in one way, it is researched in another way. So I don't think there is a very good connect. So many times, many practitioners have asked also, what is the purpose of doing this research? We are not going to practice in that way. Okay, this herb is, one single herb is used in this condition, you publish a paper. But when it comes to practice, they prefer to use a much more individualized, complex approach. But I think one of the ways in which we can go about this building of evidence is to start from clinical practice, a practice-based evidence approach. I got this idea from the classical text that Charaka says that every practitioner, not in the context of research, in the context of practice itself, should have the habit of documenting whatever cases they are treating and then building discussions around it, building rationale, reflecting on the success and failure of that practice, creating a learning curve. This, I think, in Ayurveda is one of the bases for generating evidence. That can become the foundation for developing higher forms of evidence. I have one experience I want to share, two things I would like to share. One is we are doing a similar exercise at our institute, Amrita School of Ayurveda. We have built a database called AyurCell, Ayurveda Clinical E-Learning Platform. And I have also tried to do this when I was in Coimbatore earlier at AVP. We created a movement called Rudra, Random Uninterrupted Documentation for Retrospective Analysis, where we create a support system for the clinicians so that they are able to, in their routine clinical practice, capture the data from the patient care that they are giving. And then we retrospectively analyze to see where there are gaps, where there are failures, and what are the areas where Ayurveda is very successful. In that way, I have an experience of converting clinical practice evidence into RCT trial also. We did a trial in Coimbatore on rheumatoid arthritis, which is funded by NIH. But very few people know that this was informed actually by clinical practice. Why we chose that condition was from the database we found this is an area where we are getting consistently good results. One important point here was the duration of the study. When we had this NIH discussion with our American counterparts, they advised us to have a 6-month duration intervention. But when we looked at our clinical practice database on OPD basis when we treat patients, we found that at least 1 year is necessary, 9 months to 1 year. So in the study, we extended the duration of the intervention to 9 months, and this made a big crucial difference in the outcome. At 6 months, we had less than 20% improvement, but at 9 months, Ayurvedic treatment showed better results than modern interventions. So clinical practice, even the medications that we used there, it was because in rheumatoid arthritis, Ayurveda uses so many medications. Which ones should we include in the trial? So clinical practice database helps us to pick up those medicines and combinations which gave the best outcomes. So the clinical trial planning can happen if we have this data available. With this idea in mind, we have developed the AyurCell platform. One of the biggest challenges is what I have understood in clinical practice evidence generation is even in our Rudra program, when we try to make the whole process very complicated for the physician, I mean, there is very little compliance. Physicians are very busy doing their clinical practice. So we need to create a kind of ecosystem where it will become easier for practitioners to document their data. One of the ways is to create, convert these good clinical centers into places which will give training for youngsters. The younger generation can participate in data generation. Documenting the data and then convert it. So this
the practitioners to read research articles, go through the journals, so that they can transform. They can take something from the evidence and make their practice evidence-based. My next question is to Dr. Babu. Sir, you have mentioned about phytoconstituents and markers and how we should have evidence generation there. But typically in on this platform, we are discussing about the evidence pyramid, that is from case series, case reports, case series up to meta-analysis. At the same time, when Patwardhan sir was mentioning that most of the research is biased towards sponsor, he mentioned about that. So we would like to know from you, what is the status of research of Ayurveda in Ayurveda industry, and how Ayurveda industry is contributing to the generation of evidence?
Thank you. So, in continuation of what I said in my comments and the question related to what you mentioned, the first foremost important from industry perspective, when we are bringing evidence for any kind of product, the most important thing is how consistently you can deliver that product. So quality is much more important. I can relate this same thing to what Professor Patwardhan says. When you have repeated the clinicals, the results should be repetitive. To achieve such kind of results, the quality is much more important. How do we ensure that evidence we take further to make it to more validation, and this process is repeatedly, batch after batch, it can be done. So there are different ways of looking into it. It's not only the industry from us, as an industry itself, the first foremost important thing is when we are developing a product, there are a lot of the factors that are considered. For example, you take the herbs. It is not that we will go to the vendor and buy the herb. Then a lot of things, the variations that are possible, for example, geographical, seasonal, the variations of the herbs. We have to cover all those parameters. Then taking into the process into consideration, optimize those processes, make multiple batches, ensuring that you are getting the consistent pattern of your product quality. That is the reason I said, it is not only one bioactive marker or two bioactive markers. When we work in Ayurveda, it's a whole spectrum of the compounds. So that only possible, it's not only with only advanced analytical techniques, but is also beyond the laboratory. Okay, that's the one thing. Now, if I have to connect that to the industry, yes, industry is changing a lot. Industry is adopting a lot of quality, things into the perspective. The entire medicinal plant, the cultivation of those medicinal plants, is a lot of changes are happening. So a lot of awareness is coming from NFPB, the requirement of good agricultural practices. That's the one side of medicinal plants, how we take it. But once the products are developed, this is also much more very important. That how do you ensure the consistent quality and repetitiveness of this? So this is only possible that your laboratories have standard good laboratory practices. The documentation, okay, your analytical methods are validated. So these are some of those very critical steps that in the product development which we follow. And when it is coming to the validation, like once we do the development, and after seeing the multiple scale-up batches, that is where we cover the overall the variations that can happen. Then it is taking into the commercial scale. So I feel that lot of things are coming up. It's a lot of things are changing, and the quality is coming up as a mainstream for the Ayurveda. Everybody is accepting that. Global is accepting Ayurveda. So there is no other way to go. We have to establish the evidence. We have to validate that evidence. We have to ensure that consistently we can produce the same quality of materials or products. That's what. Yeah. Thank you.
We can take audience questions at the end of the session because in view of the time we have to go ahead. Thank you, sir, for your comments, and it is always nice to know the industry perspective and industry efforts about the quality improvement. My next question is to Dr. Mohan. Sir, we are talking about evidence in Ayurveda, And basically, if we see like Ayurvedic physicians don't need this evidence because they always believe in the science. And if we talk about modern medicine, whatever we do, they do not believe in the evidence which is generated. So at this standpoint, I would like to ask you how we can sensitize both Ayurveda practitioners or Ayurveda scholars as well as modern medicine scholars about the evidence in Ayurveda.
Well, I see as a doctor treating a patient, and somebody is coming to me either with pneumonia or a breast cancer, then how do I treat? I treat with a drug or a mechanism which will be useful for the patient. So somebody is having pneumonia, I give an antibiotic because I know that this antibiotic will work on that patient. And a patient comes with breast cancer, the current evidence is that if it is a small lump, you need to give a radiation on it. If it's a larger one, you have to do surgery and radiation. And if it depends on the kind of cell, sometimes you don't have to give radiation or surgery, you can give with hormone therapy. So how do I take all these decisions? These decisions are from evidences. And similarly, an Ayurveda practitioner, he gets a patient, how does he take a decision? He knows that this drug, this kind of treatment has been used for such a long time, and he is sure that this will heal. So that is now from where do you get the evidence? The evidence may be from the textbooks, the evidence which you have learned in the college, the evidences you have seen in other patients, or your personal experience. And very often this personal experience is extremely useful. Now, probably one of the largest number of treatments going on in the world is in India and of course China also. But we don't document. The habit of documenting what I did, I must have seen hundreds and hundreds of it. Once, while I was doing my internship, a particular kind of patient came, and as per the Harrison's textbook, I gave the dose, and the patient was not improving. Then I called my professor, and he said, Harrison may not have seen that many cases. I have seen more than that. You give more dose. You give more dose, and the patient survived. But then my professor has not written in the book. So that is our problem, and all of us are like my professors. We don't document what we have done. So if you don't document, it does not exist. So this is not a recent thing, not in the modern medicine of India. Our Ayurvedic physicians started it. You are also not documenting it. So once you become a modern medicine person, I also not document. So the most important thing what we have to do is document. Document. You are seeing so many rheumatoid arthritis, you are seeing so many patients, and you are giving different drugs. And you have experienced that some of it's working and some it is not working, or in majority it is working. So then you know, as a clinician, sometimes the mic also won't work. So, like drugs, mic also won't work. So therefore now we have realized that why certain drugs work on certain people and certain drugs don't work on certain people, because there is genetic difference. So genomic difference makes, and now I can have my genomic profile and say that which are the anti-hypertensive drugs which will work on me, and which are the anti-diabetic drugs which won't work on me, and which are the drugs which will not work on me. That profile is there. And then Ayurveda started it as personalized medicine. It was individualized medicine. This concept was without knowing the genetic profile and without the concept. So how it came in thousands of years ago that each individual has to be taken care and probably they may need different drugs. Why it was thought of? Because the clinical experience, those people 100 years ago, 1000 years ago, they found that there is some clinical difference. So this clinical difference, and they have given different drugs. And some have documented it. That's why we know that. Now a huge exercise is started by the Ayush Ministry of the Prakriti of the individuals. So my Prakriti and your Prakriti may be different, and therefore the way I respond to various things are different. So this concept came even before the genomic studies. So evidence may come later. So my most important recommendation is that whether you are practicing modern medicine or Ayurveda or Siddha or Unani, document your experience, compare your experience. Now, ICD-11 has come, International Classification of Diseases, and it has included Ayurveda. And now, each person can document as per the classification. Otherwise, I will write one disease and you will be writing a different disease. Both may be same, but in different names. So you cannot compare. Now, it's an excellent time to use ICD-11 also and document. That's the most important. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving this mantra of documentation. Moving ahead, I would like to ask Dr. Urmila Pandey that, madam, after listening to the experts here, the panelists here, and based on your experiences in yoga, would you like to give us some specific advice for evidence generation?
जी, जैसा कि अभी डॉक्टर साहब लोगों ने भी कहा यहाँ पे कि जो एविडेंस बेस्ड हम ट्रीटमेंट लेते हैं उसको अगर आप लंबे समय तक चलाना चाहेंगे तो आपको आपकी लाइफस्टाइल को ठीक करना ही होगा। आपको बराबर किसी मेडिसिन पर डिपेंड होके एक, जैसे कहते हैं ना कि बैसाखी का सहारा ठीक नहीं होता है, तो बैसाखी मेडिसिन भी होती है कि अगर आप किसी मेडिसिन को लंबे समय तक लेकर अपने लाइफ को ठीक करना चाह रहे हैं, लाइफस्टाइल को नहीं ठीक करना चाह रहे हैं, रोग को, डिजीज़ को क्योर करना चाह रहे हैं या उसको समाप्त करना चाह रहे हैं, तो ये आपकी बहुत बड़ी भूल है। किसी भी थेरेपी में, विशेष करके एलोपैथ में, आकृति और प्रकृति का निदान नहीं किया जाता है। क्यों नहीं किया जाता है? क्योंकि आकृति प्रकृति का निदान जब हम करने चलेंगे तो हमें आपकी लाइफ स्टाइल, आपकी जीवन शैली को चेंज कराना होगा। जीवन शैली को ठीक करने के लिए कौन आपका इतना एलोपैथ में हेडेक लेगा या क्लिनिकल ट्रीटमेंट कर सकता है? तो आप सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आज के समय में हम योग और आयुर्वेद को किस तरह से इतना आगे बढ़ा पाए, क्योंकि ये लाइफ स्टाइल रूट कॉज का ट्रीटमेंट करता है, लाइफ स्टाइल को ठीक करता है। और अगर आप लाइफ स्टाइल को ठीक नहीं करते हैं तो आपको पता है, जैसा अभी डॉक्टर साहब भी कह रहे थे कि आपको पता है कि हर एक डोज का जो आप मेडिसिन लेते हैं उसका एक टाइम है और उस डोज का असर उस टाइम के बाद नहीं होता है। अगर आप किसी सिर्फ रोग को देखकर दवा ले रहे हैं डॉक्टर, तो आपके डिजीज़ को आप देखकर आपको दवाएं लिख देते हैं, तो अगर आपको फिर वो इफेक्ट नहीं ला रहा है, आप फिर जाएंगे तो वो फिर साल्ट चेंज करेंगे, मेडिसिन चेंज करेंगे, लेकिन लाइफ स्टाइल चेंज नहीं करने को कहेंगे, क्योंकि वो कार्य योग और आयुर्वेद करता है। और योग और आयुर्वेद बहुत ज़ोर शोर से इस चीज़ के लिए अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम कर रहा है कि ठीक है, जो आपको तुरंत दवा लेनी है वो आप लीजिए, लेकिन आप लाइफ स्टाइल को बिल्कुल, जीवन शैली को बिल्कुल ठीक कीजिए। आपका आकृति निदान योग के द्वारा होता है, प्रकृति निदान योग के द्वारा होता है, तो ये तो बिना मेडिसिन के कार्य कर रहा है ना। और साथ ही साथ जब आप एलोपैथ मेडिसिन लेते हैं तो जो उसका केमिकल फॉर्म है वो आपके अन्य ऑर्गन्स पर भी इफेक्ट डालता है। तो योग क्या करता है? योग तो आपके जो 7 सिस्टम्स हैं उसके हार्मोन्स को बैलेंस करता है। जो इम्बैलेंस होता है उसकी वजह से ही रिलेटेड अंग प्रभावित होते हैं और उस रिलेटेड ऑर्गन्स के प्रभावित होने की वजह से डिजीज़ होती है और उस डिजीज़ का प्रभाव आपके व्यवहार पर, आपके आचार विचार पे दिखता है। इसलिए आप थोड़ी देर के लिए कहें, अगर आप दवा लेकर उसको दबा रहे हैं तो भी, और अगर आप पूरी तरह से उसको समाप्त करना चाहते हैं तो भी, तो मेरा फोकस और मेरी रिसर्च इसी पे रहे हैं कि जीवन शैली को सुधार करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। जैसे हम सभी लोग यहाँ पे पेशेंट्सली एक दूसरे को सुन रहे हैं, हम जो भी एडवाइस दिए जा रहे हैं सुन रहे हैं, बातचीत कर रहे हैं। आप हेल्दी हैं, ऊपर से आप हेल्दी दिख रहे हैं, हम भी हेल्दी दिख रहे हैं, लेकिन अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम है अंदर से, वो अगर सामने नहीं आ पा रही है तो इसी वजह से कि अभी वो डिजीज़ नहीं बना है। अभी उस प्रॉब्लम को आप क्योर कर ले गए हैं। तो वो समस्याएं योग और आयुर्वेद में ही बताई जाती हैं कि समय से पहले आप उसको कैसे क्योर कर लें, और अगर आपको दवा लेनी भी है तो प्राकृतिक रूप से योग में और आयुर्वेद में जो दवाइयाँ, जड़ी बूटियाँ वगैरह आजकल बहुत हाई लेवल पे भी बहुत रिसर्च करके बन रहे हैं, आप उनका प्रयोग करें। लेकिन साथ ही साथ इस बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट को ज़रूर आप लोग क्लियर रखें। जैसे एलोपैथ में कहा जाता है कि भाई चीर फाड़ ऑपरेशन जरूरी है, कुछ हो जाएगा तो ऑपरेशन जरूरी है, कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर है। अगर आँख में मोतियाबिंद हो गया तो हम उसको ऐसे हाथ से नहीं ठीक कर पाएंगे, इसके लिए ऑपरेशन जरूरी है। उसी तरह से आपको भी पता है कि मोतियाबिंद न हो इसके लिए हमें त्राटक करना जरूरी है। मोतियाबिंद न हो इसके लिए हमें अपने लाइफ स्टाइल को बैलेंस रखना जरूरी है। हम वर्क चाहे कुछ भी कर रहे हों, अंततः योग और आयुर्वेद के शरण में ही आना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि कोई मेडिसिन ऐसी नहीं बनी है जो आपको आजीवन बैसाखी दे। बैसाखी का कार्य है, बाहर से वो दिखता है, आप बैसाखी लेके चल रहे हैं, लेकिन मेडिसिन की बैसाखी ऐसी नहीं है कोई कि एक रोग के लिए आप आजीवन किसी दवा को खाएं। आप दवा चेंज करेंगे, डोज चेंज करेंगे, और उसके जो इफ़ेक्ट हैं, उसके साइड इफ़ेक्ट हैं, वो भी आप भोगेंगे। तो इस तरीके से बहुत सारी बातें हैं। तो मेरा तो यही सुझाव रहेगा कि आप लाइफ स्टाइल पर ज़्यादा फोकस करें, और लाइफ स्टाइल को ठीक करके बहुत सारी समस्याओं से बचा जा सकता है। अब इसमें आप लोग कह रहे हैं कि लाइफ स्टाइल मतलब क्या है, वो बहुत लंबा विषय है, वो भी मैं बता सकती हूँ, लेकिन ये अंडरस्टूड है कि किस चीज़ के फोकस करने के लिए आपको कहा जा रहा है। ठीक है, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, madam. Lifestyle is certainly going to be a very important factor in all this evidence generation from Ayurveda perspective. Lastly, I would like to ask our chair, Bhushan Patwardhan sir. Sir, you have witnessed different phases of Ayurveda research, and we can say a trend of Ayurveda research. So in your experience, whether the level of evidence in Ayurveda is improving, the quality of evidence which is getting generated is improving, and what can be done additionally to improve the level further?
Thank you, Dr. Supriya. The level of evidence in Ayurveda is definitely improving. The quality of work that is going on is also improving. But I would like to really just reiterate what the panelists have said. It's both Dr. Rastogi and Dr. Ram focused on the practice-based evidence, which is very important, and especially for Ayurveda it becomes very important. Dr. Babu stressed rightly on quality, consistency of the product which is being used, because the whole thing will depend on that. So, and also safety of the product. Safety, whether it is effective or not is a second question, but evidence of safety, in my opinion, should come first. Of safety, and that will again depend on the quality of the products. And then Dr. Mohan talked about the documentation, which again is very, very important for Ayurvedic practice. By and large, in practice we don't get that much of time to document that properly. But I think, for example, during COVID time, we opened this opportunity to deposit your case studies. We don't find many case studies, and I know that many doctors have done very good work during COVID. But unless it is documented properly, it will not go to the next level. I also would like to tell Supriya's next question is what can be done. I personally feel that there is a high time now to re-look at the typical pyramidal shape of the evidence. That XYZ is top of the evidence, XYZ is the gold standard. Why? Everything, every layer in the evidence is important. The weightages may be different, but incorporating that level of evidence is extremely important, which we are not doing sufficiently today in our current evidence-based framework. So my suggestion would be, we should be able to really develop a new framework for evidence-based medicine. A new framework of evidence-based medicine where, and I remember Dr. Ashok Vaidya, when he presented the case, when House of Lord actually banned Ayurveda in UK, he presented the case and he wrote a wonderful article from Lord Macaulay to Lord Dalton. And he talked about evidence levels there very nicely. He left us just a few months back, but his teaching and his stand on the evidence is very clear, and I think Girish, when he will close, he will add to that more. But if we are able to really create this framework of evidence, I feel that we will get a global leadership also in redefining what do we mean by really evidence-based medicine. I must again tell you that evidence is always dynamic. What is evidence today is based on our current understanding of science or current understanding on current level of observations, which may change tomorrow. Tomorrow some new equipments will come, new methodologies will come, new opportunities will come, and evidence will be different, And I'll just give you one example, and there are several such examples, And this example is of statin. In 1984, Time magazine published an article with a front paper cover page picture of egg and bold written there, cholesterol. And the whole magazine painted cholesterol as a villain. How bad it is, how you should not eat food material which is good, rich in cholesterol and all that kind of stuff. Now come to 2014, after so many years, same Time magazine published an article, again on the cover page, and this time the picture was butter scoop. And the title was Eat Butter. Earlier they were telling, no, don't eat butter, don't eat ghee, it is not good, cholesterol, this, that. And now, US Public Health Authority in 2014 officially announced and published in JAMA that there is no sufficient evidence for using statins and you should really read that. And then we studied the whole thing, investigated. We investigated, and that small report also is present in the book which was talked about, this Genome to Home. We actually studied the whole thing, and we realized that 1984 Time magazine cover page was red carpet treatment for statins, because statins were discovered and they were ready to be launched in the market. And 2014, what happened suddenly? 2014 statin patents were expired, and those statins was of no use, for them. So because we have industry partner with us and who is such a progressive, and his company is also very progressive and transparent. We don't get such corporate responses all the time. And today, most of the responsible companies have realized that if our business depends on our intention to create more and more sick society, it is not going to be sustainable. We have to make society healthier. So now the prevention is coming up front, and therefore the evidence ideas also keep on changing. So the example of statin, and there are many others, I wanted to stress that evidence always is contextual and time related. It is not something which is permanent. And in Ayurveda, the kind of evidence what we talk about, I would call some component of that is Shashwat. Shashwat. Maybe there cannot be two ways in telling that, okay, Shatavari has a galactagogue activity. It is there for centuries, people are observing it, people are doing it. So this is a Shashwat level of evidence. But again, their documentation, what we talked about, is going to be extremely important. So the panel has really enriched our understanding today, and which tells us that there is a good opportunity for all of us in India to come out with a new model and go beyond, because at that time when in 1980s evidence-based medicine term was coined, now people are using term precision medicine, personalized medicine, or P4 medicine, P5 medicine, now it has reached up to P6 medicine. But the matrix of evidence-based has not been changed. We are using still the old matrix, which is dominated only by one leg of the tripod. So we have to really relook and do that kind of exercise, and I hope that all the panelists as well as the delegates will contribute, because this is going to be a joint activity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for summarizing very extensive topic in a very nice way. If we have any questions from audience, because as we know the program is quite delayed, but this is an opportunity to meet such an esteemed experts from diverse fields. Please.
See, in vitro, in vivo studies is just the beginning. And in evidence, you have to consider the whole matrix. We cannot look in isolation. So evidence at all levels, if it is convincing, then only the decisions are taken. So not only in isolation. This is just the beginning. You want to add something?
Next question, please.
Just to say, have 3 consortiums of research in integrative practices in medicine in the world. One in Brazil, the Brazilian Consortium of Research in Integrative Medicine, and I coordinate the Committee of Ayurveda there. And we are doing with, in association with our in the Institute of Ayurveda, one research in meta-analysis, all the meta-analysis in Ayurveda. In the next year, we present the results about all the evidences in Ayurveda we have till the end of this year. And like Dr. Patuan said, increase a lot the quality of evidence in the last 2-3 years. But the results we present next conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, one question, please. Yeah. This will be the last question.
So my question is related with, we can have 2 aspects in seeing any knowledge paradigms. One is regarding the generalizability, and another is considering health as a local context, which is having local meanings, and considering health as more local, and also regarding the causality, like it can be also a generalized thing, or also can be contextually locally important. So in traditional medicine context, how we can balance the generalized aspects as well as the local contextual aspects? Thank you.
Thank you. Girish, when you will conclude, you will address this question also. Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. So I think thank you very much for this very lively interaction. I think there were many points, those were discussed in this, and I will summarize some of the keywords those were discussed. Rift, ripple, research, revitalization and revisit. The last question was about revitalization, how we can revitalize the local context. Ramanuji talked about rift between researchers and practitioners, and that can be really bridged with many understanding each other's expectations. Rastogiji talked about ripple effect of case reports, those are very important. Dr. Babu and Dr. Mohan, they talked about how research should be done. Dr. Patwardhan talked about revitalization and revisiting Ayurvedic thoughts and concepts. Professor Patwardhan gave example of pramana, apta pramana, and how this pramana vichara could be again revisited. So with this, we will conclude this session, but not the interaction. Interactions will be continued because we are going to have 3 more days in our hand, and we thank the organizers for a very thoughtful session. Now I hand over this stage to Vedavati Bhavkar. Friends, whatever questions and whatever homework is evident here that has been ably done by Vedavati, she made everyone work for this particular session, so let us also give a big hand to Vedavati. She is actually worked in back end. I now hand it over to Vedavati.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. As a student, it was a great learning experience from me to interact with such stalwarts. Now I will invite our moderator, Supriya Bhalira ma'am, who is also the I invite our chairperson, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan sir, to felicitate Sanjeev Rastogi sir. The Genome to Om book, authored by Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan sir, is also given to the panelist from Himalaya Wellness Company. For the next felicitation, I again request Bhushan Patwardhan sir to felicitate Dr. Pandey madam. I request Patwardhan sir to felicitate Dr. Ram Manohar sir. I request Patwardhan sir to felicitate Dr. Babu sir. And last but not the least, today's esteemed co-chair, Dr. Mohanan sir. Now I request Dr. Supriya Bhalira madam, moderator and also secretary, Scientific Committee World Ayurveda Congress, to felicitate our chairperson, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan sir. Thank you so much. I thank the honored panelists, our moderators, and our august audience. Thank you once again, and I declare the session is concluded. Thank you so much.
हाँ भैया इसके बाद भी खड़ा हुआ है कंटिन्यू होगा शाम तक
भाई को मेन हॉल में भेजना है क्या? सुमित लगा दे। जाओगे चलता कैसे हमें बताओ।
इधर से आएगा, चल रही हूँ सर, साथ ही चल नहीं मैं चल रही हूँ। वो फोटो उस समय मेरा ले नहीं पाए थे तो अभी
कोई नहीं, मैं वंश को बुला रहा हूँ, वो मेरे को केबल भी देनी है यार, वाले को ना, और विशाल भाई का कैमरा भी लेके आना है, तो बस वहाँ कौन करेगा, वहाँ पे भी ब्रेक है, भाई वही बैठ ठीक है, मेरा बैग में पीछे रखा गाड़ी चलो मतलब भाई के पास रखवाते हाँ भाई बैठा मेरे सिर्फ वो मंशा है ना, बैग उठा लो नहीं भाई बैग कह रहा है रहने दो, मैं देख रहा हूँ, मैं बैठा
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to all of you for today's workshop on Ayurveda manuscriptology. We will very soonly, it will be started, just waiting for our chairperson. So I request all the audience, please come forwards. The seats are already vacant. Please, the last seats who are attending to the last seats, please come forwards. As because it is the hands-on training regarding the manuscriptology. If we come forward, then you see it very clearly. So I request all the audience, please come forward. Again, I request all the audience, please come forward.
अबे यार
ऐसे उठा एक ही रखा
हेलो हाँ जी मैं तो रात को आऊँगा स्टोर रूम की चाबी मेरे पास है क्यों माइक तो मेरे पास है हाँ आके निकालूंगा, अभी आऊँगा थोड़ी देर में लंच करने। अरे अभी यहाँ पे कोई है नहीं ना, इसलिए। कौन कौन है घर पे? अच्छा, दारू दूरू पी रहे क्या? मान लो अभी थोड़ा टाइम तो लगेगा ही यार, आधा घंटा तक।
Good afternoon. All the audience requested to please come forward. I request all the audience, please come forward. Good afternoon and welcome to all of you on the session of Ayurveda manuscriptology. So, before going to start, I would like to invite Dr. K. Muralidharan, Sir, Trustee and Additional Chief Physician at Ayurveda. I request Sir, please chair the session. In this workshop, we will learn regarding the how can manuscript are prepared. All these things, what is the procedure, what is the basic principles to preserve or to make a manuscript, how it will be prepared, all these things will be learned from this workshop. And today we have three learned eminent speaker from all over India. Three speakers is there. First one is Professor Dr. Ashit K. Panja, NIA Deemed University. Sir is now working as professor. And another speaker is Dr. Praveen Kumar B. He is also the assistant professor from National Institute of Ayurveda Deemed University, Jaipur. And third speaker is Dr. Professor Srinath Vaidya sir. He is also the renowned physician, and he is also working in the Department of Ayurveda Samhita and Siddhant, SDM College of Ayurveda and Hospital, Hassan. So without delay any time, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Ashit K. Panja sir. He is renowned physician. Now he is working as a professor in the Department of Samhita and Maulik Siddhant, National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur. Dr. Ashit K. Panja sir, an esteemed expert in Ayurveda with over 2 decades of impact contribution nationally and internationally. Currently, he is additionally leads effort in revitalization folklore and local health trading, and has constituted at the World Health Organization headquarters in Geneva. Dr. Panja sir's academic journey began with Bachelor in Ayurvedic Medicine and Surgery, followed by Diploma in Yoga and Naturopathy. He pursued a doctorate in Ayurvedic Medicine, specialization in Samhita, and later earned a PhD in Ayurveda. With over 2 decades of clinical expertise, he is a respected practitioner and researcher. His scholarly output includes over 150 articles in national and peer-reviewed journals, along with 20 authored books, 20 e-books, and 6 edited manuscripts. He has supervised numerous MD and PhD students and delivered over 135 guest lectures. Recognized for his contribution, he has received prestigious awards including the Swami Lakshmi Ram Memorial Award and Young Scientist Award from the Ministry of Ayush. Beyond academic, Dr. Panja is involved in projects such as the WHO terminology projects and digitization of Ayurveda in manuscripts. He serves as editor for prestigious journals including AYU, Journal of Ayurveda Cases Report, International Journal of Ayurveda and Traditional Medicine, and Ayurveda Life. Dr. Panja multifaceted career exemplifies his unwavering dedication to the Ayurveda. His leadership, scholarship, and commitment to traditional knowledge system mark him as a distinguished figure in the field. I am very much pleased to introduce you, sir. So, I request you, sir, please give your lecture, deliver your lecture, sir. Please, sir.
Good afternoon and namaste to all of you. Though the session is termed as hands-on training on manuscripts, but initially before going to perform that hands-on training session, we must have a general outlook of what manuscript is. And for that I sincerely bow down to the lotus feet of all the traditions of Ayurveda who run for the smooth and continuous journey of the outflow of the knowledge, which started from the 1500 BC as per the documented history until today. that is the 3500 years of history, and the research outcome was documented in the form of literature somewhere in the started in 1500 BC, and initially it was oral traditions, then gradually considering the bulk of the subject matter and the domain of the subject matter, the learned scholars, they felt that it is to be documented in the form of document or in the form of a subject or in form of a documented matter. They started documenting as per the data concerned. It is started in 700 BC. That time there was different script. Initially it was in the form of logographic scripts, means all script was in the form of picture. Then there was logophonetics. Logos to phonetics means initially it was picture, then after that they used some phonetics there, then after that it becomes syllabic, then it becomes syllabic with consonant, then now they develop the full-fledged language. So in every era they have documented these treasure of life in the form of different manuscripts, like it is in the form of copper plate, it is in the form of inscription over the stones, somewhere it is documented in the Talapatra, somewhere it is in the Talapatra, somewhere it is in the Bhojapatra, or later on it was documented in the over the handmade paper, thick handmade paper, then thin handmade paper. After that it was printed in the late 18th century, late 19th century. Then it was formed in the form of book. So whatever book we have now studying for last 100 years, that was the outcome of the synthesizing of the manuscripts. The learned scholar like Yadavji Trikamji Acharya and other scholar like Narendranath Sen, who has gathered all the available manuscript of Charak Samhita, you will see in the edition of the first edition of Charak Samhita printed in 1923 by Acharya Yadavji Trikamji. He has mentioned that more than 21 manuscripts he has consulted, collected from different parts of India, and mostly of Bengali and Devanagari script they have collected and gathered. After that they collated, they have make a comparative collation study. After that they had published this, and in the age of 27 he published that book. You can assume how Himalayan tasks he did, and he established one Nirnay Sagar press with his own pocket money, own money earned from his own business in the form of clinical practice. He earned all these things. Then he published this book for you. So you people, whomsoever is studying the Ayurveda, that is the outcome of the synthesizing of the manuscripts. So considering the matter that all the manuscripts, though nowadays it is not an important topic for consultation, important topic to deal with, but it is assumed as more than 60% of the total works of Ayurveda is still not in the form of book, it is still in the form of manuscripts. So whatever the social potency, social upliftment, what we are enjoying and what we are experiencing, that is on the basis of 40% of the available Ayurveda books. And if we explore, if we can explore all these 100% of the books, then we will reach to a peak of our classical and social stature. So, considering all the things, it is a need to study the Ayurveda manuscripts for exploration of the science. As in the definition of history, it says that the history is a scientific study of the past on the basis of present knowledge, and we study those history for future exploration. So history itself is a scientific study which exists for 3 different eras. It is the study of the past on the basis of present knowledge for the future exploration. So it incorporates all the 3 segments of the time. So now, what is manuscriptology actually? So manuscriptology is the study of scientific exploration. Then it deals with the manuscripts, its identifications, cultivation, cataloging, preservation and critical edition up to the publications. So it consists of wide range of subject matter and wide range of expertise is needed for making the manuscripts right from the collections to the publications. See why it is needed for study in this platform or in the current era. It is estimated that more than 140,000 Ayurveda manuscripts are identified by National Manuscript Mission. There is a mission by the Ministry of Culture. Its only vision is to collect, cultivate and collect and catalog all the manuscripts and preserve them for the next generations. So they have estimated that 140,000 Ayurveda manuscripts are there. This is identified number, and it is estimated that more than 10 lakhs manuscripts are there which is still not identified. And 25,000 titles are still unexplored. Among the 140,000, 25,000 titles are still not explored. In the cataloging site, you will see that is written as manuscript for Ayurveda. But if we study that manuscript, then we will only be able to nomenclature that whether it is a manuscript of Dravaguna, it is a manuscript of Rasasastra, like that. So it is not mentioned yet. Then about 40% of mainstream Ayurveda literature are yet to come into the limelight. Like Nighuntus, each and every text has codified in a one language that is called Samhita. And for exploring all the Samhitas, it's required a technical document which is called Nighuntu. Nighuntu is the technical details of the Samhita. Like in Vedic Nighuntu, all the technical details are documented in the Nighuntu text. Similarly, it is documented that in Ayurveda science also there are Nighuntus, when there were existed Nighuntu, and which Nighuntus are not available up to the Ashtanga Hridaya. Means later on, for Bhavprakas Nighuntu is there, but in the beginning there was maybe a Charak Nighuntu of Charak Samhita and Sushrut Nighuntu. Acharya P.V. Sharma sir mentioned in 2001 in an article that there is a manuscript called Sushruta Nighuntu, which is available in Nepal according to him. But now Patanjali Yogapith has published one book which is called Sushruta Nighuntu. And maybe that will detail the clinical nuances of Sushruta Samhita. So that is the Nighuntu text. So 40% texts are still unexplored. One is Nighuntu text, another is Ashtanga, text on Ashtanga. We know that Ayurveda clinical practice is dealt in the 8 different branches, which is called Ashtanga, Kaya, Vala, Graha, Urdanga, Sarladamshta, Jara, Abhishek. But mostly the Kaya Chikitsa text and to some extent some Salaka texts are available, but it is believed that there were texts of on all the Ashtanga subject. Somewhere it is available in the form of manuscript, but it is still unexplored. Then next point is about 50% of allied and contemporary Ayurveda manuscripts are unexplored. For developing, it is a very, very deep matter. So I request all of you to concentrate on this. So each and every science developed with the help of different allied sciences. Like in modern science, there are some biophysics and biochemistry. They used to give some potential inputs and benefits for development and understanding of the science. Similarly, for developing Ayurveda, there is Darshana, there is other contemporary like Dharma Shastra texts were there, which equally contribute to understand the clinical nuances and practices which were dealt in the Ayurveda text. So these 50% of the allied contemporary text like Janama Marana Vichar and Karma Vipak. Some example of the text are there. Nyaya Prayoga Samuchay. See, if we discuss on Karma Vipak, we know there is, we have 3 different sources of diseases in Samhita. It called, one is called Doshaja Roga, another is called Karmaja Roga, another is called Dosha Karmaja. Jatha Nidana Doshatta Karmaja Hetur Vir Vina. So there is a disease which is called Karma Roga. So disease occur due to some specific karma of the past. And there is some texts. There are some texts like Karma Vipak. There are Satatapa Karma Vipak. There are Yoga Vashishta Karma Vipak, where detailed mentioning of the karma and its impact on later on in the later stage is mentioned. So if we consider, if we take use of those karma texts like Karma Vipak and we explore, then we will understand detailed influences of that karma and how we can get rid of the diseases which occur due to the karma of the past. So this is an example of allied text, Karma Vipak. Next point is grossly 50% of super specialty Ayurveda text. These percentages are counted on the basis of NMM data only. Okay, so 50% of the super specialty text like Bandhana Malati, Agni Karma Prakash. See, in the Bandhan Karma, in Susru Samhita, Bandhan Karma, there are near about 20 to 25 verses are there. Where to do the Bandhana and what would be the nature of Bandhana in the Ritu, different Ritu, either Sithila Bandhana or Dida Bandhana is required for Grishma Ritu or Shishi Ritu. But in Bandhan Malati, it consists of 700 verses. So if we take that text as a super specialty text, then we can explain and explore these things. So with this slide, what I want to express is there are so many research were conducted in some 700 to 800 years and which is not even explored and published for the public domain, so that if we publish these things, we can get a proper clinical and research view for conducting new eras research. That will shift the paradigm of your research if we explore all the things. So this kind of research is also needed for uplifting the research domain. These are also some examples. Like one example is Anga Upanishad, another is called Rajendra Kosh, Bal Upacharanika. I am giving an example and detailed execution of Rajendra Kosh. Rajendra Kosh deals with the plants and its uses. Here the author mentioned the pattern, and he has followed the pattern of Nigantu, and he used the plants different parts, and he mentioned the work impact and the gunakarma of the each and every parts of the plant. Like if there is, he takes the eranda, then he mentions the eranda patra, then eranda pushpa, then 10 parts of the eranda, along with their guna karma of each part and indication of the each part. Then next segment he has written Suska eranda patrasya guna, Suska eranda mulasya guna, like that. Then dry eranda patra also he has mentioned the guna. Then he has mentioned the Samvatsarathita eranda patrasya guna. So he has conducted the research deeply on the Drabha guna. Though it is a Nigantu text, but it will explore different aspects. So these are the example. By studying the manuscript, which kind of domain we can explore. Then Pancha Mahadodi, that is related to the Pancha Mahabhuta Vigyan, impact of Pancha Mahabhuta in clinical practice, and its bulk is like 3,200 bars. In Sarangadhar there are 2,600 bars, and in Madhav Nidan 1,400 bars, total Madhav Nidan. So it consists of 3,200 bars. Like Rudra Yamal Tantra, and there are Sannipatik Chikitsa Granthas. Now it is being published from different parts. In Charak Samhita, Sannipat Rog and Sannipat Jwar are mentioned into different text, different condition. In Charak Sutra 17 and Chikitsa Sthan 3rd. And here from 4 number verse to 103 verse, this much verse is used for Sannipata Jwara. But here more than 300 to 700 verses are there for Sannipata Jwara. So Sannipata Kalika, Sannipata Arnava and Sannipata Padachandrika deals with the Sannipata Jwara. So if we explore the manuscript like this, we will give some proper research view to the scholar. Those research which were conducted by the previous researcher in some 700 span of 700 years. Now current activities. What are the institution or the agencies who are doing the works on manuscriptology? National Manuscript Missions is doing conservation, preservation and cataloging, and most of the conditions they are not doing actual research on Ayurveda manuscripts. They are doing for mainly preservation, conservation, cataloging, collections, everything. They are doing marvelous job. And then some institute like CCRS, National Institute of Indian Medical Heritage, Hyderabad, they are doing major works. Nowadays, major works on manuscript are being done by though this is one institute, but they are doing this. A teaching institute like NIA, Jamnagar, ITRA, and the SDM Hassan, Patanjali, Yogapit, they are also doing. And some department like DST, Human Resource Development, they are doing some research on manuscripts with the help of IIT and Department of Chemistry, like that. And some manuscript library, they are also doing some research on Ayurvedic manuscript, mostly by the Sanskrit scholars. These are the current status. So now it is a good time to do the research on Ayurveda. It is an appeal to the Ayurveda fraternity to come forward. At least there is a mission, at least one student should work on one manuscript in his lifetime so that he can repay the debt, the rina which he has taken in the course of study from the domain. So as far as the career is concerned, it will be an important career and contribution to the science and establishment for the advancement. And if we do research on manuscript, you will be master on the subject and you will be the authority of all the subjects. Okay? And confidence in the clinical practice will be an outcome. Now, what is the need of study on Ayurveda manuscripts? In Ayurveda text, it says there was no time in the beginning where there was no quest for longevity. There is no time where there was no Ayurveda. It says that na kadachit abhuta Ayurveda sa santanasa buddhi santanamba. In Charak Sutra 30, it mentions that Ayurveda tradition was an eternal tradition. It is going on from the very beginning to today's. But when we are studying some text like Charak Samhita and Sushruta Samhita, it seems to us that some aspect or some segment of the text is not useful as we assume. It is not, it seems like that it is practical nowadays, though it was practical that time. That means there are some kind of skillful traditional gap. There is a traditional gap, a continuation of the subject. practice gap. So if we want to fulfill those gap, we must study the manuscript so that we can find out the continuity of the research in the healthcare system. That continuity of the research was done by the then scholar throughout the period from the 1500 BC to now. But in somewhere we lost the research on that particular field and it is not been explored. That is why we are not able to find out these all kind of practices. Now we are lagging behind. So this, if we want to fulfill those gaps, it is needed. And to explore the transmission of the knowledge and the sequential research on these knowledge. There was knowledge and each and every era the knowledge was being implemented in the ground reality. And this knowledge was being translated and interpreted by different scholars, which you can say they are commentator, either they used to compose their own text also. So if we explore the manuscript, we will able to find out the transmission of knowledge and how that knowledge was sequentially transmitted from one generation to another generation. That will also be helpful for us to explore the already conducted research in the various domains. Now, there is, I am giving you one data. We have collected some 16 research which was conducted in different institutes some 10 years back. And we found among them 8 research was already documented and already conducted and documented in some 1600 years, 16th century, and that was being conducted and documented in the form of manuscripts. So if we explore all the manuscripts, then what will happen? We will be able to save some time in research and we will be able to give the proper dimension of the research so that there will be no repetition of the research in that particular field. To identify the incorporation of prevailing concept in research and techniques, plants, diseases within the domain of methodology and incorporation. Like in our research, there was a point that previous research done and we used to do a survey of published research. Like we have certain books of research documentary like books published by respected Professor Bagel sir, and there are other books also. We used to collect all the data which the research was conducted in the form of thesis right from the 1950 to now. But we used to forget whether this kind of research was conducted before that, then there is no proper data. That is why we used to get stuck in somewhere and there is a lagging to say that the research, previous research done which we have mentioned as a point in the research topic, that is complete or justified. So to fulfill this gap, research gap, we require to study the manuscripts and to avoid the repetition of research that I have also mentioned and to counteract to conduct further clinical trial on those research findings. So there are different research findings mentioned in our day-to-day clinical research outcome, but some research require again some conduction of the research, that is called re-repetition of the research is required. And if we conduct the clinical study on the already conducted clinical research in the form of manuscript, then we will be able to explore the clinical trial and the clinical nuances of particular knowledge in proper way. For that, what we require? First one is we require to have a survey and mapping. National Manuscript Mission has did a splendid job. They used to collect the manuscript mostly from the libraries, government libraries, private libraries, and somewhere to some extent in the personal belongings. But that is not enough. Each and every person has his own contact. we people, we Ayurveda people must communicate each other that whether there is any manuscript or not, that is to be documented. Because there are 17 different manuscript library mentioned in the manuscript, National Manuscript Mission in the Jaipur district. Okay, but if we do the survey, after doing the survey, we find out there are more than 102 other sources are also there in the Jaipur district, which sources are not mentioned in the National Manuscript Mission directly. So if we want to collect all the manuscript from the and want to restore all the Ayurveda knowledge, we have to go to each and every corner of the society, and we must do a survey and mapping of the manuscripts first. Then collections from the individual sources, that is the most important. The manuscript which is collected and preserved in the any libraries, private library, may it be the government library or any archive, that is preserved for say more than 100 years. But the manuscript which is kept in the personal belongings, that are destroying day by day. So it is our duty to come forward and collect this manuscript, report those, and to restore this from the individual sources. Then preservation and cataloging and digitization of all sources is required. Then that is the next step. Then to prepare a comprehensive data bank. CCRS has done this data bank in the form of Amar portal, and they have a huge directory. The Hyderabad Institute has done that, and where you will get the research related to manuscript data, and the other data is only descriptive catalog based data. Then next phase is translation and publication, then the conduction of the further research. Now coming to the next point, the domains of research. Domains of research on Ayurveda. In which domain researchers are needed? That is, there are only few research on the Ayurveda, Ashtanga Ayurveda. There are less tests explored, like Nimi Samhita is mentioned, but only one version of Nimi Samhita is available. Videhi Samhita is also one book is available, but not that much other texts are available in Ashtanga. So that is one domain, Ashtanga Ayurveda. Then exploring the text of Samhita period. There are major texts like, there are 6 fellow learner of Agnivesha. Agnivesha, Bhelo, Jatukarna, Parasara, Haridha, Ksharakvanishcha. But only Charak Samhita in full-fledged form, and some Bhel Samhita, initially it was published from Calcutta University in 1912, only from the Department of Letters, but that is not in the full-fledged available now. And one Haritattva Samhita is available to some extent. So we require that also exploration of the Samhita period text, then study of the commentaries, that is also one domain. As mentioned, there are 40 different commentaries on Charak Samhita. Among them only 9 commentaries are available. Then exploration of Raso text, that is a big area of domain of research on Ayurveda, manuscriptology and Ayurveda, and it is less explored area of the entire Ayurvedic research. There is exploration of Raso text. A huge domain is there, but less research is going on the Ayurveda Rasa text. There is text on the Nigundu and the allied text, already I mentioned, and the super specialty text. And some recent work which were conducted in the 19th to 20th century, that is also to be explored. These are the different domains of Ayurveda research. I will give some glimpse on how the research exploration should be done on Samhita. See, each and every text has transmit from 1500 BC to today's time. So 3005 years of transmission, it has traveled different phases and it has gone through the different phases of metamorphosis. So in the northern part there were different types of Charak Samhita, in the southern part there was another form of Charak Samhita as in mentioned in different texts, that is Karnataka Patha. There is a different Karnataka recension mentioned in the Bhattar Harichandra text, and in Chakrapani also it may mention the Kashmirastu. So there was an Kashmira variation of Charak Samhita. So this is called various recension. So each and every text has its different regional versions. And to find out one international edition, we require to merge all the regional versions together and make a ultimate versions, like what was done for the Mahabharata Samshodhana Mandal, by the Mahabharata Samshodhana Mandal for doing the Mahabharata editions. Then different variants of the different parts of the world. Similarly, that Charak Samhita or Sushruta Samhita or Ashtanga Hridaya were practically used in the different parts of country, and plans, principles were differently used as per the ground reality, and that is why different kinds of different of reading were available in the diagnostic area, in the diagnostic aspect, and in the drug aspect also. Then Pata Shuddhi is also needed to rectify the Pata. Then critical edition of the Samhita with the multiple manuscripts. Then after that, clinical trial was also to be conducted on that different editions, at different variations of the readings. Clinical trial is also to be done. I think we should go first on the theoretical aspect, then we will go for the practical demonstration. So these are some commentaries on Samhitas, and as per the data, there are 40 commentaries on Charak Samhita was available, but now only 9 are available. So it is our duty to find out the another 32. Somewhere says the Bakula was also a commentator, Rudradev also was a commentator, but the Rudradev commentaries are not available. Sushruta, there are 10 commentary mentioned, among the 3 are available. In Ashtanga Hridaya, more than 30 as mentioned by Acharya B.V. Sharmaji, only 12 are available. And some comparative study of the Samhitas commentaries are to be done, like in the Chakrapani, there are different variations of Samhitas available in the different parts. So collecting all the commentator from the different parts, we must need a comparative study. Then chronological development of the thoughts. Bhattar Harichandra commentary was composed in 6th century AD, then Swami Kumar 7th century, after that Jejjata 9th century, then Chakrapani to 11th century, after that Siddhas Sen 15th century, then Gangadhar 19th century, then after that 20th century Yogendranath Sen and the Jyotishchandra Saraswati. They have commented on Charak Samhita. These commentaries are available. Now it is the study required that how the thought processes were changed and how the commentator has commented to implement the concept of Samhita in the clinical practice. They all were good clinical practitioners, and they used to practice, and on the basis of practice they wrote the commentary on the Samhita to make this science applicable for the science, for the common people. Then clinical implementation of fact given in the commentaries. After Samhita, another domain is Rasa Shastra. So this is all about the outlook of Samhita, outlooks of manuscripts, ground reality of the manuscript, and the domain on which manuscript research should be done. This is survey and explorations is needed, and it is found that less than 40% texts are available on the Rasa Shastra, and most of the texts are found in different ashram or in the custody of different sannyas. This is the survey data revealed. Then after getting the survey and collecting all the manuscripts, we require to start the deciphering process. Then decoding of advancement of pharmaceutical process, that is very, very important. Nowadays we are exploring the pharmaceutical advancement of the Rasa Shastra, but if we study the Rasa text right from the Rasa Hriday Tantra, then up to the like Rasa Tarangini in the 20th century, we will see there are lots of development and documented instrument and other things are mentioned, different pharmaceutical process. So decoding the advancement of pharmaceutical process mentioned in those texts, that is also very, very important. Then decoding the new methods according to the need of the society. They developed the different pharmaceutical preparations and different formula to make these medical science futuristic. Suppose one day will come when there will be scarcity of herbal medicines, and for that we require to prescribe all the mineral medicines. For that they mention certain methodology to generate maximum impact with using the minimum amount of medicines. So these all the decoding of new methods they mention. Then illustration of process classically and industrially. After decoding the new methods, we must conduct a research on the illustration of those processes on the basis of classical methods and on the basis of clinical practice. That is the industrial methods. We have to explore how industrial value are there of those all the things. Then documenting of simplifications. You know the Rasa practices, most of the people says their Rasa practice is very difficult. So the simplification process are to be done, and it is to be done for the benefit of the common people and practice of the common people. Then clinical implementation. So these are the different domain of research on manuscriptology available on the Rasa Shastra. Similarly for the Nigantu also, first we have to find out the Nigantus, explore the Nigantus of the Samhita Grantha. We have to find out the Nigantu of the Samhita Grantha. Then we have to do the deciphering and publish. Then research in the incorporation of drug in Ayurveda over the times. You know there are incorporation of new drug is happening right from the Sushruta times to today. Many drugs are being incorporated in our compendium, and after that drugs are considered as our native drugs. So new drugs, new incorporation of drug of Ayurveda over the times that are to be documented and that is to be published. Then the basis of pharmacological classifications, that is to be done, and pharmacological classification in the different texts, in the different Nigantu, classifications are based on the different techniques. Like in Charak Samhita, it is based on the karma, and if we go to the Siddha Mantra, you will see it is on the basis of dosa karma, like Vata Samsaman Varga, Pitta Samsaman Varga, Kapha Samsaman Varga. So there are different pharmacological process of classification are mentioned in the text. So it is our duty to find out all the pharmacological classification mentioned in the different manuscripts and make them public, so that we can develop our pharmacological domain in a better way. Then new varieties of varieties of drugs, then use of the drugs in new indications of already existing drugs, that is also another domain of research. Then research on parts of use over the times. Initially there was only one parts used for one plant. After that, like in Kokilaksha, initially the Panchanga was used, later period the Mula was also mentioned. But beginning there is no mentioning of the Mula of Kokilaksha. So parts of use over the time also it is to be mentioned. Then new dosage and formula, new pharmaceutical preparation like new bhesaja kalpana, like new kalpana like avalayas, pencil, capsule. These all new dosage formula are also to be explored and mentioned. And for the research domain of the allied text, there are three most important domains. One is chronological development of new thoughts. Over the times, there are development of new thoughts, and that thoughts were documented in the manuscript. And it is duty of the researcher to explore the chronological development of new thoughts. Then incorporation of the new thought, how that new thought were incorporated in Ayurveda, and how Ayurveda people use that thoughts, and it is accommodated wisely, and then how that is implemented. That is to be mentioned, and that is to be explored, how that is used in healthcare. Then clinical justifications of that allied text in the clinical trial. And for the super specialty text, detailed research domains are then advancement research conducted on that period, that already I have discussed, and usages in that particular periods. Then we require to do the clinical trial on that, then justification. Okay, now we have done certain work, and we are giving the data. Like Mushti Yoga Chikitsa, this is we have collected 16 manuscripts from different time period between 19th century to 20th century. So we have collected 16 manuscripts and 2 published books, and initially compiled 8,000 yoga and formula. Then among them we identified 1500 effective formula from 16 diseases. Then in somewhere else and in 3 centers conducted the clinical trial on 600 formula only. 600 only formula in OPD patients. Then this clinical trial was done from 2009 to 2000. Then and given on 13,960 patient and 20 patient for each formula. Then it was published in the form of book Mushti Yoga Chikitsa. So actually that is collected from 16 manuscripts. Then we have done that research. Then it is published. And another research on Anupan, how the Anupan should be done. That collected 4 manuscripts from different times. The manuscripts were from 18th to 19th to 20th century, and compiled the data on 116 diseases conditions where Makarodhyaja are used. We find 160 disease conditions where Makarodhyaja were given as a medicine. Among them, we have given 52 disease conditions. Okay, and given in near about 1200 patients. So then we have published in an article. Over 52 conditions we have given. So that kind of research is needed. We have taken the source from the manuscripts. Then we have conducted the clinical trial. So it is not like that manuscript research is a non-clinical research. Whatever data is written in the manuscript, everything is related to health and everything is related to clinical practice only. Though it is doing by the common people like more student people or other people, that is why it is tagged as a non-clinical, but everything is documented in the clinical perspective. So this is the Anupana. You see the Agnihotra, this is the detailing. The Anupana, like in Dhajavanga, what is the Anupana? The Amlapitta, the Smara, Arochaka, this is the Anupana of the Makarathaja, which were mentioned in the different manuscripts. Okay, this is the glimpse only. That is also a different thing. That is a different parampara. There are different. That is a historical document. It is documented the different classical parampara prevail in Bengal. We have collected this parampara for different other purpose, for historical purpose. But for manuscripts, also we can consider it as a basic document for manuscript explorations. In Bengal, there are different paramparas. Paramparas means there are different tradition of clinical practice, not the tradition like Atriya tradition, like Shalla tradition, Salaka tradition. This is different tradition on the different practices. So what I want to say, if we go to the manuscript practice also, follow the manuscript, we will be able to explore the missing link. In the previous slide I told that there are missing link. But if we study the manuscript, we will find the missing link, and we will be able to understand how the scientific principle was implemented in the ground reality and how it has existed till date. See, one parampara is Shastriya parampara. In Shastriya parampara, they used to practice different. They used to practice on the basis of Charaka and Sushruta only, and there different manuscripts are available. Next, another parampara is Chakradatta parampara. So in Chakradatta parampara also there are huge texts. So we explore this parampara. We are able to find out the parampara, existing parampara of clinical practice. What kind of clinical practice people are doing now? What kind of clinical practice we are doing? One is Mishra Parampara. Diagnosis is done by the modern science and we are practicing Ayurveda medicines. Some people used to diagnose according to Ayurveda and do the Suddha Ayurveda Chikitsa. And some people used to give the only molecules-based Ayurveda treatment. So there are molecular Ayurveda practice, there are mixed Ayurveda practice, there are pure Ayurveda practice nowadays. But in previously, there are different traditions, and these traditions are the root, and if we find out the manuscript, we will get these all traditional references. So now I am not going to the details, there are different manuscripts. So this is all about the background of manuscriptology and why manuscriptology study is needed, what are the domain of manuscriptology, and then in the next session we will go for the practical demonstration. So if you have any question, you may ask. Thank you. Mic, please.
Sir, मेरा question है how they correct and sequence perfectly to several manuscripts which are scattered during ancient periods. जो manuscript थी जो फैली हुई थी, जो पत्तों में जो ताम्रपत्र थे जो फैले हुए थे, तो उनको कलेक्ट कैसे करा उन्होंने और उसका क्या मतलब प्रोसीजर क्या रहा और इतने परफेक्टली कि चारा संहिता का एक एक पेज बिल्कुल अच्छे से कलेक्ट कर पाए, ऐसा कैसे कर लिया वो जानना चाहता हूँ।
आप एक एक करके पूछिए।
मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि जो चारा संहिता का जो पेजेस थे जो पत्ते में लिखे हुए थे इतने परफेक्टली कैसे उन्होंने कर लिए और सीक्वेंस, ये पहला क्वेश्चन है।
सीक्वेंस,
हाँ, इतना कैसे कर लिया?
देखिए शुरू में previously in the beginning of writing they used to write in a perpendicular format, means वो पहले एक स्क्रिप्ट लिखते थे। उस समय ऐसे तो लिखने वाला इंस्ट्रूमेंट नहीं था, तो पहले वो उनको लिखना होता था दीवारों में, उनको लिखना होता था हार्ड सरफेस के ऊपर, और उनके लिखने के लिए भी स्टाइलस आज के जैसे सॉफ्ट नहीं थी, इसीलिए उनको ऐसे परपेंडिकुलरली लिखना होता था। इसीलिए वो जिस स्क्रिप्ट में लिखते थे, वो ब्राह्मी स्क्रिप्ट वो ऐसे परपेंडिकुलर था और मेनली हार्ड सरफेस के ऊपर ही लिखते थे, लिख के रखे थे। और उसमें जो आजकल हमको मिल रहे हैं वो उसके कितना परसेंट है वो हम नहीं जानते। आपका क्वेश्चन था वो लोग कैसे करके रखे थे, यही पूछना है ना।
उस वक्त पेज नंबर तो थे नहीं, तो कैसे करते थे?
पेज नंबर
उस समय पेज नंबर थे नहीं, तो किस तरह से एक एक पन्ना सीक्वेंस में लगा हुआ था ये?
वो तो टेक्निकली वो कंटिन्यूटी तो पढ़ने के बाद ही पता चलेगा, पढ़ेंगे तो फिर आगे उसकी कंटिन्यूटी आगे आएगा।
एक राजस्थान में पढ़ा है, पंजाब में पढ़ा है, कहाँ पढ़ा है, वो इतना सीक्वेंस कैसे कर लिया?
उसके देखिए लेटर पीरियड में फिर 10th सेंचुरी ऑनवर्ड्स उसके बाद कुछ कुछ न्यूमेरिकल फॉर्म्स हुए थे, अलग अलग स्क्रिप्ट में न्यूमेरिकल फॉर्म्स होते हैं। और किसी में लिखते थे श्री मतलब 1, फिर लिखते थे नू, ऐसे करके कोडिंग करते थे। लेकिन उसके पहले जब कोडिंग नहीं कर रहे थे, जब मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के नंबर नहीं होता था, तब शुरू में कभी लिखते थे 0, अगले वाले में 00, डिफरेंट कोडिंग है। ये मैनुस्क्रिप्टोलॉजी के डीपली आप एक एक स्क्रिप्ट को पढ़ेंगे तो हर एक स्क्रिप्ट में न्यूमेरिकल अलग है। वो कैसे न्यूमेरिकल लिखते थे, शारदा स्क्रिप्ट में अलग है, ब्राह्मी लिपि में न्यूमेरिकल अलग है, नेवारी में न्यूमेरिकल अलग है, ग्रंथ में अलग है, सभी में न्यूमेरिकल अलग है। लेकिन उसके अगर कंटिन्यूटी जांच आज भी करना है, आज भी आपको कोई मैनुस्क्रिप्ट मिला उसके आप कंटिन्यूटी जांच करते हैं तो न्यूमेरिकल्स में नहीं जाके पहले तो जो कंटेंट मिला उसके कंटिन्यूटी चेक करना है, उसके बाद ही आप नंबर में जाएंगे, क्योंकि नंबर कभी कभी मिसलीड करता है। तो आपके एक प्रश्न था वो कैसे रखे थे ना, उस समय देखिए उनके पास जो साधन था उसी साधन में उन्होंने लिखे और वो साधन टाइम टेस्टेड था, इसीलिए हमको मिला। आजकल हमारे जो साधन है वो टाइम टेस्टेड नहीं है, मतलब थोड़ी दिन के लिए रहता है, थोड़ी दिन के लिए चला जाता है, नष्ट हो जाता है, 5 साल पुराना हार्ड डिस्क खराब हो जाता है। लेकिन वो उस जमाने में पत्थर था, ऐसे था जो अभी भी है, ये एक प्रश्न था। दूसरा है हर एक के लिपि के अलग अलग न्यूमेरिकल्स हुए, वो लेटर पीरियड में डेवलप हुआ। शुरू में उनके अलग मेथड्स था, उसी में लिखते थे और कभी कभी लिखते भी नहीं थे।
सर मेरा हो गया एक क्वेश्चन छोटा सा। सर बख्तियार खिलजी ने जब आक्रमण किया था तो ऐसी कुछ पुस्तक का नाम बता दिए जो नहीं जल पाई थी, कुछ बच गई थी, अच्छे से भले ही बच गई, पार्शली जो बच गई थी किताबें नालंदा की, बस लास्ट
पता ही नहीं है।
उसके नाम बताना है,
कुछ भी बता दीजिए, नाम
क्या बता रहे, क्या क्वेश्चन क्या है?
सर क्वेश्चन है सर नालंदा के टाइम में कुछ बुक्स जल गई थी तो उनमें से कुछ किताब के बारे में बता दीजिए। क्या
उसके तो डॉक्ट्रिन है पूरी, उसमें आयुर्वेद का भी कुछ बचा था, कुछ नहीं भी बचा था, वो हर जगह में है। एक्चुअली उसमें से ही कुछ मिला है, ऐसे तो नहीं बता सकते, समझ रहे हैं ना। उसके इन जनरल करके नहीं बताया जा सकता है, उसके डॉक्ट्रिन ने उसने बोला इसका भी एक मैनुस्क्रिप्ट है। जैसे मान लीजिए बख्तियार खिलजी 11th सेंचुरी के 12th सेंचुरी के शुरू में जब जलाया था, उसके पहले चरक के कोई वर्षन कई जगह में चला गया था। तो आज जो चरक के हमको मिल रहा है तो नालंदा से ही मिला हुआ चरक के एडिशन है, ऐसे हमसे कैसे बता सकते हैं? उसको बोलना डिफिकल्ट है, लेकिन हम डिसाइफर करने के लिए नालंदा से लिए हैं। अगर ऐसे है तो जो कलेक्ट किया उसके सोर्स ही बता सकते हैं। प्लीज मैडम पीछे।
सर मेरे पास अगर एक आध कुछ मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट है और अगर सेम टेक्स्ट मुझे रिटर्न में कहीं अवेलेबल मिल रहा है तो टेक्स्ट पुराना लिखा है कि मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट कितने एज पुराना है वो कैसे पता चलेगा?
टेक्स्ट अवेलेबल जैसे मान लीजिए
प्रिंटेड बुक है और मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट की भी है, दोनों का टेक्स्ट एक समान है,
एक समान मैंने
कंपेयर किया तो वर्ड टू वर्ड मैच कर रहा है। बट मुझे पता है कि अगर चारंगधर संहिता है तो चारंगधर संहिता जो सेंचुरी में लिखी गई है, तो क्या ये मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट उसके पहले की है या बाद की है, वो कैसे पता चलेगा?
मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट से देखिए, वो मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट जो आपको मिला है वो अगर चारंगधर का है तो कब लिखा है इसको बहुत बताना मुश्किल है। अगर स्क्राइब अगर नहीं लिखता है मैं कब लिख रहा हूँ। दूसरा पॉइंट है, अगर उसके आप कार्बन डेटिंग करके पत्ते के एज पता कर सकते हो।
तो वो कहाँ होता है कार्बन डेटिंग?
कार्बन डेटिंग ये नॉर्मली हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट में तो नहीं होते, लेकिन शायद नेशनल मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट मिशन में होगा। आप पेज के कार्बन डेटिंग कर सकते हैं, जिससे पेज कितना साल पुरानी जिस कागज में लिखा उसका एज कर सकते हैं। जैसे चरक के कोई मैनुस्क्रिप्ट है, वो 5 सेंचुरी में भी लिखा, 10 सेंचुरी में भी लिखा, आज भी कोई मैनुस्क्रिप्ट लिख रहा है, तो पेज के हिसाब से होगा।
बट ओरिजिनल उसके लिए अवेलेबल अगर इंस्टीट्यूट से होता है तो ही, अगर इंस्टीट्यूट हमें हार्ड कॉपी देती है जेरोक्स करके,
जेरोक्स करके तो कैसे होगा?
तो फिर कैसे पता चले?
तो आप बोल रहे हैं आपके पास है मैनुस्क्रिप्ट? बोल रहे हैं?
हाँ, एक्चुअली मेरा रिसर्च का काम है नाड़ी परीक्षा का मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट, तो उसमें मुझे एक जो मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट मिली है वो सेम टू सेम शारंगर संहिता के जैसी ही है, बट जो मैंने इंस्टीट्यूट से कांटेक्ट किया तो वो बोल रहे कि 300 ईयर्स पहले की है।
तो सारंगधर तो 13 सेंचुरी का बुक है,
वही इसके लिए
तो 300 तो बात की बात है,
बट वो बोल रहे हैं, बट मैं
अगर टेक्स्ट सारंगधर से मिल रहा है तो सारंगधर ही है वो। कोई लोगों ने, जैसे बहुत सारे लोगों ने, जैसे मैंने आपको एक एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ, आचार्य गंगाधर राय ने लिखा है पत्ता पत्ता विनिश्चय बोल के, पत्ता पत्ता बोल के एक उन्होंने मैनुस्क्रिप्ट लिखा है जो प्राचीन पांडुलिपि से प्राप्त पत्ता पत्ता बुक बोल के, पत्ता पत्ता बोल के उन्होंने, उनके पुत्र उनके ऊपर कमेंट्री भी लिखी। उस बुक को जब हमने पढ़ा, अभी मैनुस्क्रिप्ट को हमने कलेक्ट किया कहीं से, जब पढ़ा देखा है विश्वनाथ सेन का पत्ता पत्ता विनिश्चय ही है, जिसको गंगाधर ने बाद में लिखा है, जो डिफरेंट जगह से हमने कलेक्ट करके लिखा। गंगाधर लिख रहा है प्राचीन पांडुलिपि से प्राप्त पत्ता पत्ता विज्ञान, लेकिन जो बाद में CCRS भी छपा, दूसरे लोगों ने भी छपा, पत्ता पत्ता विनिश्चय ही है वो बुक, जबकि गंगाधर ने ऐसे लिखा। तो किसी ने भी सारंगधर के मैनुस्क्रिप्ट वाला पोर्शन लिख के, सॉरी नाड़ी परीक्षा वाला लिख के वो लिख दिया नाड़ी विज्ञान, उनके खुद के काम के लिए लिखे होंगे। सारंगधर का टेक्स्ट तो सारंगधर ही होगा वो।
बट सर फिर वो उसको मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट नहीं बोल सकते ना, वो पब्लिश्ड हो गया है ना काम पहले।
नहीं, आपके पास जो है वो मैनुस्क्रिप्ट है। अगर आप कंपैरेटिव स्टडी करके क्रिटिकल एडिशन करना है तो करिए, अगर वर्ड टू वर्ड मिल रहा है तो भी एक रिसर्च हो सकता है।
ओके, थैंक यू सर।
और कोई सर? कोई
Good evening, sir. Myself, Dr. Gaurav from Nainital. Sir, actually, I would like to know more about the Tantra Shastra. You had been mentioned in the third last slide was there, but it was missed.
Tantra Shastra.
What is the role of Tantra Shastra in alchemy, and how can we change the base metals into gold? It's a very interesting point of research.
I told that less works are going on the Ratna Shastra and Rasa Shastra.
Right, sir.
I am not expert on the Rasa Shastra.
Right,
and we are not also conducting the manuscript related to Rasa Shastra. We are not conducting research.
Right, sir.
So I am not expert of alchemy, and about your question, how we can change the pH and make the lower metal to gold.
Right,
that is not the...
No, sir.
I just told that there are ample scope on the research on Rasa Shastra manuscript. We have, and all institute has many manuscript on Rasa Shastra,
Right,
but less work is going on. That is my address.
Right, sir. Sir, are any books available on the Tantra Shastra? Are any books available which we can utilize as a fundamentals for Rasa Shastra?
There are so many books
Of Tantra Shastra.
Tantra Shastra.
Yes, sir.
Rasa Tantra.
No, sir. Actually, the Rasa Shastra, we are using the Tantra, no?
Tantra also there now. In the Rudra Jamal Tantra, Rudra Jamal itself is Tantra, and it consists 64 different. You can say 64 different adhyay, not adhyay, sthan. 64 different sthan. One is Gandhaka Kalpa, one sthan. Another is Suvarna Kalpa, another sthan. Like Rasa Ratnakar, one is Badi Khanda, Mantra Khanda is there. So you can consult those also. I am not expert in Rasa Shastra.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Anyone have any queries? Anyone? Thank you so much, sir, for your details discussion regarding the manuscriptology. You did explain all these things so nicely. Thank you so much, sir. So moving forwards, our next speaker is Dr. Srinath Vaidya, sir. I would like to introduce to you with this speaker. Sir is Professor and Head, Department of Samhita and Siddhant, SDM College, Hassan. Sir completed his BMS from Karnataka University and completed his MD from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. Sir is having more than 20 years of academic and research experience in Ayurveda and manuscript preservation. Sir presently working as professor at SDM College of Ayurveda, Hassan. Sir having more than 50 research papers in reputed journals on topics like Ayurveda manuscripts, Rogomarga, Doshodati, etc. Sir specialization in manuscriptology, Samhita and Siddhant. Sir wrote so many books, among of them few are Vaidya Sangraha, Garbha Vyakaran, Basics of Manuscriptology and Medical Manuscripts, and Sir having the Manuscript Museum with over 2000 manuscripts and guided more than 20 postgraduate dissertations. Sir was awarded as Best Teacher in 2018. Professional activities like organizer and speaker at numerous national and international seminars of Ayurveda and manuscriptology. With this short CV, I would like to invite respected Dr. Srikant Vaidya sir for deliver his lecture. Sir, please, dais is yours.
Very good afternoon. Gunatrayi Bhedena Murtitrayi Upayeshe Trayi Bhuvetri Netrayi Triloki Batayenam. There are many teachers and seniors, those who are present here. I bow to them and I am thankful to World Ayurveda Congress and especially Dr. Asit Panja sir for involving me in this hands-on training on manuscriptology which has been given to us. And in this regard, we have heard now Dr. Asit sir narrated what is manuscriptology, what is need of study of manuscriptology, and what researches which can be done in manuscriptology, and what are the domains in doing research on Ayurveda manuscripts, and certain examples how the edition of manuscripts can be done and what works have been done by different departments or institutes in the study of manuscripts that has been narrated. So let us move further. My part is on, go to the slide, change slide. My part is only physical as researches on manuscriptology and critical edition are the two entities where more thinking process is needed, and the part which I am going to cover now is on preservation and conservation of manuscript. Previous slide please. Previous first one. Preservation and conservation of the manuscript, and there is no special mentioning as for Ayurveda manuscripts or other manuscripts, the preservation conservation is different. It is same for all the manuscripts, and we are going to do preservation conservation after bringing the manuscript from different sources. And how to collect the manuscript, that has also been narrated by Dr. Asit sir. Next. There are many dangers to the manuscript, like human factors are there, natural factors are there, and inherent factors are present for deterioration of the manuscript and derangement of the manuscript.
We'll see one by one. Then later we are going to do hands-on training for preservation of the manuscript. Human factors like carrying the manuscript from one place to another place is a part which is going to destroy the manuscript. It will get destroyed, but the curator is going to sit hours together, days together to repair that, and this is one more hazard which destroys the manuscript. Faulty restoration techniques are there, like application of sellotape and labeling of the manuscript or writing on the manuscript, as well as sticky notes will be placed on the manuscripts, and stapling will be done knowingly, unknowingly, fortunately, unfortunately. These are all the aspects which are going to deteriorate the lifespan of the manuscript. Tears and folds usually are going to get manifested in the manuscripts. Here in this picture you are going to look at certain tears and folds which have been created on the paper manuscript. And there are certain natural factors which are going to destroy the manuscript. First enemy is dust. Dust is the major enemy for destroying of the manuscript. So manuscript are to be preserved, stored in the air conditioner rooms where dust will be too less, and usually dusting will be done for preserving the manuscript so that it should not get deteriorated quickly. Temperature is one more, and relative humidity is another one which is going to destroy the manuscript. Natural calamities like earthquake are going to destroy the manuscript, flood are going to destroy the manuscript. Atmospheric pollution is one more entity. Then light. If light is more than 40 lux, it is also going to destroy and deteriorate the manuscript. There are many worms which are going to destroy the manuscript. They are called as bookworms, silverfish, rats, termite, cockroaches, and wasps are going to lay their egg, or they are going to cut the manuscript and they are going to disfigure the manuscript. The eggs which will be laid down and the secretions which are going to be done by the bookworms, they are going to destroy the manuscript. If manuscript is destroyed, the culture which is present in the manuscript or thought which is there in the manuscript, that is destroyed forever. So utmost care has to be taken for manuscript. These are certain examples of how bookworms are going to destroy the manuscript. The bookworm has laid an egg on the right manuscript, and because of secretion and eggs, the letters have gone in the manuscript. And second one, termite has consumed, and this is termite eaten manuscript. Which is destroyed, that is destroyed, we cannot replace it back. Now at present day in different countries, infrared radiation techniques are available which they are going to identify the letter which has been missed in it. Fungus attack is one more entity where when relative humidity will get fluctuating, the fungus are going to usually will be grown on the manuscripts, and these are few examples where the fungus attack has been shown in the manuscript. There are certain inherent factors which are going to destroy and disfigure the manuscripts. Natural tendency is there. Palm leaf manuscript usually will get retained for 800 years and paper manuscript for around 400 years, handmade paper. After that they will get destroyed, that is the lifespan of those manuscripts, and before that it has to be preserved and they are to be digitalized so that they can be used further for any research. Basic nature is there, the one which is being produced, that should get destroyed, so destruction is going to happen naturally even to the manuscripts. So what is the reason for conservation or preservation of the manuscript? These manuscripts are going to teach us a link in human progress. Human progress like Brahmi script, from there originated manuscripts, and Devanagari script also originated from that, and it is going to teach us what is the link of the scripts. Second entity, the artistic value will be there for the manuscript. Beautiful manuscript you are going to look at here. These are the manuscript where gold and silver ink have been used. The yellow color what you are going to look at, that is gold ink. And white color what you are going to look at, that is silver color. and plant-made color has been used on all these manuscripts, and there is a fantastic artistic value for this manuscript. And one more information is, in Bengaluru there is a center which is called as Mahabharata Samshodhana Pratishthan, where Mahabharata manuscript is there. The border has been designed with gold, and that manuscript will cost more than crores together, and that is the artistic value which it is going to show to us when we are going to look at it. Third entity, historical significance will be there. So for that we need to preserve the manuscript. This is rust-free iron pillar at Delhi, where historic value is there for this. So manuscript are to be preserved, stored and conserved. Knowledge and wisdom, for that we need to store, preserve the manuscript. It is our duty that ancient scholars have written their thought process. So that thought process has to be carried to the further generation, and the practice culture which is there, that has to be carried to the further generation. So for that duty we need to preserve it. Respect. So one more entity where our ancestors were brilliant and have documented so nicely the manuscripts, and we need to give respect, like how we are going to give respect for our elder people. In the same manner, these are to be respected. Last entities, there are n number of, already Asit sir has told, 40% have been published, 60% are not published. Unpublished manuscripts are there. They are going to throw light in newer understanding, as well as understanding new thoughts, as well as new practices, new clinical practices that will come into the role. So for that it need to be preserved and conserved. So the author says, this is Svashita Tailad Rakshe Jalad Rakshe Rakshe Chitramandana Murkastina Datavyam Tasman Vadet Pustakam. Manuscript has to be protected from Taila. It should not get immersed in the Taila. Jalad Rakshe, it should not get immersed in water. Rakshe Chitramandana, from loose binding it has to be protected. Murkastina Datavyam, it should not be given to an ignorant person who don't know the value of the manuscript, and manuscript will get destroyed. And there is one more proverb which says, Pustakam Manita Vittam Parastagate Gate. Pustaka, if it has been handed over to others, it will not return back. If it returns back, it will return back with deterioration or destruction. So, manuscripts are to be preserved for artistic value, historical significance, and knowledge and wisdom. There are two ways of conservation of the manuscript. One is preventive conservation, another is curative conservation. Both are to be done for the manuscript so that we can conserve in both the ways. First one is easier way, and it will be adopted by all the manuscript libraries, preventive conservation. Curative conservation centers are very less, and they are there established by National Mission for Manuscriptology as 7-8 centers in India, and in our SDM Hassan we have established this curative conservation unit for just 1,500, 2,000 manuscripts, and a lot of effort is needed in doing the work there, and a lot of time is needed, temperament is needed, and involvement as well as dedication and interest is needed for curative conservation of the manuscripts. Preventive conservation, there are certain ideas like ideal temperature has to be maintained. For that, 20 to 25 degrees centigrade is the ideal temperature to preserve the manuscript. So optimum light should be around 40 lux. For that, lux meter will be used, and temperature monitor gadgets will also be installed into the manuscript museum as well as laboratory, where we can maintain the light as well as temperature. And relative humidity is one more entity which need to be maintained, and there are certain many chemicals are available to preserve relative humidity that will be used, and air conditioner is the best part where relative humidity will be maintained. These are the storage shells where manuscript will be stored so that the manuscript can be preserved for longer period. Now, on the right side, you are looking at traditional method of storage, ancient method of storage. Now we are not going to store like this. On the right side, the gap which we are going to look at between the red cloth, that gap has to be maintained so that manuscript can also breathe. How we are going to breathe through, in the same manner it can also breathe. red cloth or yellow cloth are used, and these two are going to act as insect repellent cloth. And usually cotton cloth we are going to use after destarching, and again it is washed, starched, destarched, and it is used for wrapping up the manuscript. I'll show you further how manuscript has to be binded. Other methods of storage in ancient time which are used hanging the manuscript or storing in a box, such methods are also done in ancient time to preserve the manuscript. Biopesticides are used for the manuscripts, like citronella oil is used. I have bought citronella oil and certain chemicals here. We will do a hands-on training after finishing this. Let us move further quickly so that we can do the work here. Neem oil, walnut oil and camphor oil are the other entities which are used here. Usually used oil is citronella oil, and camphor oil we are using in our SDM Hassan, because citronella oil has started giving us fungus when we have started applying, because relative humidity varies a lot in our area. So combination of camphor oil and other pallataka oil we are going to mix together and we are going to use. Chemicals, insect repellents are available like DDT powder, 5% mercury chloride, ammonium thiocyanate and potassium thiocyanate are the other chemicals which are used for insect repellent chemicals, which are spread in the shells or they are kept in the manuscript repository. These are the material which are used. First one, naphthalene balls are tied and kept in between the manuscripts. Old method, we are not using it right now. Camphor cubes are tied and kept in between, but when rainy season will come or summer season will come, camphor will start oozing and it will leave its color to the manuscripts. We are using vacha powder with many other material like sesame seed and tuck yela. With the proportion we are going to mix, and we are going to make our own herbal powder. The base material is vacha. Katu vacha powder is made and it is tied in a cloth and it is kept in between the manuscript at equal distance, so that insect will not come near the manuscript and will not get manuscript will not get destroyed. This is fumigation chamber, where manuscript once comes from outside. The manuscript need to be fumigated because bookworms will be there in it or worms will be there in it. It has to be destroyed, and the manuscript is placed in this fumigation chamber like this. Below there are two lights of 40 watt and 60 watt. They are lit, and above there is a plate which you are looking at. Those plates, thymol crystal, or usually thymol crystal will be used, and thymol crystal is placed in that plate and lights are switched on. The thymol crystal will start evaporating and the fumes will encircle this fumigation chamber. 6 hours the light is switched on, then the light is switched off and manuscript will be retained there for 2 days or 48 hours. Then after that the manuscript is taken out, cleaned, and it is stored in the storage unit. Chemical used for fumigation. Thymol crystal mostly used in majority of the libraries. We are using that. Even we can use paradichlorobenzene or combination of thymol and paradichlorobenzene too. We can use ethyl oxide, carbon dioxide crystal can also be used for fumigation in the fumigation chamber. To maintain relative humidity, these two chemicals we are going to use. Potassium or sodium dichromate usually used. Magnesium arsenate can also be used. Relative humidity can be maintained at appropriate, as mentioned earlier, so that manuscript will be retained properly in the storage units. This is vacuum fumigator, where computer generated, and when we keep it in this, the timer has been set. It is going to monitor all that, and everything will be done automatically. And such machines are also available, but the cost is huge. We are not going to use these, but will be used at certain manuscript libraries. Deacidification with ammonia gas, even tins are available. Deacidification can be done. Other modes of deacidifications are also there. I'll show you in the video how deacidification of paper manuscript will be done. It is not done for palm leaf, it is done for paper manuscript. because paper will go into acidic nature, will develop acidic nature with passage of time. So it needs deacidification so that it can be preserved for more than 400 years. And we are using calcium carbonate and calcium hydroxide solution, and we are going to give bath for paper manuscript on these calcium hydroxide, calcium carbonate, and then we are going to wash it. Then it is dried under shadows. Then manuscript is preserved. Paper manuscript deacidification will be done. The other insect repellent gadgets like rat attack and fumes which will come indicating about those gadgets are to be fixed in the manuscript library. Fire extinguisher and smoke alarm are the other gadgets which need to be present in the manuscript museum. How to preserve? Limiting number of visitors to the manuscript library is the mode, because people are going to carry dust to the manuscript museum or laboratory. So limiting them. Clean hands are to be used while handling the manuscript. Wear cotton gloves or gloves are to be worn while handling the manuscript. Do not remove it from the folder. If you want to remove it from the folder, it has to be carried in a tray, and through that tray it has to be transferred from one place to another place. Use two hands to handle the manuscript. With single hand we are not going to hold the manuscript because manuscript may get cut. We are going to cut it within a minute or two or a second, but to repair it, lot of time is needed. A certain time I sit 2 days to repair palm leaf manuscript which has been broken, half part which has been broken. So better we preserve it so that it should not be cut into pieces. Do not hold manuscript in the hand and do not rest your hand like how I am resting on the desk. In the same manner, do not rest on the manuscript. That is, these are the modes where manuscript can be preserved. Eatables should not be taken near to the manuscript library or manuscript storage unit. Eatables are there, 100% that insects will be attracted, or rats, cockroaches will come there and they'll destroy it, disfigure the manuscripts. Security conservation. Let us move further. How manuscript will be preserved when it has been broken, or paper manuscript has been broken, or letters are not appearing, re-inking is needed. So how to do it? That we'll look at through the video. Then we'll start the hands-on training here. Videos, please. Videos are there, 8, 9 videos are there. One by one you go on putting on. So there are methods of re-inking, oiling of palm leaf manuscript and preservation of paper manuscript. All will look through the videos, and even putting it in the fumigation chamber. The video will go on, I will go on demonstrating how these all will be done in the manuscript library. WAC 10.5. Until then, they'll start the video and show you the certain materials which we are going to use for manuscript repair. These are Japanese tissue paper which are used for repairing palm leaf as well as paper manuscript, and hole will be there or it has been cut into pieces. This Japanese tissue paper is available in Delhi as well as in several other stores. This is pottery which we are going to start with the vacha powder, and now vacha powder is taken, and many other pepper, cinnamon, and many other materials which we are going to use in 1:8 proportion. Vacha will be more. 1/8 of that we are going to use other material, and powder will be prepared, and it will be tied in a cloth like this, and they will be kept in between the manuscript at equal distance. Now you are looking at this in this video. Next video. Banana paper tissue repair. This is done with that Japanese tissue paper which I shown earlier. See now, the hole is there in the paper palm leaf manuscript. That will be repaired with the use of Japanese tissue paper with the usage of ink. That fibers which will be there in the Japanese tissue paper, they will be taken, mixed with gum, and it is filled into the hole which has been created by the worms in the manuscript, so that it can be stored for longer period. And the gum which is used is that is also available with conservation units which are there in Delhi, NCR Delhi. We are going to purchase from there, and we are going to use them. And even Fevicol and with the distilled water mixture can also be used, but little Fevicol is needed, more distilled water is needed. Plus next video please. Re-inking. First one, 11. This is re-inking of palm leaf manuscript, where palm leaf is taken. This is not done for paper, it is done only for palm leaf. Now surma or kajal is taken, mixed with citronella oil, and pottery with a cotton swab, it is applied over the manuscript where letters are not visible. To make it visible, this re-inking process is done. Ink will settle into the groove, then after that it is washed off, ink will settle into the groove and letters start appearing, so that we can read it easily, the manuscript. This is the method. Manuscript has to be held at the middle and from one side, and on the other side it is done. It is not done from one place to other. Middle part to on right side, middle part to left side. Re-inking will be done. Next more video. 14th one, digitalization. This is digitalization. Several ways are there. One mode I am narrating. With the scanner we are going to scan it and we are going to digitalize. Even with the reprographic camera too, we are going to do digitalization. Yes. It has been stored with bundle is done and stored at appropriate storage with the motherboard attached. Now we can tag it to our cloud place and we can store it for further usage. Next, one more video. Next video. Binding. Conservation, binding. Palm leaf manuscript, Rudrachali. Tying of the manuscript will be shown. these entire processes are physical. There is no mental involvement, and because it is conservation technique. I cannot bring those and can tie it here. So for that I have got videos. I have got few leaves so that we can do little hands-on training. See how the manuscript is appearing now after the time with after time with cloth has to be used, and this is not only then over that using cloth over that cloth is used. Yeah, should be there both the sides, so the air entry will be there. Manuscript is kept in the middle. Same way as tied earlier. How it has been tied earlier in the same manner with the cloth. It has to be tied again, and manuscript has been after tying it has to be stored in the storage unit. Now after tying the cloth, it appears like this and it is stored in the storage. This gap is there so that close next one it will be stored in the storage unit. Formally manuscript. De-acidification of paper. Below, second one. Below presentation. De-acidification. First one. Now we do de-acidification of paper manuscript. This is done only for paper manuscript. De-acidification of paper manuscript. Calcium carbonate is added to one tray. Calcium hydroxide and calcium carbonate are and another tray. Calcium hydroxide is added in the same quantity, 1.5 spoon. And another has to be kept free, only plain water, so that we can wash it to the ready part. Now I am mixing it. Calcium carbonate properly and calcium hydroxide properly so that it will get equally distributed into the water. Now before doing de-acidification of the paper, first we need to identify whether it is ink is water soluble or not. For that we will take a swab and we will spray distilled water and we will see whether ink is water soluble or not, just applying to a number. Now ink is not spreading, so it indicates that now ink is spreading. This is water soluble ink which has been used. One more, this also acidic in nature, and you will see whether water soluble or not by applying to a liter. Now this is not water soluble. This is proper ink and we will do de-acidification of this paper manuscript. Before that we need to take litmus paper and we will spray distilled water to this paper and we will see whether it is acidic or not. Now it will be compared with the litmus paper. Paper is not acidic. So also I demonstrate the deacidification method for paper manuscript. It is done only for paper manuscript. Paper manuscript is taken in a plastic sheet. It is covered and hooks are placed here so that water can enter inside. Excess water is also not needed, so hooks are used here. On other side too, it is done. In the middle, one more is placed, and now this is ready to give bath. Calcium carbonate bath is given first, which we have prepared earlier. Then followed by that, calcium hydroxide solution it is immersed and bath is given. Now later followed by that, in plain water it is washed. After this procedure, all the attachments are removed out and the paper is taken with the utmost care. And it is kept under shadows for drying. Next please. Now we do deacidification of paper. Fumigation chamber.
This is the fumigation chamber for the purpose of deworming of the manuscripts. We use both paper and palm leaf manuscripts. These are the thymal crystals which are used for the deworming process. The thymal crystals are placed on the steel plate on both sides. Here, palm leaf manuscripts are kept diagonally for the better exposure for the light. The manuscript should be spread out for the better exposure. Then switch should be the bulb is 45 to 60 watts and it should be kept for 6 hours for 2 days, nearly 48 hours.
Next video please.
The bulb should be switched on for 6 hours and should be
Oiling of manuscript. It is one of the methods for preservation of the palm leaf manuscript, and the ingredients which is used for the oiling of manuscript is citronelle oil. We have to
Oiling is done only for palm leaf manuscript. It is not done for paper manuscript.
dip a bottle in the citronelle oil.
Citronelle oil.
A method of oiling the palm leaf manuscripts.
This oiling is done on both the sides. Excess oil, if it is there, that has to be wiped off. And when every 6 months once we are going to do it for all the palm leaf manuscripts which are there in our
And this
manuscript
was
library.
bit
Bus. Next please.
oiling of manuscript. It is one of the methods for the
This is Japanese tissue paper and the repairing of cut palm leaf manuscript will be shown in this video. This is the gum which we used. This is gluten-free gum. This gluten-free gum will be taken and spread on the sheet. The sheet should be a glass sheet. On this it has to be done. And this glass sheet, Japanese tissue paper fibers are taken. These fibers are mixed with the gum and they are used for repairing and filling the gaps which will be there in the palm leaf for paper manuscripts. Next. Paper manuscript, Japanese tissue paper will be taken, and these are the Japanese tissue paper with adhesive present in it, and these are to be torn with the hand, and the manuscript which has been cut in pieces, they will be joined together. On one side is sufficient to join the cut manuscripts and now the torn manuscript has been repaired. Next paper manuscript, Japanese tissue paper will be taken.
This is the procedure.
This is preventive conservation. Cleaning, dusting of the manuscript.
Dusting of the manuscript. This is paper manuscript. This is the card catalog. The paper manuscript has to be held properly for the better placement. Then from the middle to the end side, we have to do brushing. We have to do on both sides of the paper manuscript.
Because already I told dust is the major enemy for destruction of the manuscript. Dust should be removed regularly for the manuscript which are there in the manuscript storage unit. Next week.
This is a method of preventive conservation of palm leaves manuscript. First, we have to do dusting.
This has been done already. Close. Please open PPT.
Manuscripts. And the method of doing the dusting is we have to hold the manuscripts at the middle and
PPT one. Reservation PPT. So the methods are there, like recopying. Traditional method is the best method. Manuscript will be copied once, 200 years once under the Raja Shreya or with the governance of Raja and the ministers and in British time ministers, and manuscript will be preserved. And in ancient time it has been considered as Pustakdana, as Mahadana. Many danas are there. Among that, Pustak Dana has been considered Shrestha Dana. Now there are many things like Netra Dana, Anna Dana, Abhay Dana, Vidya Dana. Pustak Dana has been considered as best Dana in ancient time. Photocopying is one more method of preserving. And microfilming, old method, but it is done at several centers. Then digitalization. This is the new method which we are going to do. We are all having Android, iPhone, mobiles, more than 64 MB cameras. Can do digitalization with that very easily. Or we need to use DSLR cameras and or reprographic cameras and can do digitalization. Software and hardware are needed for digitalization. These are the cameras. On the right side, older version of overhead scanner we are going to look at. On the right side, we are looking at reprographic cameras. This is the method where our manuscript library is having this reprographic camera digitalization method, which we are going to follow. One more method is there, overhead book scanners or else flat bedded scanner. We are having this flat bedded scanner, which we are going to do digitalization at present. Overhead tabletop scanners are there, even robo scans are also available where digitalization can be done for the manuscript. Softwares like HTML software are used, many OCR softwares which are purely used for Ayurveda manuscripts, Devanagari manuscripts, Devanagari OCR softwares are available, or few are freely available, few are cracked versions available, few we need to purchase so that OCR can be applied and it can be stored in a proper manner, so that conversion can become very easy. We can convert it into various forms, PDF, Word, JPG, TIFF file, so that we can convert it, and HTML editors will also be used, converted into web design. There are advantages of digitalization. It limits the people who are going to touch the manuscript or Xerox copies, and the digital image can be stored worldwide. You can avoid a visit to a specific manuscript library. Many advantages are there. To conclude, preventive conservation is widely used as majority of the centers. Curative conservation is not used much, and it's few centers we are having curative conservation in it. And curative conservation units are curative conservation is stress-inducing work, and lot of time is needed, involvement, dedication, and interest is needed for that. Conservation should be in ethical in manner. Otherwise, different forms of conservation will destroy the manuscript. Thank you, and those who are interested to do preservation of the manuscript hands-on training, you can come over. I will guide you. So that we are having two manuscripts. One is paper manuscript, another is palm leaf manuscript. You can do preventive conservation in paper manuscript. On palm leaf manuscript, you can do oiling, re-inking, curative conservation materials. I have not bought. I have bought already, but this table is not conducive and cannot do here. As much as possible, we can do here re-inking, oiling, preventive conservation. If you want to Japanese tissue paper restoration, that too you can do. Those who are interested can come, can join. One by one you come so that I can demonstrate.
क्वेश्चन वाला भाई तो सोच रहा हूँ उन्होंने ऐसा कवर कर लेना चारों साइड से मोबाइल पकड़ा मेरी फोटो खींच दो मैंने बिल्कुल खींचो आप किसने मना किया जाओ ऊपर
किसकी फोटो खींच
सामने क्यों खड़े हो गए यार साइड से कर लेते
देख रहे हैं हम भी चलें
अभी लाइव चल रहा है इसके बाद वाला प्रोग्राम
हम भी चलें
ये भी लाइव ही चल रहा है हमारा तो ये भी लाइव ही चल रहा है हमारा तो वो कितने बजे स्टार्ट होगा
इसके बाद जो है नेक्स्ट पूरा लाइव चलेगा
मतलब गाने वगैरह का कैसा है
नहीं वो क्विज है ना डॉक्टर से सारा क्विज होगा सारे अपने ये लगेंगे चारों ही लगेंगे
ये
जैकेट पहन के
सो गया ना तब तक पहुंच जाता वो
हाँ वो सामने खड़े हो गए ना क्या बोले
अरे वो जो लड़का है वो सो गया ना तब तक पहुंच गया उसका ऊपर
हाँ उठाओ उसको
तब से पूछ रहा
उठाओ उसको उठाओ
अरे जाओ जल्दी देखो
भीड़ कम हो रही ना
ऊपर तुम्हारी जरूरत नहीं ढूंढ रहे खा दे बेचारा सो गया उठ गया फिर बता दो ऊपर जाना
मिस हो जाएगा
इसी के बारे में सबसे पूछ रहा हूँ क्या भाई क्या करेंगे
मस्त नींद थी उसको देर थी अब जा रहा बोलने थोड़ा सामने से थोड़ा
मैं क्यों खाली बैठा हूँ मैं
गया ऊपर
वाइट करके इतना वाइट कर हाँ बस इतना
नहीं निकाल रहा हूँ
तो भी ऐसा हो गया था कि इस लेंस में मुझे फ्लैश लगाना पड़ जाता फिर ये ऐसे लगा जो पूरा अंधेरा कर दिया
आगे सेटिंग बंद करो पापा
अभी पहुँच गए छोड़ दीजिए फायदा है नहीं बैक आ रही है
कुछ रिकॉर्डिंग होती है वो तो छोड़ो बोल रहा था
यार
ऑडियो भी नहीं
छोड़ो
ऑडियो भी आना चाहिए ना लाइव चल रहा है ऐसे सब
लाइव का वो ढंग से बंद करेगा
कहाँ से यहाँ से
कैमरा ना बिल्कुल कॉर्नर पे रखा हुआ है कैमरा उठा देना यहाँ से
कैमरा
बिल्कुल कॉर्नर पे रखा हो लोग चलते भी ऐसे है ना
कल 2 दिन बाद
परसों तो बहुत एक्टिव होगा भाई क्लोजिंग वाले दिन
11
परसों
ज़्यादा
नहीं परसों मोदी जी भी आ सकते हैं परसों हाँ
तो यहाँ थोड़ी कैमरा लगेगा,
ये तो होगा।
कैमरा उठा उसके बाद वहाँ पर घूमे नहीं देंगे,
आगे पूरा बंद हो जाएगा।
यहाँ तो फिर चढ़ जाएंगे सारे।
एक्सपेक्टेशन तो है, वैसे उन्होंने फर्स्ट डे भी आना, फर्स्ट डे उन्होंने मैसेज भेज दिया था हमें, तो आ सकते हैं।
आज मोदी जी हैं तो वो भी आएंगे, आता
वो तो आएंगे ही आएंगे परसों, तो परसों वैसे भी आना ही है।
मज़ा आया, मज़ा भी आता है।
खाली है ना ऑडियंस कम है, परसों कितनी ऑडियंस, कल पूरा बड़ा ऑडियंस पीछे भी खड़े हो रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट सेशन में भी भीड़ होगी, जो नेक्स्ट है ना उसमें भी भीड़ हो जाएगी, क्विज है ना पूरा भर जाएगा।
हमारे चारों कैमरे नहीं हैं,
चारों अलग ही लगेंगे, 2 कैमरे वहाँ लगाने हैं, दोनों उसमें, एक ऑडियंस को रहेगा, एक सामने। बीच में अंतर लेने वाले होंगे,
हाँ वो तो बैठते हैं सर, बोले बैठते हैं, फिर
बोर हो गए,
टाइम मिले
एक बार रोड के नीचे आ गए थे, क्या मैं चाहता हूँ अब तो आस्था से है ना आपका, तो आस्था दीजिए
रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं, आसपास पर चला
रिकॉर्ड है, चलाएगा आस्था, बस डाटा चाहिए।
कुछ नहीं ना डाटा,
आचार्य जी को चाहिए,
वो आस्था थोड़ी, आस्था को कौन देखेगा, आस्था का मतलब जो गेस्ट आने वाला है, कोई गेस्ट आने वाला है,
वो ऐसी बस ज़्यादा
सुबह मॉर्निंग में कोई नहीं आया, अभी तैयारी चल रही किसी चीज़ की, गेस्ट का डॉक्टर आएंगे,
लाइव डेमो चल रहा है,
2-3 डॉक्टर आ चुके, गेस्ट कल परसों कल आएंगे, तो कैमरा बराबर से चलत है, मेरा मन से कहाँ देखावा
चालू
पिछवाड़ा देखता देखा पास क्या हमारा नहीं, आचार्य जी को ये ले, आचार्य जी ये लेके क्या करेंगे, 15 तारीख से करता है, पता नहीं 15 तारीख को आऊँगा कि नहीं आऊँगा, 15 तारीख से करता है
आचार्य जी की
नहीं, प्रदीप मिश्रा जी, आचार्य जी करता है थोड़ी
नहीं, आचार्य जी मुझे लगा आचार्य जी जा रहे हो,
आचार्य जी ने कल साड़ी नहीं दिया,
हाँ यार कल कुछ बोले भी नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं कहा, ऐसे चलेगा,
मना कर दिया, पहले ही मना कर दिया, मेरे भाषण में कल आज 5 नाश्ता अभी चल जाओ ना, ऊपर चले जाओ,
मैंने क्या करना, ये लेके जाऊँ
फोटो खींचा साइड में,
एक फोटो भी नहीं आएगी वहाँ से,
तो सो गया देखा ही,
मैंने इसीलिए वाइड एंगल निकाल के रखा हूँ, मैंने कहा कौन जाए पास में, कौन सी
चलो तो बाहर बहुत खड़ी पूरा फोटो डाल देना, ढूंढते रहो फोटो यार, ये लोग ज़्यादा देख के चले, पूछो क्या जानना चाहते हैं, समझ में नहीं आया तो फिर भी कह रहा था कि हाँ हाँ ये वाला समझ में आ गया एक और साल मेरा हो गया उसे भी घुमा दिया। ये भी ऐसा सवाल पूछ रहा था खुद इसको नहीं समझ में क्या पूछूंगी
सुबह से सबको कंफ्यूज करके रखा है।
सुबह पूछ रहा था सुबह ये है कि कुछ नहीं आओ बता वहीं पता मैं क्या पता है
चक्कर आ गया चक्कर
ताली मार दो जो सही है।
कौन मारे पब्लिक ही नहीं हम ये दो लोग मारते हैं।
चलो चलो हो गया हो गया हो गया।
कौन सा चैनल चल रहा है
और आयुष
इनका भी यूट्यूब होगा ना उस पर चल रहा है।
और ये जो चल रहा है आयुष टीवी का
हाँ इनके आयुष में चल रहा है इनका जो चैनल होगा इनका भी चैनल होगा ना यूट्यूब वाला
किनका
इन लोगों का जो
कौन ये बोल रहा हूँ
बोल नहीं रहे जो ये मतलब
ये है ना सूचना विभाग वाले दूसरा कैमरा लगाना है वो है अभी तो वो होगा ना यार क्विज कंपटीशन है वो तो हमें लाइव देना है आयुष टीवी पर लाइव जाएगा ना
वो सब मेरे मतलब नहीं यही बस ये जो भाषा दे रहे हैं
तो क्विज कंपटीशन होगा वो नहीं होगा तो जैसे बढ़िया
किस्मत में जल्दी जाना पड़ेगा फिर वहाँ से सुबह आओ
अभी हरिद्वार आओगे
हरिद्वार से टाइम
वैनिटी में लेके आ रहे हैं खड़ी है
हमारा
हाँ 5 बजे
6 बजे पैकअप होना था आज भी 8 बजे
ये तो वो लोग आएंगे नहीं जो मतलब यहाँ होगा सुबह सिलेबस लेकर बैठ जाते हैं लोग इसी तरह
ठीक है उसको कुछ
अब साल भैया की दुकान में करते क्या वैसे शॉप ही है ना मतलब वो करते हैं काम वहाँ क्या
नहीं हम तो टीम है हमारी वो बहुत बड़ी टीम 25 लोगों की टीम है हमारी
शॉप कैसे वो अपनी है क्या वैसे
शादी शॉप है अपनी वहाँ पर वही करता वो लड़का नहीं आता मुझ वाला वो दुकान पे जाकर
हाँ वही देख रहा ना
सरदार जी
नहीं दूसरा लड़का नहीं आ रखा है मुझ वाला है
और वो बैठे थे
आ गया क्या
हाँ तुम तो
तो वो भी बढ़िया भैया थे वो
कौन?
तो स्कूल में थे
हाँ
से
हाँ
गोरे से थे
हमारे साथ
हाँ उनके साथ
मोटा
मतलब ऐसी थी ना हम लोग गोरे से फोटो शूट किया
ऊपर
हाँ डॉक्टर का वो चल रहा है थोड़ा
यहाँ ऊपर
यहाँ से ऊपर जाके जहाँ खाना चल रहा है उसके बगल में
हाँ तो वो तो वहीं है सब वहीं है
गोरे से थे
सवाल
बढ़िया वाले
छुट्टे वाला अच्छा सुबह के बाद दांत बाहर को आने के दांत उसके
गोरे से हैं
हाँ वही
मेरे अगर दोस्त
ये संतोष की बात करूँगा
हम भी चले क्या
छोटी टॉफी में
अरे यहाँ पे सेटअप होना शुरू हो गया विशाल क्या सीन है
चलती था क्या करें, परेशान हो गए
दूसरी बार जा रहे हैं, पहले भी उनको वापस बिठाया।
डिटेल ही बताने लगे, थ्योरी कर रहे हैं उनका बैठ।
दो लड़की तो गई बस।
वो नहीं, मतलब ये जो होने वाला भागीरथी में कौन फोटोग्राफर है? भागीरथी में जल्दी सामान में करो मैं तो बैठा ही हूँ।
और क्या, अब क्या है, अब वो तो लोगों ने फीस तो होती,
बस 5 बजेगा वहाँ पर आएंगे इधर मैदान।
किधर पे? अच्छा, कौन आएगा?
आचार्य जी के साथ रहते हैं, पतंजलि के बारे में बताएंगे तो उनका सोच उसके बाद 5 बजे बाद फिर
बोल के आधा घंटा खाएंगे,
और आधा घंटा खाएंगे।
5 मिनट बोल के आधा
ये नहीं गया ना, ये सारा तो वो ये अकेले ही पूछ लेता सब।
भेजली से भी
खत्म हो गया भाई।
पूछ ले तो ऊपर बुला रहे हैं, इसने खींचने जो जल गए उससे वो ऐसी नहीं होता, वही वाली बुक बता रहे हैं। उनको नाम बता, उनको खुद बुक के नाम
नहीं पता था, वही तो मुझे
उसको क्या वो भी सोच पड़ जाए बुक के नाम पूछ
कह रही है, तो आउट ऑफ द सिलेबस आ गया।
उसे पता है नहीं, वो सोच रहा है क्या पता। आपकी कुछ चेयर उधर लगी, एक ही चेयर देखो, वो लगी आपकी चेयर। इतनी आगे चेयर फिर भी यहाँ बैठो।
अलग अलग घंटे का
जो भी कार्ड में सब कुछ करना पड़ता है। अरे हो गया, चलो उतरो। सोच रहा था कि ये कौन खोल जो जो वीडियो देखता है बंद करता है। खुद का मन उठ जाता हाँ भाई जोर से बोलो आ जाएगा मैं इससे सवाल पूछने जाएगा
चलो हो गया बाय बाय
स्पीकर
फोटो मैंने खिंचवा ली फोटो वहाँ ऊपर देखी वही तो दे रहा था मेरे को वो कुर्सी पे बैठ के अपनी वीडियो बना भाई एक से एक लोग आते हैं
साथ में वो भी नीचे आते हैं
Thank you so much, sir, for your details description regarding the manuscript, and I think audience are very much interested about the hands-on training. Due to lack of time, we are not able to continue this session. Sorry for that. So now moving forwards, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Praveen. He is working as assistant professor, National Institute of Ayurveda, Deemed University, Jaipur. He completed his BMS from SDM Ayurveda College and Hospital, Udupi, and he had completed his MD and PhD from National Institute of Ayurveda. Without taking too much time, I would like to invite Dr. Praveen Kumar V. Please deliver your lecture. Sir, please.
delivery or lecture जाओगे जब भी कमांड करेंगे मैं आगे बैठते
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, with your kind blessings, I will start my presentation.
नीचे देखो नीचे आ गए ऊपर
So the topic is editing Ayurveda manuscripts and lower and higher criticisms.
कुछ हमारे लिए बताइए
So, in the previous sessions, we have learned about the need of studying Ayurveda manuscriptology and need of conservation or preservation of Ayurveda manuscripts. And after the conservation, the question comes, why you have to conserve the manuscripts? What is the need of conserving? The main is to publish the manuscript so that the knowledge can be disseminated to the scholars. So before publishing, there is one critical step involved, that is called editing. So the topic will be covered under the following headings. The first will be discussing about definition, followed by kinds of texts, next methods of critical editing, lower criticism, higher criticism, editing methodology, and in edited text where these methods will be mentioned, and lastly the conclusion. The definition of editing is reconstruction the text depending on available sources so that the reconstructed work resembles the same as that of the author who has written it originally. So in editing, what we'll be doing is the text will be reconstructed. Text here refers to the manuscript which we have got. It will be reconstructed in the similar way that it should resemble the author's original writing or the language. So next is critical editing. It refers to analysis of different sources. So one author might have written a text and it may be copied by many other scholars which are named as scribes in manuscriptology. Likewise, there will be many scribes who have copied that original manuscript. Depending on these scribes' writing, there will be many copies of this same manuscript. For example, Charaka Samhita. If Agnivesha is the author, there may be many copies related to Charaka Samhita. So all these copies will be analyzed, and that process is called as critical editing. Kinds of texts are autograph, immediate copy, transmitted text, and archetype. Autograph refers to a copy of text written by the author in his own hand. So the author writes the manuscript in his own hand. So we have Charaka Samhita in Ayurveda, which is written by Agnivesha, but we don't have that autograph, which is originally written by the Agnivesha. Immediate copy refers to copy made from autograph, but not under supervision of the author. This is an immediate copy. Transmitted text refers to the text that has passed through many copying stages. Okay, archetype is an immediate copy that serves as source of several arrays of extant manuscripts arrived inductively. So mainly what we get in present is the transmitted text or the immediate copy. And there is lesser chance of getting the immediate copy, and what we are getting maximum are the transmitted text. The next is various readings or variorecto, which refers to when two copies of the text vary in the text in a passage. One copy can be considered as original and other as the various readings. The scholars who are reading Ayurveda, they might have seen the published book on Charaka Sushruta or Vagbhata. There is a footnote given wherein there are many various readings are given. So next is methods of critical editing. It has two methods. One is lower criticism, the second is higher criticism. Lower criticism refers to presenting the text as close as possible to the original work. In Sanskrita we refer to as Matruka Vimarsha. Matruka refers to the copy of the manuscript which we make as a source or the main copy. Vimarsha refers to analysis. Higher criticism refers to consideration of the question of authorship, date of author and etc. And in Sanskrit we refer to this as Grantha Vimarsha or Grantha Sthara Nirnaya. So the details will be given in the following slides. So there are three stages of lower criticism: heuristics, categorization and emendation. Lower criticism involves, what it basically involves is analytical description of the manuscripts, that is Matrika Swarupam, collation that is Pata Samvada Vichara or Patantara Sankalanam, wherein the different readings from different copies will be collected and a collation sheet will be prepared, and that is called collation. And information of fixing the readings, that is Pata Nirnayartha Vilambita Amshaha. Since we have different readings from different manuscripts, we have to fix one single reading so that it can be kept in the shloka and others can be kept in the column of various readings or the patantara. Next is pedigree of codices. Pedigree refers to the sequence in which the manuscripts are written, which is the first, next or third, fourth, etc. Next is the analytical description of manuscript involves the simple catalog. There are some points mentioned in the simple catalog that involves the title of the manuscript, the name of the author, the scribe who has copied the manuscript, number of folio, number of pages, the condition of the manuscript, etc. and the subject. So, title of the manuscript refers to, there are confusion regarding these two terms. Number one is title of manuscript, second is the subject. Title refers to the name given by the author to that manuscript. Subject refers to the topic which he is dealing with. So Ayurveda is subject, title will be Charaka Samhita, likewise. Next is colophon. Colophon refers to the text which indicates the end of a document or a chapter. This is called colophon. The handwriting, the author's handwriting will be also be analyzed. The errors, there are some errors while copying the manuscript, those will also be analyzed. Next is Matruka and copies. We consider the one main copy which is complete, which is legible and which we seems to be correct as Matruka, and other copies we consider as Putrika. If we imagine that we have got some 5 copies of Charaka Samhita, among that one copy which is almost complete will be selecting as Matrika, that is source, and others will be considered as Putrika or the copies. The higher criticism involves valuation or estimation of the work or author's authorship. For example, Agnivesha has written Charaka Samhita. What is the proof that Agnivesha has written the Charaka Samhita? That author's authorship is also studied under the heading of higher criticism. The date on which the manuscript was written, language, source of work, life of the author, working situation, circumstances that made the author to compose the work. What made Agnivesh to compose the work of Agnivesh Tantra or Charaka Samhita? Influences of former works on present work. There will be some former works done on the same subject and the present work will be there. For example, Chakrapani, who has written the commentary named as Ayurveda Deepika. What was the influence of previous works on Chakrapani? That will also be studied in the topic of or the subject of higher criticism. The influences of present work on later works. For example, influence of Chakrapani on later scholars. What he has made the impact. That will also be studied in higher criticism. Style of the writing or the author's style, refutes and arguments. How the author present the different theories of refuting a particular theory or argument in that particular theory. Command over the meters. Meters refers to chandas. How the author has used different chandas in different contexts. It will also be discussed in the topic of higher criticism. And assessment of readings. If there are different readings of a same manuscript, then the assessment will be of the readings will be done based on some rules which will be studied later, and that assessment of readings will also be a part of higher criticism. For example, we have studied that the date, language, source of work, etc. will be studied in the higher criticism. For this, I have given some examples. This is a text of. Is there any Ayurveda scholar here? Any Ayurveda scholar? No one is there? Can you identify from which text is this written? यह सिद्ध योग लिखितादिक सिद्ध योगात् अत्रैव निक्षिपति केवलम् उद्धरेत्वा भट्टत्रय त्रिपद वेद विदाचनेन दत्तः पतेत् सपदि मूर्धनि तस्य च शामः. Any Ayurveda scholar? If they are sleeping, please get up. So this is source of work. This is text is Chakradatta. The source of work for Chakradatta was Vrindamadhava, Siddha Yoga Sangraha. So likewise, the author himself says which work he has considered as source to write his own work. So we have also seen that in higher criticism, the reason for writing the text is also being studied. So this is one of the example. Asadbodha Tamachanna Samshrutamboja Bodhika Vasara Shriniva Arabdha Tika Bhanumati Maya. Can anybody answer from which text this is written? Any Ayurveda scholar? So this is from Sushruta Samhita Tika Bhanumati written by Chakrapani. He is writing the reason why he has written the Tika. Asadbodha Tamachanna. Sushruta Samhita was adulterated by wrong interpretations. To remove such adulterations or corruptions and give the proper meaning of the shlokas written by the Sushruta, or to give true intention of what Sushruta refers to. For this reason, Acharya Chakrapani has written the commentary on Sushruta Samhita, which is named as Hanumati. So this is the reason why the author writes the text. This also is studied in higher criticism. So this here, can anybody guess from which text this is taken from? Any Ayurveda scholar? Ayurveda scholar कोई नहीं है फिर भी चुप है. So this is from Chakradatta Tika written by Nischalakara. So Chakradatta is a text written by Chakrapani, and over that the commentary is written by two persons. One is Nischalakara, that is called Ratnaprabha Tika. One is Tattvachandrika, written by Shivadasya. So here Acharya Nischalakara says why he has written commentary on Chakradatta. What was the need? So this you can see that Chakra Sangraha Ratnasya Kubodha Malinatvishaha Tantrantara Gunakarsha Durukti Namcha Gharsha. So this is the reason why he has written the commentary. See, Chakra Sangraha Ratna, he is comparing the text of Chakradatta to a Ratna. Ratna means a gem. And that Ratna was, the shine of that Ratna was masked by Kubodha Malinatvisha. Kubodha means wrong interpretations or false interpretations. So by this, the Chakra Sangraha Ratna, the shine of the Chakradatta was masked. To bring back that shine, which was lost, Tantrantara Gunakarsha. So how we can bring back the shine which was lost from Chakraratha? He has adopted two methods, that is Tantrantara Gunakarsha. He has adopted some two interpretations from different Tantra or many references from other Tantra, so that the two intention of Chakraratha can be given. So first method was Tantrantara Gunakarsha, adopting some goods from other Tantra to prove that Chakraratha's interpretation is such and such. Second is Durukti Namcha Gharshanat. So Durukti refers to, again, wrong interpretation of the text. Gharshanat refers to removing those wrong interpretations, bringing the good interpretations from other texts, removing the bad interpretations or the wrong interpretations. By these ways, he has brought the lost shine of Chakraratha back to the pavilion. So, Nisthalakarena Prabhatasya Prakasha. This is how Acharya Nisthakara has brought the Prabha of the shine of Chakraratha. And again, we have studied one line or the one aspect in higher criticism, that the style of commentator will also be studied or written in the aspect of higher criticism. See, what is the style of Nischalakara? Two styles are Durukti Gharshana and Tantrantara Gunakarsha. And one more style is Yoga Vyakya Prasangena. Whenever he comments on some formulations, Leksham Yogyantaram Maya, he has given the altered forms of that particular yoga. Okay, if there is Shatpalakrita as a yoga in Chakraratha, he has given some altered forms of Chakraratha which even can be prepared and practiced. So this is Yoga Vyakya Prasangena Leksham Yogantaram Maya Sudrushtam Cha. And he has decided to write that yoga based on some reasons. The reasons are Sudrushtam Cha. He has practically used that yoga in the altered form and got the results. Prasiddham Cha. In his time, what were the formulations which were very famous, that also he has given in his commentary. Prasiddham Cha. Yukti Siddha. Yukti Siddha refers to if the particular yoga is logical in some indications which are not mentioned in Acharya, he has also given such extra indications of that particular yoga. So this is how the style of Nischalakara can be decided, and accordingly the commentary can be written. So this again, can you guess from which text this particular shloka is taken from? Any Ayurvedic scholar? Actually, this is from Sushruta Samhita, Nibandha Sangraha Vyakya of Dallana. See, here Acharya Dallana says his source work. What are the works he has considered as source to write his commentary? Mainly he considers the text of Jajjata, Gayadasa, Bhaskara and Sri Madhava, Brahmadeva, etc. He is referring Jajjata to a Tikakara and Gayadasa Bhaskara as Panchikakara and Sri Madhava, Brahmadeva as Tippanakara. There are reasons to say why he has referred Jajjata as Tikakara, Panchikara as Gayadasa, etc. But this is not the scope of the presentation. So, like you see, these works written by Jajjata, etc. are acted as source for Acharya Dallana. Among these, he considers Gayadasa readings as main source and others as sub-sources. So whatever Acharya Gayadasa says, that Dallana will accept. Whatever he rejects, that Dallana will also reject. So this is how he has followed his preceptor, that is Acharya Gayadasa mainly. See, again he says why he has written the text or the commentary on Sushruta, even though many commentaries were available. Before Dallana, many commentators have written the commentary, but why again he has written? The reason is Tasam Kushagriya Dhiya Abhigamyatvad Alpamedasam Anugrahaya Sushrutam Vyakhyatamasya Mama Prayasa Safala. The commentaries written by Jajjata, Gayadasa, Bhaskara, Madhava, Brahmadeva were only understandable to one who is having kushagrati. Kushagrati refers to a very sharp intelligence. So only for those commentaries were easy understandable. But for others like us who are mandabuddhi, it was not easily understandable. For that reason, Acharya Dallan has written the commentary that is on Sushruta Samhita Nidhamanta Sangra Vakya. Again, we have seen the source of works, different source of works. So, can anybody say from which text this is written? Yes, this is from Madhavanidhana Madhukosha Vakya. See the number of sources he has referred to. Bhattara Jajjata Gadadhara Vakyachandra Sri Chakrapani Bakuleshwara Sena Bhojaihi Ishana Kartika Sukira Sudhira Vaidaihi Maitreya Madhava Mukhi Likitam Vichinte. So I have read all these source works. After that I have written my commentary. So the source work for Madhukosha were the commentaries or the text written by these commentators. So he has written so you can see here, for before Chakrapani he has added the word Sri, and before any scholars or any Tikakara has not added the word Sri. So why he has added Sri before Chakrapani was a role model for Madhukosha, and he was considered as Pramanika Agra among all the commentators as per Nisarga. So huge respect was given for Chakrapani, even now and even those days. So this is from Ayurveda Rasayana, Acharya Hemadri. So we have seen the reason why the commentator or the particular scholar writes the commentary. So this is different reason given by Hemadri. So after he has written Chaturanga Chintamani, which is for Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. So to attain that Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha, one person should have a perfect Arogya. To develop that Arogya, he has written commentary on Ashtanga. So initially he has written Chaturanga Chintamani. After that he has written the Ayurveda Rasayana Vakya. And why he has written? With his own yukti? No, he has followed the source works. And his commentary is along the lines or in parallel with the opinions of the Acharya like Charaka, Harita, Sushruta, etc. So he is giving one suggestion to us that whatever comes in our mind, it will not be the interpretation. The interpretation should match with Charaka, Sushruta and Vagbhata texts. So we have also studied the life of that author will also be studied in higher criticism. What is the life of that particular author or commentator? So he is the life of Hemadri. Many of the persons will be knowing. He was a Amatya, that is a chief minister in Maharaja Ramachandra's dynasty or Asthana, and he was a chief accountant general in that place. So he was a chief minister. He has to manage the works related to war and etc. And he was a chief accountant general. So even in this busy schedule, he has written the commentary that is Ayurveda Rasayana. Next he is writing the style. Style is one style he has written. We have seen previously that whatever the interpretations not said in other commentaries will be said in Hemadri or written in this commentary. And other style is the Anukti Ashtanga Sangraha Tantantrani Uktani Vaishami Vivritani. Wherever he feels the reference of Ashtanga Sangraha should also be given in the sloka of Ashtanga Hridaya, he has given references of Ashtanga Sangraha also. And apart from Ashtanga Sangraha, he has given many references of Tantrantara like Harita, Bhuja, Vankasena, etc. And Vaishamya, if there is any contradiction between opinions of Charaka, Sushruta, Vagbhata and any other Grantha, he has solved these controversies. We'll deal all the examples in the next slides, how the controversies are solved by the different scholars. So now the question comes, why editing is required? Editing is required because giving a book is like Vidyadana. So there are three types of Vidyadana. that is, one is Pustakadana, second is Pratimadana, third is Adhyapana. One is we can teach, that is a type of Vidyadana. Second is Pratimadana. Pratimadana means any gods or goddess related to Vidya. उनका फोटो देना, सरस्वती माता, etc. Ganesh. So to give that Pratimadana is an example of Vidyadana. One more is Pustakadana, to write a book and give it to the society. So these were considered as Vidyadana. So and need for editing is to give a perfect book which is less error, which is with less error. Complete errorless book is very difficult. Which are with less error. To give that particular book, the editing is required. See, and this we can skip. So, what are the steps in editing? We have seen in the previous slides that it has two steps. One is lower criticism, second is higher criticism. Question comes whether these steps were mentioned by the scholars of our Ayurveda commentators, that is Ayurveda commentators, or this is a contribution by modern science. So, see, Acharya Nilakanta, he is a commentator on Mahabharata. He says the steps of editing. Bahun samahritya vivinna deshya koshan vinischitya cha pathamagram pracham guruna manuscriptya vacham arabhyate bharata bhavadepaha. So the steps is we have to collect the manuscripts of different sources. Bahun samahritya vivinna deshya. We have to visit many desha, that is the source of manuscript or the any conservation centers. We have to visit there. Then koshan vinischitya. Then we should decide which text I was going to take, and particular text you should decide and collect that particular text vinischitya. And hame vinischitya pathamagram. After seeing many copies of that particular manuscript, you should decide which patha. Patha here refers to reading, which is agra. Agra means sreshta or complete. After deciding that, based on pracham guruna manuscriptya vacham, pracham guru refers to our teachers who has taught us. Along the lines of that guru, we should interpret particular grantha. So the first step is to collect the manuscripts. Second step is to collate, that is vinischitya patha. And after vinischitya patha, agra patha should be selected, that is sahi patha, the correct patha should be selected. After that, depending on the teacher's advice, the interpretations can be made on that particular grantha. So this is mentioned by Nilakanta in Bharata Bhavani. And one more thing, why the editing is required? Reason for editing. जैसे ऑथर ने लिखा था वैसे ही हो तो अच्छा होता है. जिस प्रकार से अग्निवेश लिखे थे वैसे ही ग्रंथ में ले तो एडिटिंग की जरूरत नहीं है. बट उसके बीच में बहुत कुछ होता है जिसकी वजह से एडिटिंग का एसेंशियल पड़ता है. द रीजंस आर मेंशन्ड इन महाभारत तात्पर्यनिर्णय. द सेज क्वचित ग्रंथान प्रक्षिपन्ति क्वचित अंतरितान अपि कुरु क्वचित च व्यत्यासं प्रमादात् क्वचित अन्यथा अनुत्सन्ना अपि ग्रंथाः व्याकुला इति सर्वशः उत्सन्ना प्राश सर्वे कोट्यांशोऽपि न वर्तते. So this text is written by Srimad Madhvacharya on Mahabharata Tatparya Nirnaya. So he says, Kochit Granthan Prakshipanti. There are chances of interpolation. Prakshipanti refers to interpolation. Adding a different shloka which was not originally written by the author. That is called Prakshepa in manuscript. Kochit Antaritanapi. Sometime we change the order of the shloka. Antarita. Kuru Kochita Vyathyasam. Vyathyasam means we change the complete style of the author's making of shloka. That is Vyathyasam. Or Vyathyasa here also refers to Krama Vyathyasa. Changing the chapter order. That we'll see in the next slides. Pramadat Kochitanyatha. Sometimes the changes in text occur due to Pramada. Pramada refers to some negligence. Due to negligence, while copying the text, the scribe may copy it in the wrong way and that lead to the wrong text. So, Anutsanna api grantha vyakula iti sarvashaha utsanna prasha sarve kotyam shopen vartate. So, the Acharya says, the many Ayurveda, not only Ayurveda, many manuscripts are Vyakula. Vyakula means highly damaged. And even though there are some manuscripts available, those are also Kotyam Shobhina Vartate. Even in the crore, 1 crore part is also not available. Just the status of the manuscript. मतलब ओरिजिनल ऑथर जिस प्रकार से लिखा था अभी वैसा ही मिलना मतलब कोट्यंश के समान. So that's the level of damage made to the manuscripts by actually human. So these are the steps based on the above opinions of two acharya. The steps are assemble the manuscripts from manuscript centers. Manuscript centers कौन से नेशनल मैनस्क्रिप्ट मिशन में पूरा इंफॉर्मेशन मिलेगा. रिस्टोरेशन करेंगे. रिस्टोरेशन के बारे में हमारे श्रीनाथ सर ने आपको अभी बता दिया है. डिसिफरिंग द राइटिंग, उसके बाद डिसिफरिंग करेंगे. प्रिपेयरिंग ए मास्टर कॉपी, दैट्स कॉल्ड मातृका. कोलेशन ऑफ द सेम विद अदर मैनस्क्रिप्ट्स, उसके बाद कोलेशन करेंगे. नेक्स्ट रिकॉर्डिंग द वेरिएंट्स, जो मेन रीडिंग से अलग है वो वेरिएंट्स को हम रिकॉर्ड करेंगे. उसके बाद असेसिंग द रीडिंग्स टुवर्ड्स डिटरमाइन द करेक्ट टेक्स्ट. उसके बाद जितना भी रीडिंग्स हमको मिला है अलग अलग कॉपी से उनको हम असेस करेंगे. असेस करके कौन सा सही बैठता है श्लोक के लिए वो डिसाइड करेंगे. आफ्टर दैट प्रिपरेशन ऑफ प्रेस कॉपी ऑफ द फाइनल क्रिटिकल टेक्स्ट. उसके बाद एक प्रेस कॉपी बनता है, दैट विल बी द फाइनल टेक्स्ट. सो देयर आर, अभी हमने पढ़ा था कि रिकॉर्डिंग द वेरिएंट्स एंड असेसिंग द रीडिंग्स ये मेन एस्पेक्ट होता है एक एडिटिंग का. तो किस प्रकार आचार्य ने, हमारे आयुर्वेद के आचार्य ने ये सभी रीडिंग्स को ऑब्जर्व करते थे बाय राइटिंग द कमेंट्री. तो वो हम ही देखेंगे बिकॉज दिस इज मेजर स्टेप इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ एडिटिंग. द फर्स्ट टाइप ऑफ ऑब्जर्वेशन इज युक्त और अयुक्त पाठ अथवा न्याय और अन्याय पाठ. So Yukta Pata refers to which is justifiable or which is appropriate in this particular shloka. Ayukta refers to which is not appropriate in this particular shloka. So this is a Moola shloka written in Sushruta. Tamshe toda kantu pradhurpavahi janiyat shuddhamiya adatta iti shuddham adadana apanayitaha atha shonita gandhena na munchet mukham asyaha saindhava chodena avakinit. So this is from Sushruta Samhita Jaloka Avacharana Adhyaya. So here the word written is Shonita Gandha. On that particular word the Acharya Dallana is commenting. Anyatu Shonita Gardhena iti patanti. Instead of Shonita Gandha, few scholars read it as Shonita Gardha. So these are two readings. In one manuscript he has got the reading as Shonita Gandha. In another manuscript he got the reading as Shonita Gardha. So no question comes which is correct and which is not correct. So this he will analyze. He says Gardhena abhikankshaya. Gardha here refers to abhikansha, it is ichha. Vadanti Gandhena iti ayukta patha. Who were the scholars who read the reading as Shonita Gandha, that particular reading is ayukta, means it is wrong. Why it is wrong? Because Jaloka does not have Gandhendriya. So if there is no Gandhendriya to Jaloka, how the Jaloka can get Shonita Gandha? That's why Dallana rejects that opinion and accepts the patha as Shonita Gardha. Gardha refers to Ichha. It has a desire to take much blood. So this is how he has analyzed the different patha, and this is how he has proved that which is Yukta and Ayukta patha. Kashayanurasam tesham dadivam nati pittaram deepaniyam ruchikaram mrutyam varcho vivannam. So this is Moola shloka. So over this, you see, if we read the Moola shloka, we don't see any controversies or actually we don't get anything. But the commentators gives us many aspects regarding this shloka. You see, in Moola shloka the word mentioned is Nati Pittalam. Nati Pittalam iti Amla Dadima Phala Visheshan Ishat Pittakara Pittalam. Nati Pittalam there refers to Ishat Pittalam. चरके अपि सर्वं पित्तम अम्लम अन्यत्र दाडिम आमलका इत्यत्र भट्टार हरिचंद्रेण दाडिम ग्रंथ निरस्य. So that is Moola shloka in Charaka Samhita. That is सर्वं पित्तलम अम्लम अन्यत्र दाडिम आमलका. Even this published version of in Chakrapani we see that Moola shloka दाडिम आमलका. But in Bhattar Harishchandra commentary he has not written दाडिम. He has written only Amalaka Itesha eva paఠam Paruskrita. So likewise, the published version which we have now, it is bits different from what the Bhattar Harishchandra's version was. This is how we can interpret this particular line, and how he has justified that Atipiktalam is related to Dadima. So, and he has accepted Isham Pittal. This is, see again one more example. Kichi Sharinana Matisarah Ityadi Patham Ajat Amajat Atisara Lakshananantar Padhanti. Yuktascha Tatheva Patha. We have seen that some people reverse the order or change the order of that shloka. So this is one of the example wherein some people change the order of the shloka. There is one more shloka wherein he says, you can observe there, Ityadi Patham Amajatisara Lakshana Anantaram Pathanti. So in the shloka sequences, first Vata Jatisara, next Pitta, Kapha, next Chikitsa starts. But few people, what they say is, before Chikitsa, Amajatisara Lakshana should be written. But Param Jajjatacharya Vachana Anurodhena Atra Patitaha, Jajjatacharya Vihaya Anni Tikakara Asya Anantaram Patham Na Pathanti. Because many of the commentaries or the source books which Dalana was having, nobody has written the shloka in the order mentioned that above line. That is after Vatajatisara, nobody has written the Amajatisara Lakshana. That's why even Dalana has accepted that the same order which is mentioned in this published edition, it should be followed. And whoever is not accepting that particular reading or sequence of the shloka, they are referred to as Kshodakshamatva Abhavat. So if you want to justify your interpretation, you should be able to tolerate the Kshoda. Kshoda refers to ready to go investigation. आपको कोई क्वेश्चन पूछा जाए, आपको रेडी होना चाहिए वो सब जवाब देने के लिए. That is Kshodakshamatva. So this is one of the important quality which we should have. तो रिवर्स ऑर्डर श्लोक का ऑर्डर रिवर्स हो गया है. रिवर्स हो गया बताने के लिए आपके पास एविडेंस चाहिए. मगर आचार्य दलना कहते हैं मैक्सिमम मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट कॉपीज में वो नहीं था, इसलिए वो रिवर्स ऑर्डर को मानेंगे नहीं. जो भी बोलते ऑर्डर रिवर्स होना चाहिए, तो आप परीक्षा लेने के लिए दैट इज क्षोधा. क्षोधा मतलब इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए आप रेडी हो जाइए, बट वो कमेंटेटर्स रेडी नहीं होते हैं बिकॉज दे डोंट हैव एविडेंसेस. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट इज here also you can see गुणा इति ननवत् स्थूलगुणेन सह त्रयोविंशतिर्गुणा भवन्ति कथं विंशति कथ्यन्ते उच्यते केचिदत्र संख्याभङ्ग भयात् व्यवायिविकासे आशुकारिणाम् अपपाठमेव मन्यन्ते. अन्ये पुनराहुः अधिकायामपि गुणविंशत्यां उक्तायां गुणः विंशतिरुक्ताः न चत्र नियमो विंशतिरेव इति. व्यवायिविकासे आशुकारिणां स्वतन्त्रे परदर्शनात् पाठन्यायः. In Sushruta Samhita there is a concept of guna in last chapter of Sushruta 46 Sutrasthana. So apart from 20 guna which should be mentioned, he has mentioned other gunas also. The question comes whether these extra guna are written by Sushruta originally or it's added by some other. So for this question, the particular commentary is made and justification is made that other gunas which are apart from 20 are also written by Sushruta itself. And that reading which are extra which are apart from 20 gunas is also nyaya, means appropriate. So these are like many examples are there. Here also we can see Patha Mahisram Rajanim Gurtam Cha Likhya Tata Shonita Vittarovi. Here Kechit Rajanim Gurtam Cha Ityatra Rajani Dvayam Iti Patanti. Here Dalana observes on different reading wherein Rajanim Gurtam, instead of this there is Rajani Dvayam mentioned in the one or any copies. He says Teja Shritodakene Likhyam Ichanti Ayam Pataha Samanatra Virodha Anyaya. So whatever the reading is against the Samana Tantra, means if Shalya Tantra is being commented, the same reading should be correlated with other Shalya Tantra text. If the reading is opposite to that text also, that particular reading will be rejected. So one more method which commentator follow is Ruddhai Patita Patha or Purvacharya Patita Patha. Whatever they experienced, scholars in that days, they accepted the Patha. The same Patha should be accepted. These are different examples. Sarvani eva sakshirani viryavanti tesham asampattav atikrantavad samvatsarani adadeta iti. Atrantare Ruddhai Patita Patha Savarnani ityadi. See Dalad is giving one shloka, that is Ruddhai Patita Patha. Again, one more example, Lalate cha prabhatagale svedaha netra rogat vinatva ashupravrittihi. Again, he says, in many of the manuscripts, the Lalateva prabhatagale svedaha netra rogat vinatva ashupravrittihi. This line is not available in many of the manuscript copies which the commentator has got. Even though it is not available, Acharya has written that line because Ruddhai Patitatvat, because his preceptors who were experienced in that particular field has written that shloka, hence he has also written. Here he is following the acharyas blindly without any judgment. And Prasiddha Pata, in those times, whatever the readings were famous or Prasiddha, those particular works were or readings were considered by Tikagara. The same method is followed now also. Whatever the reading is Prasiddha or famous, the same should be accepted. So these are different examples regarding that. There are some Kalpita Pata. Kalpita Pata refers to one which is imagined but not really present. So such readings are also mentioned by commentators, and while editing, the same point should be kept in mind. And Na Kashchit Vishesha Patha refers to the readings which are different but meanings is same. There is a different of word but the meaning is same. Such types of readings are called as Na Vishesha Patha, Na Kashchit Vishesha Patha. There are one more Bahu Pathantar Sankulita Patha. There are some incidences in Samhita wherein the commentators have got many readings which are above limit. In such conditions, Acharya says, Bahu Pathantar Sankulita Patha Paryate. Even the commentator were not able to judge which part is correct because the readings are above the level or above the maximum. There is a concept of Pramada Patha. Again, this should be kept kept in mind while editing. Pramada Patha refers to the Patha which are arised in the manuscript due to negligence. So he says there are many. These are references of Pramada Patha from published books of Sushruta, Charaka, Vagbhata. You can see this. Here you can see the consequence of Pramada Patha. He says, Sarvadoshakaras bhedashi maladoshakaha. So here Pramada Patha is written and the consequence of Pramada Patha is also written. Kechit sarvadoshakarassthane sarvadoshahara iti Pramada Patha društva. So in this shloka sarvadoshakara is mentioned, but few scholars read it as sarvadoshahara. There is huge difference in sarvadoshakara and sarvadoshahara. So considering this patha, sarvadoshaharasya cha maladoshakaratva abhava asambhavena maladoshaka sthane galadoshaka iti patati. See, sarvadoshakara, if it is changed as sarvadoshahara, then we should change the maladoshaka to other words, because which is sarvadoshahara cannot be maladoshaka. So next what the scribe does is he changes the maladoshaka word into galadoshaka. So wrong reading of sarvadoshakara leads to change in further words also. That's why Pramada Patha has a huge impact while editing the manuscript. So this is again example of Pramada Patha. So we can see So this is again one more example of Pramada Patha. This is a Dhatri Arista mentioned in Pandodikara by Acharya Charaka, and that is again used as source work by Chakrapani, and he has written in Chakradatta. So here You see, in dose, atra ardhapalam iti lekhaka doshat pramada patah. Ardhatula iti shastri darshana. Here Nisarga has observed one negligence in that. Here you can see Sharkara ardhapala is there. Here this ardhapala is written due to lekhaka dosha. The one who was copying that manuscript, due to his negligency, the word ardhapala is mentioned. But what should be the exact is ardhatula. So likewise, Acharya has identified the pramada pata which occurred due to lekhaka dosha. Next, the pramada, the negligency may be related to the moola shloka or the interpretation of the moola shloka also. So that is called as pramada vakhyana. See, here we can see Mahishamma Mutram Kshirena Nirahara Saptaratra. This is from Udara Chikitsa, wherein Acharya has observed the pramada vakhyana, that is the wrong interpretation of this particular shloka. Here you can see different term is given by Madhukosha for pramada vakhyana, that is anavadhana vakhyana. So here we can see the Kshavastambha, this particular interpretation is made as Kshava, Chikka, Stambha, Gadranam, Jadima. Both the words are separated here. Kshavastambha has been interpreted differently, but Madhukosha says this is a wrong interpretation done due to pramada or negligency, and he justifies what will be the correct interpretation and etc. So we have seen in higher criticism that the style of the refute and argument will also be written in the aspect of higher criticism. So this is style of refute and argument. See here, Acharya Madhukosha has rejected that Kshavastambha should not be made separately, should not be separated. Kshavastambha should be considered as single word. And if it is made separately and interpreted, that is a wrong interpretation. He has refuted that particular aspect, and argument is, and he writes this argument and justifies that why the Kshavastambha should not be interpreted as single word, should be interpreted as single word but not as separate words. So this is a refute and argument style which is written in the aspect of higher criticism. So next is Anyata Pata or Pata Abhavaha. See, we have seen in higher criticism that the order in which the sloka or the text is written will also be observed. Here, in the order in which the yoga formulation is made is also observed by the commentators. You see, this particular yoga is written in different order in some manuscripts got by Acharya Dallana, Kartika Kunda, etc. manuscripts, which he has got as source work. He says the formulation order is different in that, and here again he has noted, and he writes, and what is that change in the order and why that should not be accepted, etc. That particular information he has not written in the Tika because of Grantha Dharo Bhayat, because it enlarges the volume of the text. Again, Anyatha Patanti, the change in the order should also be examined while we read the manuscript. Change in the order may be related to the chapter or the shloka, etc. Change in the order, or Pataniya or Na Pataniya Patha, this is one more version. The readings which we have to read or readings which we have to not read, such aspects should also be seen while editing. So these are examples from Samhita wherein the commentators have observed such aspects. See, Tasmadayam Na Pataniya. So such particular reading should not be read while you read the Samhita. See, again he writes, I am Patho Vartamanasu Bahushu Pradeshu Pathyate Natu Nibandeshu Tasmanna Patani. So I am, see, Dallana was having Bahushu Pradeshu, many copies of manuscript. Whatever he had, that particular reading was written. Even though the particular reading was written in many of the copies, he has not accepted, mainly because Gayadasa, who was his main source, he has not accepted. So he is also rejecting that particular part. So again, his one guideline what he has given is, if the main source book is not having that particular reading, and the reading is present in many manuscripts, there is no rule that we should accept the reading which is in maximum manuscripts. And Vakhyata Patha, Vyakhyata Patha, or Likhita or Alikhita Patha. These are again one more aspect of readings. The commentators comment on some readings, sometimes they don't comment on some readings. The readings in which they don't comment are generally considered as not appropriate or yukta. The readings on which they comment are generally considered as appropriate patha. This is in general though, there are many exceptions. So here we can see Yasma Shuddhati Bandhena Prano Yati Chamardava Rohatyam Nishankam Tasmat Bandho Vidhiyate. See, here you can see Atra Kechit Yasma Shuddhati Ityataha Prak Adustihi Samavartatmu Vedana Upashama Sukham Alepanathe Shopasya Sadhumandat Vidhiyate Iti Patanti. So some read these lines before reading the above shloka. Satu Patho Nibandhakara Ina Dritaha Iti Asmabhirna Likito Na Vyakhyatashcha. And since that particular shloka is not accepted by Nibandhakara, that is Gayadasa, he is also not writing that particular shloka and he is not even commenting on it. So again, one more example from Sushruta. Here given interpretation of Dakshinatya Vishaja. We have seen in process of editing that from Vivinna Desha we have to correct the manuscripts. So Dallana was having a manuscript from south also, Dakshinatya, wherein the different interpretation of some shloka was given. He has also written about that. So Dallana was basically from Rajasthan, state is Rajasthan, but he has collected manuscript even from south. And there are some readings which are atyanta vivadakta. There are huge controversy regarding that particular readings. See, this is one example given by Acharya Dallana. The context is Shashti Upakrama, 60 Upakrama. If you count them, there are many variations in the counts. Counts may increase or decrease. And among 60, different commentators have accepted different Upakrama. So Acharya says, Tabhyam Param Atyanta Vivada Krutaha. In deciding which are exactly Shashti Upakrama, there are many controversies regarding this that he has noted while writing the commentary. Lipidosha Patha. There are few readings which we get due to Lipidosha. See here, Vimshati Kalo Muhurtaha Kaladasha Bhagascha. So this is the main shloka which is in published edition. Trimshat Kalo Muhurta iti Patha Nibandhakaraihi Vistarina Dushitaha. There is one reading which says Trimshat Kalo Muhurtaha, and this reading is rejected by many of the scholars. And why this reading has come? This is because of Lipidosha. Okay. So while editing the manuscript, we should also focus on Lipidosha. And we have seen in higher criticism that we should observe the order of the shloka or chapter. So this is Vyatikrama Patha or Vyatyena Padita Patha, wherein the difference in order is observed. Bahushu Pradesha Nibandha Patha Kramat Vyatikramaena Patha Kramo Adhikasya Patha Drishyate. So this is how, while editing the text, we should observe the change in sequence of that particular chapter or shloka. Next, Bahushu Pradeshu Pathamana Patha. Whatever the copies you have, if the readings are mentioned in many copies, probably we may accept that particular reading. So this is one of the aspects which we should remember in editing. Bahulena Apatita Patha. There are two readings which are mentioned in maximum copies, readings which are not mentioned in maximum copies. Both versions are given by, are shown by Tikakara. See, now there are in many of the copies the readings are not mentioned, hence that particular reading should be rejected. So likewise, if you have 4 copies and among 3 copies the reading is mentioned, that particular reading can be accepted and other reading can be rejected. This we have seen previously. And Vyakhyana Anugata Patha. one more aspect. Pravaha Patita, this is one of the important aspects in present days. There is a Pravaha Patita Pata or Gatanugatika Pata. Wherein this Pravaha Patita Pata refers to blindly following the readings. Blind followers are named as Pravaha Patita or Pravaha Patita Pata. See here he has given example of Gaturika Pravaha. Gaturika Pravaha refers to a goat. If one goat is going in front, other group of goats will follow them. So if the previous Acharya has considered some reading, the other scholars will also consider that reading. If that consideration is not based on logics, then it is called as Gaturika Pravaha or Pravaha Patita Pata. That is blindly following the readings of preceptors. So Dallada says that should not be done. You should judge the readings based on Agama and Pratiksha. So that is a concept of Gaturika Pravaha or Pravaha Patita Pata. There are two examples in Acharya Dallada's commentary regarding Gaturika Pravaha. And there is one example in Chakradatta. Again, this is called Gatanugatika Pata as per Nishchalakar and Gaturika Pravaha as per Acharya Dallada. So while editing, you should keep in mind that blindly following the previous Pata should not be done. It should be judged based on Pratiksha and Agama or seeing the other copies. And sometimes if there is different readings, commentators or commentator give us guidelines that you should accept that reading which is very easy to interpret. That's called Sugama Pata. And Arsha and Arsha Pata. Arsha Pata refers to one which is originally written by the author, and Anarsha refers to which is not originally written by the author or the Rishi. That should also be observed while editing the manuscripts. See, these are the examples regarding Arsha and Anarsha Pata. So this is example of considering Arsha and Anarsha Pata. So we shall skip this. So anyway, so this we can observe. These are two shlokas written in the published edition of Charaka Samhita. So can anybody observe any difference in this about two shlokas? Actually, you can see the first shloka, first 4 lines, and the next 6 lines. There is no difference in those two shlokas. But this is published. In published edition, these two shlokas are present. And no commentator has observed this similarity until 20th century, wherein Yoginnath Sen have observed this difference. And he says the second version, Trifala Trayo, is an explanation of the above shloka. So until 20th century, nobody has observed apart from Yoginnath Sen. So likewise, while editing the manuscript, we should observe such shloka wherein the meaning will be same, or the further shloka will be an explanation for the previous shloka also. So these are like such examples are there. Here we can see so these are the so even though such huge work is remaining in field of Ayurveda manuscripts, but nobody is doing. The reason is, first reason given by Vidura is alasya. We know that we have to do many works in manuscript, but even though we are not doing, reason is alasya. Mada moho cha chapalam goshtirevacha sabdata cha abhimanitum tadha tyagitum evacha ete vai sapta doshaha syuh sada vidyarthinam madah. So due to these reasons, in present days, nobody is ready to do the works in manuscripts. So conclusion is, knowledge of the subject is most important in the process of editing. Commentators played vital role in textual criticism. They evolved a methodology with criteria for assessment which was based firstly on authority and finally on therapeutic utility. So since the scholars have written the manuscripts with huge difficulties, it's our duty to preserve them like our putra. All the manuscripts should be preserved like putra, like our own daughters or son, because they are of huge value to the society. So with these words, I'll end my presentation. Thank you, sir.
अभी दिए क्या ये लड़ी
अभी आया तो
Thank you, Dr. Praveen, for your beautiful lectures. You described all the things so nicely. Thank you. So now I would like to invite all the speakers on the dais, and I request our chairperson, please felicitate our speaker with the token of love from World Ayurveda Congress. So first, Dr. Asit K. Paja sir, please come to the dais, and I request our chairperson, please felicitate with the token of love. Thank you, sir. Next, Dr. Professor Srinath Vaidya, sir, please come to the dais, sir. Dr. Praveen, sir, please. Dr. Praveen, please come to the dais and take the follow. So now I request Professor Anup Thakur sir. Sir, please come to the dais and felicitate our chairperson with the token of love, sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, both of you, sir. So now I would like to request our chairperson for his concluding remarks. Sir, please.
Good evening, all. At the bottom of this evening, I don't want to take much of your time delivering concluding remarks. When I entered this session, I was totally ignorant about the manuscriptology. Rather, my idea was so scattered. Now what I understand, let me put it in briefly. It was a wisdom session. Wisdom session because we all know about information, knowledge, all those things. But above that, there is wisdom. All the speakers were talking about wisdom, and not only that, all the speakers were complementary to each other. There was a good lecture demonstration too, which so many students very eagerly was observing, very eagerly trying to take their lessons and to form an opinion about this manuscriptology. Why this session is important? According to me, Ayurveda is a knowledge-based industry. Because I am coming from a Contextual Ayurveda, it's an industry and a hospital as well. So, we have to enrich our knowledge. That knowledge is our base. These sort of sessions will definitely contribute a lot to the enrichment of Ayurveda in terms of both knowledge base, the industry, and as well as clinical side. Especially when I heard the last speaker, he was talking about the need of critical edition of our ancient texts. That seems to be very striking and important. There are so many methods through which we can retrieve manuscript in a systematic way, and that will definitely help collection, preservation, promotion, propagation, all these things. But it should be updated. It should be updated and critically edited. We need not hesitate to point out the errors that are kept in over a period of time, and due to many other known and unknown reasons. We should put some efforts that, I should say, refreshingly honest. We have to be refreshingly honest in doing that work. Then only we can have our updated version of this manuscript. And why manuscript is important? In Ayurveda we all know, we see always declarations. Vayu Pittam Kapasedi Triyodoshas, it's a declaration. The worksheet of our ancestors are not available for us to understand. So we should collect it and do a reverse work and try to establish, to try to understand what they meant by this declaration. So, since that worksheets are not available, we have to do a little more work that will enrich our knowledge base. And not only that, we are all indebted to do that work. We are living on Ayurveda. So, and it has got many potentials, hidden potentials too, that has to be explored and brought to the present era in appropriate form. I congratulate all the participants, especially the speakers, for giving valuable, thought-provoking, enlightening, electrifying speeches, and we are all indebted to you for enlightening us in this particular event. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to observe all these things. Thank you very much. Thank you once more.
Thank you so much, sir. We need you 2 minutes. Sir, we have another speaker, Dr. Srinath Vaidya, sir. He is here now. So I would like to invite Srinath Vaidya, sir, for the felicitation. So, sir, please, I request you, please felicitate our guest. Thank you so much, sir. So, this is the last session of this workshop. We are coming to the last part of the session. So, on behalf of World Ayurveda Congress Organizing Committee, I would like to thank all the participants, all the eminent speakers, and especially our chairperson for accepting our invitation and chair the session, and all the audience and all the persons who directly helped us to conduct this workshop. I am very much thankful to all of you. So, with the permission of our chairs, I conclude the session here. So, the next session will be going on with the book release ceremony. So, thank you everyone. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Salvia.
2, check, check, test, hey, check, 1, 2, test, hey, team, hey.
Check, hey, test, check, 1, test, check, hey, check, 1, test, check, 1, test, check, 1, test, check, 1, test, check, hey, test, check, test, check, check, test, hey, check, 1, test, check, test.
एक ही थोड़ी लाइव कर रहे हैं जो 20 आती है ऐसे ये लेडिया वाईफाई से देते हैं हम लोग सेटअप उड़ जाता है सब ले जाएंगे अब कल आएंगे कौन ये भी जा रहे हैं आपका प्रोग्राम नहीं रूम पर यार सुबह से आए हरिद्वार है तो वहीं से रोज अप डाउन करते हैं ये सेक्शन तो रात भर चलाएंगे दिन भर चलाएंगे सालों साइड से चला से चला आओ तो तुम्हें से तुम्हारी कब छुट्टी होगी 9 बजे 9-10 बजे जाएगा जा रहे हो भी निकलते हैं पढ़ना क्या है रात भर सेक्शन बताते रहेंगे सेक्शन कभी ये डॉक्टर कभी वो डॉक्टर आएंगे इतनी ठंडी कार में बोलोरो में और एक हमारी बहन वो भी बहन बात करो
Hello.
Hello. Mic testing. Hello. 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 Mic testing. Hello. 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 Mic testing. Hello. Hello.
Namaste and a very good evening to all of you. I heartily welcome all the international and national dignitaries present in this hall on behalf of the World Ayurveda Conference and Arogya Expo Organizing Committee. I welcome you all in this session of Saraswati Vandana. This session is themed to honor the goddess of knowledge, Ma Saraswati, by the release of books and conferring of award to the eminent personalities who have served Ayurveda. So we heartily welcome you all in this session, Saraswati Vandana, and we'll be shortly beginning with the session. So we request everyone to please be seated. So to begin with the session, I would like to request our Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji, to please grace the dais by your auspicious presence. Request sir to please grace the dais. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to request Vaidya Jayant Dev Pujari, sir, Chairman, National Commission for the Indian System of Medicine, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, to please grace the dais with your presence, sir. I request Dr. B. Srinivas Prasad, President, Board of Ayurveda, NCISM, to please come up on the dais and grace the dais, sir. I request Professor Vaidya Ravi Narayanacharya sir, Director General, CCRAS, to please grace the dais by your valuable presence, sir. Thank you very much, dignitaries, for being with us here. Moving ahead, we have the presentation of the prestigious Brihatai Ratna Award, which includes a cash prize of ₹1 lakh and a citation to the eminent Vaidyas for their service to the humanity and Ayurveda. Established in 1994 by the Ayurveda Pharmacy, Coimbatore, the Brihatai Ratna Award is one of the most esteemed accolades within the Ayurveda fraternity. Named after the foundational Ayurveda text of Charak, Sushrut and Bhagavad, and in memory of Aryavadyan P.V. Ramavariyar, founder of Ayurveda Pharmacy, the award symbolizes intellectual mastery and significant contributions to Ayurveda. It is a tribute to those who have utilized their profound knowledge and expertise for the betterment of humanity and the advancement of Ayurveda science. May I request Honorable Secretary may I request the Managing Director, Ayurveda Pharmacy, Coimbatore, Shri Devi Das Warrior sir, to please grace the dais by your valuable presence. I now request Honorable Secretary Sir, Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Koteja ji, to present the award to eminent Ayurveda Vaidya Shri M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri sir. I request Vaidya Shri M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri sir to please come on the dais and grace the dais. The past recipients of this award include luminaries such as Vaidyaraj Atmaram Vaman Tatar Shastri, Vaidya Madan Cheriya Narayanan Nambudiri, and Padma Shri P.K. Warrior. Last year, the award was bestowed upon Dr. Sadanand Prabhakar Sardeshmukh, recognizing his exemplary work in cancer treatment through Ayurveda. This year, the awardees amongst us, Shri M.R. Vasudevan Nambudiri sir. I request the MD, AVP, Shri Devi Das Warrior to please present the citation to Nambudiri sir. Thank you, dignitaries, for doing the honor. We request the MD, sir, to please present the citation. The award is a recognition of the services conferred by Nambudiri sir, and we heartily congratulate sir for this great recognition. Thank you, dignitaries, for doing the honor. Moving ahead, we proceed to the section of book release. Today we have 2 book releases. So first is the release of book on Ayu Emergency Yatra, Project Report Summary and Strategic Evaluation. For this, I request Dr. Vinayak Padikyal, Dr. Skantesh Lakshmanan and Dr. Moyal Vogel to please join the dais for the release. Along with the book release, there is also the honoring of the dignitaries by presenting the Angavastra.
Mohit? Mohit?
So this is the release of book Ayu Emergency Yatra, Project Report Summary and Strategic Evaluation. I now invite Dr. Vinayak Padikkal to please tell the salient features of the book.
Salutation to our mentor and guidance, late Dr. D.R. Krishnamurthy sir, our Guruji, without whom this process will not be happening. So, with the hundreds of salutations to the feet of Krishnamurthy, we remember this moment with utter greatness and inspiration. So, the Yatra and the Ayur Emergency Project is an ambitious project kindled in our hearts by Krishna Kumarji in 2017. Since then, we have been able to work on several aspects as enthusiastic people from different parts of the country, led under a French emergency scientist, emergency medicine doctor, and we were able to achieve this milestone of conducting Ayur Emergency Yatra. The book which we release now majorly works to handle and focus on different aspects of bringing meaningful interaction in Ayur emergency care. The effort we are doing includes majorly 4 phases. The first one of documentation of existing emergency practices in Ayurveda, so that we can take it ahead and utilize innovatively in the current scenario. Second, evidence-driven training to enhance the skill of Ayush practitioners so that we are able to work fearlessly and confidently in the face of emergency and advanced care management. We are also working to ensure that interdisciplinary collaboration is established, trust is built between sciences, so that we can actually create impactful sources which are beneficial to the people rather than working towards creating monopolies in the space of healthcare. The book is a milestone of efforts which started, as mentioned earlier, since 2017. And before going ahead to explain what are the contents of the book, we love to take a moment to thank our respected mentor, guide and supporter, Rajesh Koteja sir, without whom, and the support from Ministry of Ayush, for taking up an innovative effort as a group of enthusiasts to work without much of a banner or name, but supporting the idea of innovation to work and prove that some dreams of young people can be kindled if you have leaders sitting in the right positions. Thanks a lot, sir, being supportive for all the efforts we have taken. The book has majorly contents about, this is a very small milestone of our yatra. We have much more to achieve and our dreams are much more bigger than what we have just presented now. Currently, we have data about what we have presented. We have topics of invited speakers, ideas on emergency care. We have panel discussions where people have brainstormed on the idea of emergency care practices in Ayurveda. We had deep dive interviews, key informant interviews, which have given certain insights. And based on all these efforts, we did surveys with which we also have put upon some policy recommendations and way forward in this book, along with some pandemic preparedness key perspectives. So this is what we present as our first Guru Dakshina to Krishna Kumarji and the support of the ministry. And we also wish to, as Dr. Mayan has handed over, We also have ambitiously created a guideline book for emergency care project which has been handed over to sir. Sir, do look through it, sir, and we would request your support for further enhancement of our work, and trust us, sir, we will not disappoint. With these words, we pronounce for all of you for being here and all the dignitaries in the stage. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Vinayak. Moving ahead, now is the release of a much-awaited book on radiology, From Shadows to Diagnosis by Dr. Mangesh R. Deshpande sir. I would like to invite Professor Pavan Kumar Godatwar sir and Dr. Mangesh R. Deshpande sir to please join the dais for the release.
मैं ही लाऊं माइक से ये ऊपर ऊपर
मंच का कैमरा पीछे
This book includes the incorporation of technology with Ayurveda, which is the theme of 10th World Ayurveda Congress, digitalizing health and including technology in the Ayurveda fraternity. This is the real puja of Lord Goddess Saraswati. When we submit something academic and intellectual in her feet, this is the real puja. So now I would like to request Professor Pavan Kumar Godatwar sir to please speak a few words about the book, and then I would like to request Dr. Mangesh Deshpande sir for telling us about the book.
Honorable Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji, mentor for all of us, Vaidya Jain Dev Pujari ji, the leading beacon with Vitta, gracing a administrative body, Professor B.S. Prasad sir, President Board of Ayurveda, DGCCRS, Professor Ravinarayan Acharya ji, Nambudari sir, who is the guest of honor today, and Nambudari MD sir, and Utsav Murthy Mangesh Deshpande ji. This idea of having Ayurvedic interpretations for modern investigations, including X-rays, germinated from the fertile mind of Dev Pujari sir one fine day, and he put all the Rog Vigyanis of India to task and said that you do something or the other. Prasad sir had a seminar, webinars, series of webinars, and activity started. But I am happy and proud to say that Mangesh Deshpande took this challenge very seriously, and most of us just think that this should be done, somebody should do that, but he took up those cudgels and made this wonderful, beautiful book. I presume there might be some difference of opinion within me, and somebody else will say, no, this is something wrong, but there is always a chance of correction. But correction happen not in zero, corrections happen in something.
और यहाँ बैठे सभी देवियों और सज्जनों, आप सभी के पास मोबाइल होगा। ऐसा कोई है यहाँ पे कि जिसके पास मोबाइल फोन नहीं है? ऐसा कोई नहीं है, सबके पास है। आपके किसी के पास नोकिया का फोन है? तो नहीं है, बिकॉज इट इज आउटडेटेड। आप सभी के पास स्मार्टफोन है बिकॉज यू आर अपडेटेड। ये अपडेशन अलग अलग तरीके से हो सकता है, जैसे मैन्युस्क्रिप्टोलॉजी ये एक विषय हो सकता है, वैसे ही ये जो विज्ञान चक्षु है अलग अलग है, जिसमें एक्सरे इज एक्सटेंडेड पार्ट ऑफ एक्सटेंडेड वर्जन ऑफ दर्शन परीक्षा, ये हो सकता है। मैं आपको इसके एक दो छोटे उदाहरण बताना चाहूँगा। फॉर एग्जाम्पल अवेस्कुलर नेक्रोसिस। अवेस्कुलर नेक्रोसिस ये बॉडी के सिर्फ 3 बोन्स में होता है, एक नेक ऑफ फीमर, एक ह्यूमरस हेड एंड थर्ड वन इज स्कैफॉइड। और ये ना बहुत अच्छी तरह से आप सिर्फ एक्सरे में डायग्नोस कर सकते हो और विदाउट एक्सरे ये नहीं कर सकते। ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है और जिसकी वजह से आप अच्छी तरह से आपकी ट्रीटमेंट बदल सकते हो और काफ़ी प्रभावी ट्रीटमेंट हम उसके लिए दे सकते हैं। एवल्जन फ्रैक्चर्स बहुत छोटी बातें हैं। एवल्जन फ्रैक्चर्स हम हमारे ओपीडी में अच्छी तरह से मैनेज कर सकते हैं, जिसके लिए आपको किसी के भी पास पेशेंट भेजने की ज़रूरत नहीं। मैं जनरल आयुर्वेदिक प्रैक्टिशनर के बारे में बात कर रहा हूँ, नॉट अ स्पेशलिटी प्रैक्टिशनर। ये छोटी छोटी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो हम कर सकते हैं। ये करते वक्त हमें एक्सरे का ज्ञान होना बहुत